Good job, Toju.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
Good job.
And good luck with your FF12 run.
Thank you. Good job, man.
Good job. 10:38,
Thank you, thank you.
51 by my time. I think you timed it yourself anyway.
No,
What was
I
the final
stopped
time?
it. Yeah, what was it again, sorry?
10:38, 51.
It's better than expected, actually.
Yeah, that's
Not
definitely
bad at all.
acceptable.
Yeah, great time.
Yeah, I was considering I was like 5 minutes behind after Mushroom Rock, or Gooey, rather.
Yeah, in that case, that's really good then.
So yeah, you can see Freddy getting started on your left now. One thing that you may or may not have noticed already, cutscene skip. There was much rejoicing in the speedrunning community thanks to cutscene skipping.
Yeah, this ends up actually being one of the longest Final Fantasy games if you're to include cutscene skips. Your Team Mog runner, Freddy, right now is actually one of the only people that's ever done it, and it ended up being what was around 13 hours, Freddy? Well, I guess he's not in here anymore, but it ended up being like just over 13 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1320, it's kind of a crappy run.
Yeah.
Yeah, FF13 is about the same length without cutscene skip too. 13
Correct.
hours.
And I guess just to introduce everyone on the FF12 team today, we have Freddy, who will be running for Team Mog. We'll have Zero Scar in here for Team Choco once Flobber finishes up. I'm Skate for 11. I ran FF3 earlier in the marathon, also a runner of this game. And if the other two commentators wants to introduce themselves.
I'm Alec K47.
And I'm Nitrodon. Alec and I ran FF12 at Grizzles for Life 2 years ago.
That was just
Yeah.
for you, Skate, by the way.
I saw that.
And then I did that. Awesome.
Got the targeting skip? I wasn't looking.
Yes. What was that, Freddy, really?
I gotta stop talking now, I think.
Alright.
And then you messed it up by attacking.
That's what I was like, what do you do?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a lot of really minor tech in this game, in large part because the battles are active the whole time. You're moving around, you're selecting things in real time as long as you don't have ATB wait on.
Right,
But
and
you'll see-
ATB wait kind of works similar to the other Final Fantasies, whereas if you're selecting the menu, you know, none of the other people's ATBs are going up, but in this game, it actually almost freezes the game. It's like almost like a way of pausing the game, but not actually hitting, you know, the start button to pause. So it'll actually, you can like sit down and think about what you're doing, but most of the time when you're trying to go as fast as you can, you're on active. So everything's just moving around all the time.
You notice, though, some of the menu changes he did at the beginning, perhaps. He, first off, switched ATB to active, which means that when he's selecting things here, the game is not pausing. It's faster most of the time to have it on active, though there will be times in the run where it will be put on wait for other reasons. And
Mostly safety.
yeah, he upped the battle speed to the maximum so that ATB charges are at their fastest, and he also switched cursor to memory instead of defaulting to attack.
And that was a pretty good fight against those soldiers. He actually got
Yeah,
a
got a-
two-hit combo.
Yeah. Those three guards and these three rats all are normally killed in 2 hits, but you will get the occasional 3-hit and then also the occasional combo, which will just slow down or speed up, respectively, the fights.
Yeah, and the dire rats can be a bit annoying because they run around.
And as you can see, he just got a 3-hit rat, which is why he was flashing red and had like virtually no HP. It's still just all about damage rolls. So Freddy's just going to be going to activate some story triggers by going to Begamnon shop. Magello's shop down the south of the area, and then he's going to go back up into the Sand Sea to do some licensing tutorials, which, if you don't know anything about this game, we'll probably briefly explain when we get to it.
Yeah, FF12 has cutscene skip, but they couldn't figure out how to skip tutorials.
Everyone get ready to
Unfortunately.
say hi to Panillo.
Yeah, but you can see Pinello on the way right up here to the shop. Hi, Pinello.
Oh, there she is.
There's also going to be one of a couple tutorials that pop up in the early game here. Unfortunately, they are not skippable. So he gets to learn about gambits.
Licenses
and
first.
also licenses. Even though he already knows about them. So I guess we might as well talk about the license system a bit here.
Sure. Licenses is something pretty unique in terms of every Final Fantasy game, in terms of like how the actual combat and gameplay system works. In this game, once you buy something, you can't necessarily use it right away, and it's kind of like the checks and balances system in the game, if you will. You know, if you are able to get to an area really far in the game that has really nice equipment, you're not just going to be able to use it right away, so you know you are going to have to grind and kill some enemies, and I think it works really well. You know, every Final Fantasy game has a checks and balances system in some way, even though it's not as obvious. This one is a little bit more obvious. But it works out pretty well. And in order to get licenses, you need LP. Enemies give experience and LP when you kill them. And experience goes more towards your level and your stats, while LP goes straight to the license board. And managing both EXP and LP, but mainly LP, is going to be a pretty important part of the run. And then the LP is, like I said, just we have pretty much an optimal license route, and we'll be trying to make sure that, you know, we can afford everything, and if not, adjustments will have to be made.
And yeah, you can get any license adjacent to one you already have.
Yeah, it works like it advances by one tile in every direction every time you bit of a server disconnect there.
Yeah.
It happens.
I'm back, at least.
Yeah, Odie is back to Mumble Crash.
Yeah, and you see the small package that Freddy just got. This is part of the early game Gil route. You're supposed to, quote-unquote, give it to this guy's friend on the other side of this gate, but you get absolutely nothing for it. So we're just going to sell it for Gil, even though the guy told us not to sell it.
Right. Also, something else that was technically introduced when we did the license board tutorial are hunts in this game. Hunts are kind of like, they take up the majority of the side quests in this game. A hunt is pretty much, you find the person who's putting the bill up for the hunt, who wants an enemy killed. So you find them first, once you find the actual hunt, and then once you talk to them, then you can actually go kill the enemy. So the reason we're going to the Esther Sand here is, again, technically part of another tutorial for how hunts work. So the person we talk to for the licenses is the person like in charge of the hunt. So now we have to go find the hunt, which Rogue Tomato is. Here we are, and it spawns in the same place every time. You have to take out half of its HP on this plateau / cliff up here, and then he moves down to the bottom, and we'll take him out there as well.
And you can get that half in 3 hits, but it's actually fairly unlikely. You need high damage rolls for all 3 hits.
You have to get 23s on all 3 hits in a row, which is the highest damage roll you can get. So between that and I think it's somewhere between like 19 and 23 to try to get 23s 3 times in a row is pretty rare. I got it yesterday for the first time like a really long time. So, and it's the same thing for the bottom.
You can also get combos, of course.
That's correct. Yeah, at any point in time in this game, you're always eligible for a combo for a weapon that does multiple hits. So that's pretty much everything, for the exception of like guns, bows, most ranged weapons.
And one of the things that we hope to be able to do is not use a potion against Rogue Tomato. Freddy took little enough damage that he's able to get out of there without using one. Not only does it cost a couple seconds to toss the potion, watch the animation, but we're going to be selling potions for Gil in a little bit here, so having more potions means you're more likely to have enough Gil to do the next grind.
Yeah, you want 1,250 gil, I think?
Yeah, that's the most you'll need. Depending on what kind of chests you get, you could be a little bit less, but the most he would have to spend is, yes, 1,250 gil. And I guess on that note, something to talk about is that when me and Freddy first were running this game, I'd say about a few months after I started running it is probably the last biggest route change. When we did this, we didn't used to get all these chests. You'll see for about the next 45 minutes or so, whenever we're going places, we're going to be grabbing a lot of random chests, and it's going to kind of seem out of the way. But the reason we're doing that is because we used to actually do another grind in the very beginning of the game, and a Japanese runner, Eminon2525, regarded as one of the best players of this game on the earth. We started kind of watching his runs, and kind of realized that like he's going out of his way to get all these chests, but when it cuts out a whole grinding session, it ends up being faster. So all these random enemies and chests we seem to be getting, it actually ends up being faster than to just do a grind. Which there are a few grinding sessions in this game, so anytime you can cut out a grinding session is just great, and that just shows what goes into, routing these kinds of games, trying every little thing that even though it doesn't look as fast, if you actually time it, it ends up being faster. So one of those chests that we were talking about that would reduce the amount of gil he would have to pay to get what we need didn't spawn there, which would have been a Phoenix Down. And he'll
Phoenix Down.
Right, it can have a Phoenix Down, a Red Fang, which sells for 10 gil, and then a random amount of gil between like 1 and 15. So he'll get one more chance of that chest on the way back.
I didn't get the chest in Esther Sand either.
Yeah,
that's right.
We have Zero Scar chiming in chat with a correction here that you don't actually need 23s straight against Rogue Tomato. You need 2 less, and that you can also get a hit for a 24. I wanted to say it was a little bit less type than that, so I'm going to go with what he said.
It's going to come back, isn't it?
All I really know is that it can happen.
I know.
Right.
It's
Unfortunately, anything could happen in this game as well.
And another random fact, little known, when you have a fight end or cutscene, whatever, triggered by getting down to, in this case, 50% health, you get LP. You get the same LP you get from killing him, and then you get the LP from killing him.
Yeah. I wonder if that's the difference to why you get 2 less LP in the JP version, now that I think about it. Yeah, and then I guess that's another thing. There's 4 main versions of this game. There's Japanese, English, PAL, and IZJS. And all of them have a few different things with them, but IZJS is where they kind of just took it to the next level in terms of switching everything. A lot of people will always ask, is this IZJS, is this English? And I guess the condensed version of what the difference between IZJS and the other regular versions of the game is, they completely changed the license system. Rather than everyone having the same license board and being able to get the same licenses, you end up being able to choose classes for people, and whatever class you choose for them dictates their license board for the whole game. But along with that, they added a bunch of different weapons, changed a few things up, took out some weapons, added some new ones, and IZJS was only released in Japan as an international version, which is traditionally what they do with international versions of games. So people have played different versions, but they both work pretty well. It kind of just depends on your style of gameplay, if you like more of like a locked-in class or letting everyone do whatever they want.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, yes, 3 versions means that the North American and European versions are effectively the same in terms of speed, even though PAL runs at a different frame rate. It's the same overall speed.
Yeah, FF12 is actually a unique game compared to all the ones before it, because as most people know, PAL traditionally runs slower. FF12 is one of the exceptions to that rule. Nominally speaking, it doesn't actually run slower, because this was the first Final Fantasy game where they changed the design of how the game is run. Rather than being based off of video frame rate, it's based on your CPU. And since pretty much the CPU of all PS2s are the same, it ends up internally running at the same speed. The one disadvantage you get for PAL is that some of the animations are a little bit slower. So when you kill an enemy, when you get a license, you lose about, nominal tenths of a second. So it ends up being a little bit slower, but it's definitely runnable compared to, say, FF10 PAL, where, you're losing hours just because of how the game runs.
Alright, so we're doing the Sunstone quest right now.
Right. Do you want to maybe explain a little bit about how this works and the RNG that goes into it, Nitrodon?
Yeah, you want a Sunstone to power up some signet whatever. So, Jin just gave us a Shade Stone, and we need to go to these dark crystals that are shining. They can charge your Shade Stone anywhere between 25% and 53%.
Again, it's somewhere between like 53 and 60%. And as you see here, he's getting a huge one, 54. That's really, really good as a first one.
Okay, so I guess the maximum isn't 53%.
Yeah, also you'll notice when we got into that area, Freddy threw a potion on Pinello, which she had full HP, so you might wonder why he did that. It's something you'll see us doing in parts throughout the run. We would call it like an item immobilization, and what it did is instead of having Vaughn run all the way back to that zone, when you throw an item in this game and you're not controlling the character, they stand still. So because of that, we can just switch party leaders to Pinello and go right back into that zone instead of having to walk all the way back. And that's just one of those movement optimizations that really cuts down time in this game. And as you see here, he got an 81% after 2 crystals, and since the minimum you can get from a crystal is 25%, he's going to get 3 crystals here. Unfortunately, getting 4 crystals here is a pretty significant time loss in the beginning of the game. I just got a 4 crystal the other day, and I believe I lost about 1 minute and 20 seconds on the split. So at the beginning of the game, that's a pretty significant time loss, and unfortunately all that is RNG. Whether you get 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, 3 crystals is definitely the norm, the average, the benchmark,
at least
if you will.
90% of the time.
Yeah.
Probably 95% maybe.
It's pretty rare to get anything other than a 3 crystal. If you do, though, it's usually not the 2 crystal, it's usually the 4.
It always seems to be the 4 crystal that everyone gets if you get that odd roll, whether it be good or bad.
It's actually more statistically likely, just still unlikely, fortunately.
Right.
But at that time I got 47% on the first crystal and still got a 4 crystal.
I'm coming.
And we see Flobberworms fighting Overdrive Sin now.
Tried and true strategy, trio of 9999, and just hit it with whatever.
Lost a small amount of time by accidentally telling Kamara to fire a gem when Sin was out of range.
Clearly very tired.
But it's pretty much impossible to accidentally lose this fight with the strategy unless you run out of fire gems.
Yeah.
Right.
Or just don't put Entrust on. Like, that's all you need, Entrust and fire gems. And you're set.
Yeah, and if you run out of fire gems, don't try to just attack him to death, because after he gets hit 6 times, he uses his attack that might do stuff like petrify you and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So here on FF12, Freddy's about to unequip both Vaughn and Pinello, and even though he's unequipping both of them, the reason he's unequipping them is for 2 different reasons. We actually lose Pinello out of our party here, so if she were to leave, we wouldn't be able to get her equipment, and we're going to need to sell her equipment to get money, so it's really important that you unequip her specifically. But with the next thing we're going to do with Vaughn, we need him to be unequipped, so we just do them both at the same time, even though they're for different reasons. So now Pinella is out of the party, so we managed to get her equipment before she got out, which is good.
Well, I forgot to check, is it an 82 or an 84?
I didn't see, we'll see.
84.
Is it 84?
Darn, that makes it a bit more RNG and you did damaging down.
Not RNG, just slower.
Well, I actually got I got the worst RNG roll with the 84 once you equipped everything and died yesterday. There's only 1 damage that can actually do that, so insanely unlikely.
Must have got high rolls on the punches too.
Yeah.
Which means you don't need to, but yeah, whatever. I'll go over it later.
Yeah. So Freddy's gonna get another chance at that Phoenix Down chest. If he can get it, they'll manage to cut out 250 gil that he needs to sell from his stuff.
Yeah, because we're selling the stuff to buy Phoenix Downs.
And
so if you already have a Phoenix Down, you don't need to buy one.
Better than the 1 gil I got last time I got that chest.
Yeah, 1 gil is just a slap in the face.
I've gotten that fairly often.
And then Flower got his overdrive full here.
Yep, good stuff.
And then now Freddy is going to go to the shop here. So since he didn't get any Phoenix Downs, that means he has 3 right now, and we need a total of 8. And they buy for 250, so 250 times 5 is 1,250. So we should have enough stuff to sell to be able to get that. So I'll be selling Pinella's dagger, that small package that we got, and then the Arachia armlet. And then as you can see, he's pretty close. He had to sell 1 piece of Pinella's equipment and got it pretty easily, so that's good.
Yeah, and now we're gonna do some Dustia farming.
Yeah, so this is the first instance of farming in this run, and we'll be killing the same enemy twice for the first 2. And this enemy's name is Dustia. And Dustia is a rare game enemy that only spawns when someone in your party has less than 10% HP compared to their maximum HP. So we're going to have to damage ourselves down, which is a pretty common theme in this whole run, similar to FF8, where most of your characters are in critical HP most of the time, but for a different reason. And Freddy's going to save here because this is one of those spots that just can go wrong sometimes.
Yes,
it's happened to all of us.
Combo.
I'm saving paranoidly this run just because.
It's
or the wolf. Yeah, or the wolf can hit you because this damage down strategy he uses, he has to avoid the first wolf, and that doesn't always happen.
Hero wolf.
Hero wolf.
We call it hero wolf for a reason. It likes to be the hero of the game and wreck you.
So since Freddy has 84 maximum HP here, there's 2 different maximum HPs you can get here just based on the seat of the RNG. But since he has 84 here, he's going to need to hit himself twice unarmed. That's why we unequipped him. He'll then optimize and then hit himself 1 more time.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Okay, so that's 2 hits. He's going to actually go for 3 unarmed hits because of the damage rolls, and as you can see, he got 9, which is not below 10%. But with the equipment he just put on, it increases his maximum HP. So now his is 9 out of 104, and
so normally Dustia is strong enemy casts dark on you immediately, but he's undead and doesn't have safety, so just use a Phoenix down and he dies.
Yeah, it's a very traditional way of grinding in the early game, even for casual players.
And it's actually exploiting a glitch to do this, not the Phoenix down, that's intentional, but the zone out glitch by leaving with certain enemies before the XP and LP numbers pop up on the display. That enemy will not count as gone, but you still get the experience and LP from it. So in that manner, Dustia is going to spawn immediately again, and you can just chain it.
Right. Dustia is designed to not spawn again unless you zone 2 areas. So instead of having the zone 2 areas every single time to kill Dustia, we make use of this glitch. But otherwise, this is actually, before FF13, probably the most well-programmed game in terms of glitches and stuff. There really aren't any sequence breaks in this game. There are a few glitches that don't change too much, especially in a speedrun. We only utilize 2 in this whole speedrun, and they're both they're not like aesthetic glitches, like, you know, in FF10 you have Justical Sphere skip, Guada Salam skip, nothing like that where anything noticeably changes with like the audio or video, but rather it's more of exploiting the game system. Which is
we're getting
nice.
Seymour Battle music.
Still one of my favorites from FF10.
Yep.
And then noting here, like I said, we bought 8 Phoenix Downs, therefore we will be killing 8 Dustia.
Started out so promising too.
Shoutouts to the kazoo cover of this song.
By Mr. Proot94, shoutouts to him if he's anywhere around.
Kazoo cover?
Yes, our boy Proot has done kazoo covers of Final Fantasy titles recently. I'll try to find one if I can here in a minute and maybe post it in chat. They're very amusing. I like listening to them.
So awful. I hate them.
So yeah, Seymour Omnis, easy. Just don't use fire gems on him because he starts out by absorbing fire.
Right.
And this wolf, if it targets Freddy on the way back, would kill him, but you can see that it was out of the way enough that he was able to just run past it. Otherwise, he would have tossed a potion and tanked the hit.
Right. That's, again, like we were saying before, you know, we do still sell potions, and not only that, but it does cost some time, so if you can manage to have that wolf not target you or kill you, it's a little bit of a time save and a gil save as well.
You want to mention the reason we do it with only Vaughn in the party?
Yeah, because experience gets split in this game. So,
Spira's sorrow will prevail.
Yeah, basically, grinding there with Vaughn means the experience is not split, and because when other characters enter, their experience is then based on Vaughn's level, leveling up Vaughn in certain points in the game will effectively level them up as well, so you get a lot more experience relative to your raw experience gain.
yeah, so Vaughn reached level 11 by killing 8 Dustia. If you did it, say, with Penella still in the party, you'd have to kill 16 Dustia to get to level 11.
Or you could just KO Penello, but, well, that takes longer than stopping by to get her out of the party, especially having to stop by Miguelo's shop to get more Phoenix Downs.
Well, you'd lose your chain if you went to Miguelo's shop.
Well, no, if you did that before... Yeah. Anyway, that's another thing. I'm not trying to get into quite that in depth of
Yeah, we can
game
do that in
mechanics
Dustia 2. We can talk about that during Dustia 2.
Yeah, what I actually wanted to talk about was how initially we would only use the 3 Phoenix Downs that you get from Penello and grind up to level 8, and then do a completely different route through Barnheim Passage, which is coming up in a little bit here. And it ends up being... It starts off faster, but it ends up being a little bit slower in the end.
Live and let live.
Would you say like about 2 minutes slower in the end, the old way?
I don't know.
It's around that. Basically, we have faster Mimic Queens now, and then we have to grind fewer Dustia in the second round.
Are you talking
So
about
it
the
saves
route
a bit more than-
change?
Yeah, with
It
them
saves
rounds
about
early
3 to
game.
4 minutes.
3 to
Yeah,
4,
doing
okay.
this stuff instead of skeleton grinding.
Yeah, I remember when back with that route, the standard for a Mimic Queen was between like a 105 and a 107, and now with the top runners, Mimic Queen is around 102 to 104, so it cuts out a few minutes for sure.
Well, there's also 4 Dustia later, which is another
Correct.
minute.
Although you do the 5 early on, because, oh wait, we have a Razorfin sighting, rare game, 50-50
Razorfin.
spawn.
Yeah, no, that's a perfect example of another kind of rare game. Rare game in this game is just a nomiker. It doesn't necessarily have the same standard for every rare game. So, you know, Dustia is a rare game that spawns when someone in your party has less than 10% HP. This Razorfin, though, for example, is just, it shows up half the time. So, again, another difference between, like, different rare game throughout the game.
Yeah, and we're going to hope Freddy gets the 90% chance elixir here in a second, just as we see Flobber entering the nucleus on the right. So a little bit of RNG coming up on both streams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, if Flobber manages to not get into too many battles, he can gain on Team Mog for a bit.
Yeah, it could be. There were, what, was it 3 or 4 encounters?
Told you had 4
4.
battles, yeah.
Yeah, 4. I knew it was at least 3.
So Freddy's about to annoy everyone who knows about this game. He just got the elixir chest.
That's probably, I've been speedrunning Final Fantasy XII for over a year now, and I would say easily the most common question you see in FF12 chats is, do you get the Zodiac Spear? And for this run, the answer is no. The reason that you don't get the Zodiac Spear is for 2 reasons. One is because it's an insanely far out of the way chest to get. So even if we did decide to go get it, it probably would cost about 10 minutes to go get it.
Not to mention dangerous to get with the equipment we have.
It's in the most dangerous dungeon in the entire game.
And King Bomb is no slouch either.
Correct. You'd have to fight an optional super boss to even get there. So it ends up not becoming worth it just because of that. Yeah. The second reason, though, and the most important reason, is that it also requires a pretty tremendous amount of LP to get to on the license board. So for those 2 reasons, the Zodiac Spear just doesn't become worth it. And the third reason, actually, is because the way we do damage in this game is actually better than the Zodiac Spear.
So how many encounters did Flobber get?
I saw 2, I think. Oh, just one.
Just
okay.
one, yeah.
Nice. So that's a bit of a time save there for Team Choco.
Yep. I'm still rooting for Team Mog.
So
I know more people on that team.
This is the guard minigame in FF12, like the first actual minigame you do. What a lot of people don't know is that this is very consistent, and as per Nitrodon, we have a Hey Buckethead. So this is a legitimate run now.
Hey Buckethead!
Over here!
Hello?
Yeah, it's one of those things, kind of like suplexing the train in FF6. There are certain dialogues we want in a couple of these sections where Vaughn shouts. Hey Buckethead is one of them, the other is much later. Don't listen to Andor's lies!
Yeah, one of my personal delights with this game and speedrun is there aren't a lot of important mini-games in this run, and I know a lot of Final Fantasy games are known to have mini-games. This one only has 2, really, if you consider the one in the Salika Wood with the Moogles one, that's 3, but otherwise there's not a lot, which I personally like.
I know. You might count the chops also.
Correct.
You got tall, but you're all bones. You eating?
So now Vaughn's in a secret room. Has to find a secret switch that's about 10 paces in front of him.
Really grown.
Meanwhile, we have all the Bible thumps on the right side. I create every tin.
You'll cry. You're gonna cry. You always cry. See? You're crying.
No, I'm not.
Okay, that comes after the boss fight, but whatever.
Well, then. I mean, you know. Let's end this.
Dad?
Yeah.
And now it's just about time to meet the leading man.
And let him teach us about gambits. Who wants to explain gambits when we get there?
I guess I'll explain Gambit since it's probably my favorite aspect of this game and why I love it so much. FF12 also has a unique battle system, which is called the Gambit system. And in my opinion, it's probably the coolest part about FF12. It makes it the most unique, and no other Final Fantasy game really has a battle system like this. And how it works really is you have Gambit slots in your menu. And it works on a priority system. So, you can have one. Let's say you have 8 Gambit slots. Whatever you have in your first Gambit slot is going to happen before anything else. But if whatever your first Gambit is set as, can't happen, if there aren't any enemies to attack, but let's say I have a potion to be thrown under 50% on the second Gambit slot, then that will happen. So you can pretty much customize your AI for every single character. You can have them set to do whatever you want. But the cool part about it is that you can turn off gambits whenever you want. So if you want to control every character manually, you can do it. If you want to have a character have a really perfect AI that you've made, you can do that too. And it gets you so much customization for what you want to do with your characters and how quickly you want to do it and everything. And it gives you just so many options for what you can do, and I love it. So this is pretty much me that go for it.
Not to mention all the strategy and tech that goes into gambits and having them on or off at certain times, what we choose to do manually or set up a gambit for. There's a lot of thought that goes into it. Right here he's unequipping Balthier's weapon just so that he can attack a little faster. That's to hopefully save a little MP and time in this next section, because the gambits he's setting up now, which are fire gambits, he's going to be controlling Balthier and having Vaughn and Fran cast fire on enemies to get basically their steals for Gil and their drops and LP. The XP is negligible. And having Balthier use his attack with his unarmed attack is much faster than using his gun, even though the gun deals a bit more DPS, contrary to what some people believed at first.
So
here
go for it. You're stealing with Balthier and having Vaughn and Fran kill it at the same time so we can get the loot. And we're doing that to a total of 8 enemies before the guards, or 6 enemies and then 2 later. I can't remember.
Yeah, there's gonna be a guard fight coming up, and with the way we have the LP routed, like I said earlier, we used to just run through this area, but with the changes that we made a while ago, it actually ends up being faster to kill these enemies now. So before we get to this guard fight, we're gonna need to kill 8 different Stealings and/or Gigantoads. They both work the same for the LP, so you prioritize Gigantoads over Stealings because they have better drops, but Stealings are the next best thing and the only enemy on that first screen. So you want to get as many Stealings as you can on that first screen, because the Stealings on this next screen take 2 fires and an attack from Balthier, so it ends up being slower.
Alright, and BFA, you should probably talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, Flobber is fighting BFA. Pretty much the same strategy that, who was on Team
BFA, BFA being Braska's final Aeon. For those who don't know or remember.
So the haste on Kamari basically gives him an extra turn so you can kill the pagodas if they revive. They did not revive for Toju, I think.
Right, no, it didn't.
More often than not, one of the pagodas, or at least one of them, will respawn, and you have to kill them.
Wow, but in this case, neither one of us are getting it by the looks of it.
That's pretty damn rare.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's just empirically, I think it's 50% for each one to respawn. So
yeah,
25% chance that neither of them respawns.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it before, but basically the only thing that changes is that if they start moving, you have to just throw a grenade with Kamari before starting to fire Gem BFA, which is not a problem because you have enough turns anyway. It's just a slight time loss.
Yeah.
Yeah, interestingly, if you try using haste with Tidus, then there's a small chance that both pagodas will revive, but Tidus will get a turn between those two points.
So Freddy's going to taste the save crystal here right before going into this fight. This is a deceptively important fight because if you notice, Vaughn, Balthier, and Fran are in the party, but there's also a fourth character who is going under the name Amalia for now. And since she's a guest in our party, if she kills an enemy, no one in your party gets the experience or LP from it. And every enemy we kill until about 45 minutes in is necessary. We have it exactly routed out. So as you can see, there was 4 guards and we have a 4 chain, which means we got all of them with the correct characters. Sometimes Amalia rather can steal one of those, which would mean we'd have to kill something else extra. And then now we're in the first unskippable cutscene of the game.
You'll cry. You're gonna cry.
Yeah, there are scenes that look like this, and they're pretty much unskippable. So the only breaks you get in FF12, the longest one is about, let's say, 70 seconds.
Yeah, I actually just recently timed out all the unskippable cutscenes in the game, along with like maybe 1 or 2 loads. And out of all the breaks in the entire game where you don't have to touch the controller, or maybe you might have to do like 1 button press, it ends up being about 7 minutes, about 7 to 8 minutes of not having to touch the controller in this game. So, you know, compared to something like FF10 where you're not having to touch it, you know, minutes at a time.
Hey, compared to the scene after Seymour Natus alone.
Right, which is just 10 minutes of not even having to touch the controller. So not only does FF12 become one of the longest Final Fantasies with cutscenes, but without cutscenes, it also becomes one of the Final Fantasies with the most gameplay in it. So something special, I guess, about FF12 is that, you know, you are almost always doing something. So it is kind of brutal. So now we have the Flans fight, going to work in the same way as all the other enemies that are killed. And you got the Carmel Steel there, which is a pretty good steel.
Wait. Okay, no, that was only one. It was both. It was from Flancy, and then it showed another message for a second there. I thought he might have gotten 2 caramels, which would be awesome for Gil.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you also saw that Balthier used first aid to get another immobilized
Yeah, he's about
thing.
to do it here. There's 2 chests in here. So he's going to have Vaughn cast, or rather Balthier cast first aid so he stands still, while Vaughn comes in this alcove, grabs this dagger chest, and then comes back to Balthier.
Also happens to be very useful for getting mana for both Fran and Vaughn, because they're out after that fight, and I need them right here.
Right. Yeah, the MP is pretty tight here since Vaughn and Fran are casting fire all the time. And I guess one thing, just if it wasn't obvious from before, FF12, I believe, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, FF12 is the first, and I think only Final Fantasy game that doesn't have consistent chests. Pretty much every Final Fantasy game that I know of, if there's a chest, it has the same thing in it every single time. FF12 is the difference for that. So another thing I guess that would make this run like not as consistent is you know, because of that, you know, there's chances for chests to spawn, there's chances for to have an item or a weapon or a gil or anything. It does change, I guess, how you would go things rather than knowing what you're going to have in a chest every single time.
Yeah, basically how it works, there's a spawn chance when you enter the area, then when you pick it up, there's a chance for it to have gil and a chance for it to have 1 of 2 items. And the chances vary per chest. Like some of them, for instance, have a 100% gil chance, so they always have gil. They might have a set amount of gil or random. It varies greatly.
Right, and Freddy is doing a quick little menu here before he gets into the first proper boss of the game and speedrun, named Firemane, one of my least favorite bosses in the entire game, because since it's still in the very beginning of the run and we don't really have our final setup, it makes things really random, not only to mention that Firemane is a very random boss. So first thing you'll notice here is that they're fleeing in the water. What a lot of people actually don't know is that if Firemane is standing in the water, he takes double damage. It makes sense, I guess, because he's a fire horse. 20%, excuse me. And also, if our characters are standing in the water, they also take half damage from fire attacks, I believe it is.
Yes, that one.
Right. So, the big move that Firemane uses is called Bushfire. When it's activated is, I think it can happen pretty much any time after, 90 or 80% of its damage has gone down. And he hasn't even used it once yet. I probably just cursed that, but it was probably going to happen. But, one Bushfire with that much HP remaining is absolutely phenomenal. A very good Firemane so far, I would say.
But it might trigger another one right away or something.
Yeah, I've definitely had it happen before. We'll cast Bushfire, do like one regular attack, and then another Bushfire. Bushfire does a lot of damage, it takes a lot of time, it makes him teleport. It's just not a good attack, and as you can see, we got another one off.
And he's
Well, it
still
only
a
makes him
potion
teleport
there.
if he's in the water. Okay,
Yeah,
he's still a potion there.
The reason you steal from Firemane is because it can have a Phoenix down. It's uncommon steal, I want to say, and
that was a very acceptable Firemane, I would say.
Yeah, and steals are worked on a tier system. The way it works normally, and the only way you'll see it happen in the speedrun, is it checks for the rarest item in succession up to the most common. Basically, there's a chance for each. There's common, uncommon, rare, and very rare. So enemies can have up to 4 different steals. Firemane, I believe, is one that actually has 4 different things you can steal from it.
I think it only has 3. It has Potion, Phoenix Down, and it has the rare steal of Grimoire Tail.
Grimoire Tail is the most uncommon.
Correct. I've only gotten it once in my life, I think, for a run.
I want to say there's a high potion in there, although I may just be misremembering.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just know those 3 for a fact.
Alright, so here's a small battle against Daguza.
Right.
Just some random guy who is mean.
Yeah, this is supposed to be the standard prison cage grudge match, I guess. What's something, I guess, possibly that the developers overlooked when they made this game, you lose all your equipment after you defeat Firemane as a part of the story plot, but if you have spells, you can still use them, which is more powerful than items already, so we end up just casting fire on them for a really quick fight.
Yeah, and you get fire and cure when Fran and Balthier join the party for free,
Correct.
So you don't even have to buy them. And I also just checked, Skate, you are absolutely correct about the steals. It is only Potion, Phoenix Down, and Grimoire.
Okay.
Oh, it is Phoenix Down, okay. Couldn't remember if the uncommon was High Potion or Phoenix.
Is Zero Skull ready? I'll be done in like a few minutes, maybe.
Yeah, I think Zero is ready to go. He's in the channel, so definitely just give him a shout when he's good to go.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Waiting.
Okay.
It's still a few minutes away, I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, I can't resist. In these cutscenes right here that Freddy's skipping, we learned that Bosch lives!
So is there one more summon you have left?
Yeah,
Flaubert?
just Balamut.
Okay.
And then you, Yevon, and that's it.
Alright.
I'll call time on the Phoenix Down animation is complete.
Yeah, feel free to start whenever Flaubert says time.
So yeah, one of these chests always contains 777 gil up here. The others contain always gil, but a random amount.
So right, one of the chests has a value between 1 and 333. The second one has between 1 and 555, and the third one always has 777. So he got decent rolls here. And then you'll see here, Vaughn's going to come over here and try to hit this switch, but Balthier's going to tell him you can't because there's no electricity. And then Vaughn's going to cast Cure, which seems really random, but you'll see why in a second. So he's going to cast Cure. He's going to tell Vaughn to cast Cure again. So now he's stayed put by that switch. Balthier is now going to talk to Burrow, who allows him to get the tube fuse. Now, instead of having to walk all the way back up there, he just switches back to Vaughn. So it's another one of those instances where you're using an action or an item to immobilize a character. So it's to save, walking. So that saves, a good, 20 seconds not having to walk all the way back up there. And then finally he'll buy Blizzard, which is going to be really useful for this next dungeon. And then finally hit the switch to open the gate and then do another menu. And you notice when he goes into the license menu here, Balthier is going to have exactly 35 LP. And to get the 3 licenses he needs, it'll cost 35 LP. So that's what I was mentioning before when I said that, everything that he kills here is for a specific reason, like you have to do it.
Strictly speaking, you don't need this LP here. The most important part is that you have enough for Vaughn to get fire for the first bit, but it saves time to do it now because you're in the menu anyway, and you aren't going to be entering it again for a little while.
Right.
Also, it's worse in the dock. Much worse.
But don't worry, I'll give the energy back if you ask nicely.
Sticking it sword with the helps too.
Clock's ticking.
So this will be the second unskippable cutscene. That's also another thing. Not only is there not really that much downtime in this game, but 7 of the 8 unskippable cutscenes in this game are pretty much within the first half of the game. So pretty much after the first half, there aren't really any more cutscenes to just sit down on or anything. So once you're about after that halfway point, it's really all just focused the whole time. So I guess unfortunately it's all just gotten out of the way at the very beginning.
Also, we've heard these cutscenes far too many times.
Yeah, no kidding.
You're telling me with the FF10.
But I'll cheer until I can't cheer anymore.
Just coming up to the final boss for a bit of a swag finish.
Swag finish, huh? I'm curious.
This is my story.
Yeah, it's pretty good. A stroke of good luck, shall we say?
Zombie strike on Lulu.
Nice.
I love it. Alright, Zero, get ready on time.
Time.
GG, Flo.
GG, dude.
GG,
Nice
thank
run,
you.
man.
Good job, man.
GG, congrats.
Thank you very much.
Do we have a final time for Flobber?
Time is 10:34:18.
Very good job, Flobber. Absolutely.
Excellent
Yeah, pretty
run.
happy with that.
Nice.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Now I feel bad about my 1052.
Nitrodon, one of the OG FF10 runners around here. So I don't know what Freddy's time is at the moment, but I am, even though I am on Team Mog, I would like to give major props to all the Team Choker runners, definitely hanging in there from the beginning of the race, being behind. You all have cut your deficit by a significant amount between FF2 and FF12, so really, really great job from you all on Team Choco.
And we should probably explain this area in addition to saying good job, because this is actually one of the more, strictly speaking, technical places in the run.
I would easily say this is probably the area for the first hour and a half of the run that is the most difficult to get for, runners just starting the game.
There's a lot of menuing. Basically, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be stealing things with one character and casting magics with the other two again, but you don't want to kill the tiny mimics with magic because you need to conserve MP for the bigger things. And oh, nice, you got a remedy there. That's worth a decent amount of gil if he has to sell it. And this is all for gil primarily. That is the main thing you want. The items are iron scraps. Those sell for a decent amount of gil. You can get quite a few of them as steals and drops from the battery mimics and as drops, but not steals from the tiny mimics. And then green liquids from the flans that he's going to be fighting in a little bit here.
I don't know exactly what Freddy's doing here.
He seems to be battery mimic we usually don't fight.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried on Gil, so this is my backup strats.
Okay.
So another thing to keep in mind, battery mimics are weak to ice. Flans are weak to fire.
Right, and that's why we have our gambit situated just so. So you notice that Balthier is almost always stealing, but you'll notice here that Vaughn is stealing. That's because one fire and one blizzard kills these flans, but two blizzards would not. So throughout this, the rest of the dungeon, when we were having to kill flans, either Vaughn or Fran will be stealing from those flans. And generally speaking, you want to steal with the person who has the least amount of MP, since stealing doesn't cost anything, and you can balance MP usage that way.
So you can see Vaughn now has a lot of MP because he didn't cast on the last couple things.
Right, so now he's going to have Fran do it.
So, yeah.
Bosch is dead, which probably doesn't matter at all.
Right, that's also another useful thing here. Just like before with Amalia, Bosch is a guest in your party. So not only will he steal EXP and LP, but he also doesn't get any of it since he's still
well,
a
he
guest.
He doesn't steal anything, he just reduces the amount of XP you get, which is largely irrelevant and actually technically beneficial because we do not want Balthier to hit level 13 for a reason we will explain much later in the run.
Yes. That's also a difference, one of the major differences between NTSCU and PAL, which we'll get into later as well.
PAL doesn't have that glitch?
One of the versions of PAL doesn't.
So Bosch dying is kind of bad because he does contribute some of the offense.
Right. I mean, just to put it in perspective for you all, I'd say Bosch dies for me when I do runs just about the same time as he does for Freddy. But you don't really want to bother healing him, but the longer he does stay alive, the better. It does make some of these fights a little bit quicker. He does do quite a bit of damage even for early on in the run.
Not so much now, but it's there. It can be useful. It can be the difference between a 1-round or a 2-round KO or not. It becomes better after this little section when he actually gets a sword, and then it will be a consistent 1-round between the two blizzards and his attack on the battery mimics.
So this is going to be the final switch that Freddy is going to need to hit here in Barheim. And now he's going to check and see if there's a Mage Master chest over here. He's not actually going to kill this flan. Oh no, he is going to go ahead and kill it. Again, like he said before, he's just going to be sure he has enough gil so that he can do Dustia too. I personally had a run earlier this week that didn't even have enough money to do Dustia 2, so it's definitely something that happens and something that runners manage in their head.
And I've had it happen in a race.
Yeah.
What did you
it's
do?
one of those things you gotta be thinking about. Freddy, are you running a timer?
I accidentally started it late, so I just stopped it.
Okay.
So no, I have no idea what my time is.
Generally, a good time for being right where Freddy is right now is between 57 and 58 minutes, just for the record.
It's on
That's a really
59.40.
good time for this fight. I'm really still an hour right now? Damn.
But yeah, I'm gonna back out now. Good luck with FF12.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks,
All right.
Zeth.
Thank you.
And I guess another shout out while we have a little bit of time to Maelstrom and Sereth and everyone else who's been running this behind the scenes. It takes a lot of work to make something like this happen, even though it just seems, just 2 streams on another stream. There's a lot that goes into all this stuff, tech and everything. So, after this marathon or even during, if you happen to see Maelstrom or Sereth or anyone else, I know we've all put a lot of work into it. So thank you to them. And Freddy's gonna touch the save crystal here and save. Or not save, just heal up. Something that's also kind of different about saving in FF12 is that since our characters are in low HP for the majority of the run, and save crystals
we should wait
restore...
till we actually get there.
Yeah. Just saying in general, saving costs more in FF12 compared to most games. So it's another one of those reasons why FF12 is just a sick mistress to run, that's for sure.
And another thing worth mentioning is that when we used to farm skeletons for guild, this is exactly where we did it. They only spawn when the charge is below 50%, and you can see it's at 100% right now. It's much easier to have it high up with killing a lot of things, with the battery mimics feeding their charge back into the electrical system. But you could just go around farming these skeletons, and as long as you made sure no one got too close to that battery mimic, it would just sit there the whole time.
Until it doesn't. Depends on how you do it or something. I'm not sure what happened. It used to work perfectly for me, then it stopped working.
I've started being paranoid, and it's worked. Yeah, I've started being paranoid in what little work I've done on the Order of Ambrosia route, which does both grinds effectively. It grinds skeletons in addition to what Freddy's doing. That's the effectively 100% route. If you want to check out what it is, look up Order of Ambrosia clan rank, and that'll explain it. It's pretty much everything in the game. And I don't know, it's been working for me again.
So when you see that now... Okay,
the battery mimic didn't come out.
Alright, so you see that after we got to the room with the save crystal, basically in the cutscenes when you enter the room, Balch got a sword. And you're killing battery mimics much faster now.
Yes. And we have Zero Star coming up on Rogue Tomato. Hopefully he gets a clean one. And while Freddy is about to go into the second major boss in the game, Mimic Queen.
Which is also a split.
Correct. Mimic Queen, as far as I know, I don't really know of any lag reduction strats in Final Fantasy games, but at least in this run, it's the only lag reduction strat we'll use. You'll notice that when Freddy starts the fight, he's going to be not even looking at Mimic Queen or anything, just the gate behind him. And the reason for that is that if you were to just look at Mimic Queen, you have 3 people casting Blizzard at once in a small area, and about 7 or 8 enemies as well. So all that together, the game's going to lag a lot, but since you're not actually looking at them, it reduces it a lot. So that's why he just has the camera pointed at the gate behind him.
Zero Star with a combo there too on Rogue to Part 1.
Two hits.
Yeah, that's very, very good. He is going to get targeted by this wolf though, so that might provide problems.
We're kind of over-leveled for Mimic Queen, so all you do is spam Blizzard.
Right. Also,
Mimic
another
Queen
difference
used to
between
be a
this
bit
and the older
iffy,
route.
yeah. Because you wouldn't always do enough damage, and sometimes you'd just flat run out of MP, even if you had both of you running in circles the whole time, and would have to finish it off with a YOLO gunshot or something.
That's the Mimic Queen split, whoever's running the splits?
Yep, it is.
So this will be the third unskippable cutscene in the run. As you can see, that's 3 right there within the first hour, and there's only 8 of them, I believe. So.
To think Dalmascan air could taste so sweet.
So I know Freddie was talking about being worried about his gil. This is really the last opportunity if you needed to salvage any more gil. You have these wolves and cockatrices that are going to be on the way between here and the Nalbina Fortress shop, which is where Freddie will be heading to get everything he needs for Dustia 2.
I think I'm okay, but it'll be close.
Right.
And
so
there's always the last-ditch backup strategies of getting, talking to Tomaj, going to the clan hall.
Right.
Yep.
I would say if you haven't been able to figure it out yet, I'd say one of the most important parts of learning this speedrun, I'm sure Freddie and most of the people in here would agree with me, is that FF12 runs have a history for never going 100% right. There's always going to be one boss or one section or something like that that doesn't go right. So
or two or three or four.
Correct. So when you're learning this run, not only do you need to know how every part of the run works, but you need to know alternative ways for every part of the run and how they work. Because something is almost always guaranteed to go wrong, but you don't really know what it's going to be. Not only that, but then everything in the run can pretty much go wrong in some way, shape, or form. So you're actually almost having to learn two different strategies for every single part of the run, and it's definitely a lot to take in. I know personally, one of my favorite parts of watching Zero Scar, the Team Choco runner, learn this game is that he actually has a lot of experience running this game. Zero Scar actually did a low-level playthrough of this game, which is on levels 1, 2, 2, 3 through 3. And just with his knowledge of the game, he's able to do a lot of backup strats and stuff like that really well as Freddy. Freddy has a lot of really good knowledge about this game. So now you'll see Freddy selling just about everything we have in our inventory. And this is the whole reason that we don't do skeleton farming anymore. All this loot that he's been collecting since the very beginning of the run, it all comes down to right here. This is the whole reason we need it. We need to be able to have a minimum of 47 Phoenix Downs. So, 47 times 250, I believe, is 11,750, which is a pretty tremendous amount of gil to have at this part of the run.
And you saw him sell the elixir there. It's fortunate that we don't actually need that elixir, but he needs that 777 gil now.
Correct. So, as you can see, he has 46 Phoenix Downs, so he's literally having to sell just about everything in his inventory to be able to afford it. It's really important that you get this skill, though. So now... Yeah, you managed to get it, dude. It's
wasn't as bad as I was fearing.
Right.
Still had to sell it extra stuff.
It was definitely a lot, but I would say that's more than acceptable for a run.
Yeah, ideally he'd be able to save the elixir, at least one of the eye drops. Those are pretty much it. Antidotes you generally don't need, but you do want an eye drops later for one specific boss.
Yeah, in case the boss gets blinded.
Exactly. But we'll cover that later if it comes up.
Right.
Almost forgot to say.
So again, this is Dustia 2. Instead of the 8 Dustia like we killed before, we're actually going to kill now, since we bought 47 Phoenix Downs, 47 Dustia. Which sounds like, why just 47? Why just 8 Dustia? We have the experience LP, everything routed out pretty specifically in this run.
Yeah,
So
this is basically to get the exactly levels 11
21.
and 21 respectively.
Correct, for Balthier and Vaughn.
Well, for Vaughn and Vaughn.
Well, correct, yes. Oh, for the 2 Dustias, yes, that's correct.
Yes, one thing that's worth noting is that even though characters out of the party right now technically gain XP, Balthier and Fran will not be getting any XP or LP from this because, I don't know, that's just the way the game is coded.
Right.
Because they're temporarily out of the party. Although I'm not sure why Penelo works the way she does.
It's really actually fortunate, though, that Balthier and Fran don't get any experience out of this. Otherwise, this run would be a lot more difficult to do. And again, we'll explain that more when it comes to it. But yeah, you're seeing Freddy using 2 blizzards on himself. Now he's going to have to attack himself once. because again, you need to be below 10% maximum HP, which is going to be 35.9, and now you can see he's at 9, which is perfect.
And you saw him start fleeing at a very specific time in his ATB there. That's to prevent comboing, because if you are fleeing, the fleeing thing is up as the combo would start, that gets cancelled.
Right, like I said when around Rogue Tomato, anytime you don't have a ranged weapon on, you are always eligible to combo, whether it be against yourself or an enemy. So, comboing yourself here would obviously result in death. That's why you can't flee too early because the attack won't go off, and you can't flee too late because it won't count. So it's a pretty tight window for when you're eligible to flee and have it so that you can't combo yourself. Also, something that might be a good thing to answer right now, you see that Dusty is dropping loot, but Freddy is not picking him up. And it looks like Zero Scar got a 2 crystal, by the way. Or he's gonna go for it anyway, he's just doing the crystals. But yeah, the reason we do that is because there's this thing called chain levels in FF12, and it depends on how many enemies you've killed of the same type. Depends on what your chain level ends up being. And the better your chain level, the better the drops you get. And the two things we're looking for here are Books of Orgain and Flame Staves. Flame Staves are what we use in the run as weapons, so we do want at least 2 of those. But the reason that he's not picking anything up is because in this game, if you don't pick up any drops for a chain level, you're guaranteed to increase your chain level between 6 and 10 kills. So he just got kill 6, which means between 7, 8, 9, or 10, he's going to increase his chain level. Getting that chain level really early is going to increase his chances for getting Flame Staves and Books of Orgain, which is what we need. And I would say... I would hope that the other runners would agree with me. This is probably what has ended the majority of FF12 runs. This is probably the biggest reset point, at least for me anyway. We need a minimum rather, of at least 21 to 22,000 gil. And there's nothing really you can do, except like we manipulate the chain level to get a better chain level so we can get better items, but other than that, it's really all up to the game.
Yeah, and we don't actually even know the exact mechanics for how chain levels work.
Right.
We have definitive proof that the best stated rules for it are wrong, but they're close enough that you can trust it for the most part. And anyway, the basic gist of it is the higher your chain and chain level, the more and better items you get. There are 4 different chain levels. Freddy's on chain level 1 right now. It's 0,
right.
1, 2, 3 is how we typically express it.
Also, note that Freddy did get that chain level at kill 8, just to show what I was talking about earlier.
That's pretty average statistically.
Yeah.
That's what I forgot to do.
Oh,
Turn
Freddy
down?
Yep. That's the thing.
Okay, so Freddy just died.
Fortunately, it was early. It was only a few minutes.
Yes. So, Freddy just died there. That's going to gain Team Choco a few minutes back. FF12 has only been done 2 times in a marathon as a speedrun ever. The first was done at Crystals for Life by Nitrodon and Alec, and the same one was for Scrubathon 3, and I ran FF12 for that at the last minute. Freddy was also supposed to run at that, but he had some computer issues. But when I did my run for Scrubathon 3, I killed all 47 rather, Dustias. And on the way back to Rabanastre, I died. A rare 20% chance, I think it was, Nitrodon.
It's 20% for it to spawn.
Got Fideliant or what?
Yeah,
yes.
Fideliant lunged him. It's 20% for it to spawn, and there's several attacks that it could have used, so the chances...
Of it using lunge?
As far as I can tell, the chances of it showing up and killing him there were under 1%.
Correct. It's out of every speedrun I've ever done in my life, that is the run that still haunts me to this day, because it would have been my best run ever if it weren't for that. But yeah, this is actually only the 3rd time ever in the history of RTA for this game that this run's been run in English anyway for a marathon. It's a very underrun Final Fantasy between... It actually is the most underrun Final Fantasy between 7 and 13. Just the execution in this game really is brutal. If anything ever goes wrong in this game, it's most likely because you forgot something. Whether it be changing your battle speed or having one thing equipped or anything like that. It really just is an insanely brutal game to run with no real breaks, never being able to forget anything. You can definitely salvage stuff. Like I said, there are backup strats, but it really just is a insanely brutal run in terms of execution.
And I want to take this this opportunity to mention, I know I've seen a lot of people saying in chat that FF12 is very random, and yeah, there is a lot of RNG in it, but actually most of the things that kill runs aren't RNG, at least
Correct.
In my experience, Freddy's experience. It's forgetting something important, like mirror mail is the big one that's kind of a meme because everyone has done it.
That's right, and I think it's a very common misconception. I tend to complain about like Dusty RNG and Jelly RNG and stuff like that a lot. There isn't that much RNG in the run, but the RNG that is in the run heavily dictates the run. So let's say we grind for 45 minutes in this run. I've never typed or timed it specifically. Let's say we grind for 45 minutes of the run. Yeah. That 45 minutes of grinding dictates probably about, let's pick a number, 35%, 40% of how the run goes. Would you say that's right? Like just with the gil, LP, everything. I'd say that's probably
not
about
far
accurate.
off.
And
if you don't get much gil, there are a lot of backups and slower things you have to do, like using manual cures instead of potions and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So I guess that's why, you know, a lot of people think that this game is really RNG heavy. I wouldn't say that at all. I would say it's more brutal with the RNG that you have to deal with, even though it's not there. But like Alec was saying, after the RNG in this run, pretty much, I would say pretty much, not always, but pretty much, if something goes wrong in the run, it's your fault.
Yeah, in this case for Freddy, it was because he didn't notch down the battle speed twice. That means that it's like a 99.9999999% chance that Dustia will not get Dark off before the Phoenix Down Gambit has the Phoenix Down thrown. One down is semi-reliable, but you should never, ever, ever count on it. Right. I've actually once had Vaughn get killed at this battle speed, but it has only happened once. It is the only time that any of us has ever had that happen at battle speed 2 off max, so we just go there because you do actually need to damage down as
I think
you
he's
can
at 3
get
off
heals.
max, actually.
Yeah, just being extra safe, but it takes a little bit longer to damage yourself down if a heal from one of the drops heals you out of critical.
Right.
Yeah, starting at chain level 2, I think.
Yes,
you can get
he got
healed.
chain level. Oh, go for it.
You can, the drops can do stuff like heal for 10% of your HP, heal 10% of your MP, protect, shell, that sort of thing.
Right.
I don't think protector shell can happen until the second chain level, but it might just be super rare.
But does the healing even happen on the first chain level?
Yes. I know for a fact. It's healing happens on the first one, and then you can get protect and shell. They're on chain levels 2 and 3. And that's a flame staff for Freddy. That's very good. So Zero Scar got targeted by that wolf, but he dealt with it absolutely correctly. Uh-oh. Wow. Okay, so as you can just see there, Zero Scar comboed. Thank goodness he comboed it on the first hit. Because as you can see, when the combo ended, one more hit would have killed him. So that was very, very, very fortunate that he got that, but it's also quicker that he got a 3 combo right off the bat. So
saved before Dustia 1, so
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's also worth noting for the first round of Dustia, you turn the battle speed all the way down because there's also reaction time to consider.
Yeah, Dustia 1, you're manually throwing the Phoenix Downs, but with Dustia 2, you're using gambits, so it ends up being a little bit more automated with Dustia 2.
And I'll just give you the numbers here for heals. Chain level 0, obviously no chance. 1 is a 10%, 2 is 20%, and 3 is a 25% chance of healing 10% of your max HP. And because you have to be under 10%, that guarantees that you have to deal a little bit of damage to yourself in order to get Dustia to spawn again.
Right. And that's really what, when we're talking about flee canceling, so you can't calm yourself, that's where it really comes in to play. Also, something we haven't really mentioned, you'll notice, since both players are doing Dustia right now, Zero Scar is doing it in one place, and Freddy is doing it in the other place. And you might wonder why that is. Another, like I said, that the Japanese runner Eminon, another thing that we took from him, we noticed that he started doing Dustia over here, and where Freddy's doing it.
Freddy,
yeah,
Freddy zoned out early.
Yeah, he accidentally left the screen early. No problem, though. But we were wondering why he did that. It's all farther away from Rabanastre, and it just really didn't seem to make sense. So I actually went in and timed it one day. And it actually ends up being faster. You end up getting a faster load in the zone that Freddy's doing it for some reason. We really don't know why, but it ends up working. Like the math is there to prove it. So we ended up going over to this zone. But if you can notice, like if you look at where Dustia spawns for Zero compared to Freddy, the Dustia spawns a bit farther away from the zone line. So it's really not a spot to try farming Dustia if you're not very experienced with it. But it does pay off in time, even though it is farther away from Rabanastre.
And only in the second time, because otherwise the load...
The time save wouldn't be worth it.
It's just not enough. Yeah, it doesn't cancel out the extra travel time. Even with the so many chains doing 47, it's still only like a 30 or 45 second time save overall.
I believe, if my math serves me correctly, with the slowest way to get to that spot, the maximum or the minimum amount of time you can save is about 33 seconds. The maximum amount of time you can save, if you have like the perfect setup, no heals, anything like that, is 1 minute and 13 seconds. So the time save, depending on how it works, how you get it in the run, is has a big range, but it does end up saving time in the end.
And if you have enough gil, you can even take a chocobo out to the zone line, and that saves a few more seconds.
Right, that's where you get that maximum time save from.
You need amazing gil luck in Barheim, though, to get that. It is pretty uncommon.
Yeah, and if you notice there, when Zero Scar left the Wester Sand, he did chuck a potion there at the end just because that wolf was a little bit close to him. Ended up working out, though.
And now you see there, Freddy got 3 books of Orgain from that drop. That's something that you get more later on, and you really hope for, because in order to get the 21, 22k plus gil that you need to easily go on with the run, you need 2 flame staves no matter what, because you're going to use them. You're not going to sell the first 2 you get. It's only the excess. Flame staves give 1200 gil for each excess one you get, and each book of Orgain is worth 532 gil, so you do need a fair number of drops. Now, one thing about the zone here is that Freddy will typically see if he gets Flame Staff in addition to any books, because he's farther away from the zone line picking it up. Otherwise, it's what we would call a hidden Flame Staff, because you wouldn't see it until you go to sell your items much later. And yeah, those are pretty much the nicest thing you can get, is a bunch of hidden flame staves. If you're not seeing that, you think you might not have enough gil, and then all of a sudden you end up with like 35k plus.
Also, I'll imagine Freddy will be checking how much gil he has at the earliest spot possible, just to confirm that he has enough gil to do what he needs. And as you can see, Freddy got the second chain level there on 29, which is, I'd say, average. It's not, I mean, that's a pretty normal as far as it goes.
And I'll actually go ahead and say that that's one thing that one instance where it's, according to the stated mechanics, statistically impossible for him to get it there just because of all the drops he was getting before then. He also just got healed, so he's going to have to damage himself again. But the counter lowers. There's a counter that goes up as you kill enemies in a way that increases chain, basically the same type, same genus. And there's also
go for it.
picking up drops lowers that, so that's why he wasn't picking it up at first.
Right.
And because he was getting drops around then, his counter, according to the stated mechanics, would have been at a low enough number that it technically shouldn't, but like I said, we don't know the exact mechanics, and he got it anyway there. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it isn't good, but in this case, it is generally good for Dusty, I've noticed, whereas the mechanics tend to stick a little bit better or less in favor of you for jellies. I don't know why.
That's another heal for Freddy. Also, just a minor thing to mention, most people tend to think that you see Freddy's getting, 2 books of war gain, 3 books of war gain. The amount of multiple drops like that you get is actually not dictated by your chain level, but similarly it's dictated with how many of the same enemy you've killed in a row. So if you're on kill 34 and on chain level 1 or 3, you still have the same amount of chance to get multiple drops. It's not dictated by your chain level, but rather the number, how many you've killed in a row.
Conditional on getting that drop.
Yeah, and if you see a flashing chain number...
That's another heal for Freddy.
Yeah, he's getting a bunch of heals, but that flashing chain number means that the second increment, the one that would lower the counter for increasing chain level, does not increment. It's basically just a time where you can pick up drops for free, and those are always nice to get. It's like a 10% chance to get them, I want to say, and then they have a 60% chance, I think, of continuing on to each successive kill. So it becomes very statistically unlikely to keep that for a while, but it can last for quite some time. Freddy just got another heal.
And Zero got the elixir. It's a 90% spawn and despawns the Zodiac Spear, but who cares about the Zodiac Spear?
Yeah, it's always fun when that elixir does not spawn, though.
Well, if it doesn't spawn, you get the 316 gil chest in the confiscatory.
Yeah, but it's still not 777 gil if you have to sell it. Ooh, Freddy just got a 2-book, 1 flame staff drop, I noticed that.
So now he has 3 flame staves, so he's pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing pretty decent on Gil from what I can tell.
Yeah, I picked up a lot the last 10 kills or so.
And that was an MP heal. That doesn't matter one bit.
Yeah, the MP, it's exactly the same. It's 10% of max, and the chances are the same. But
and by the way, I plan on checking my inventory as soon as I'm done.
Over here!
Just to be sure.
Oh, and something we haven't mentioned that came up a few times, MP regenerates as you walk around.
Hello?
Yes, and certain areas actually regenerate more MP than others, though you don't get to one of those for some time.
His first one's in the Tomb of Wraithwall?
Yeah.
Over here!
And I'm sorry to say that Team Choco's run is not legit. There was no Hey Buckethead.
Oh well. So every some number of steps, you gain 1 MP.
And that is... I don't know the formula on it, I don't care. Basically, the lower your MP, the faster it goes up, and the higher your max MP, the faster it goes up. So if you're at, like, 52 out of 70, it's not going to go up very fast. But if you're at 5 out of 400, it's going to go up much faster.
I don't know, it's been my experience that it goes up at the same rate regardless. Well, except if you're in heavy mist, in which case it goes up at triple the rate.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to notice the difference there because it's more pronounced, but there is that difference.
One more.
Also, a fun fact, the image for the Nethicite that Zero's picking up here, it's actually copyrighted. Don't ask me why, but it is. And Freddy just finished up his 47 Dustia. He's checking 32 books, which is on the low side, but he knows he has a few staves, so he should be good. And he's specifically running back through this area because of the Fideliant enemy in the other area that
and it's slightly
Skate
faster.
mentioned. Yes, it is, I think, about 1, maybe 2 seconds faster to go this way.
Yeah, I'm looking at like 18k gold or so right now. Which is low, but I have backup strats for that, so...
18k is very doable.
Just not preferred.
Oh, you have what, 3 or 4 flame staves?
I think 3.
I saw
Yeah,
3
that's-
visible.
That's fairly tight then. Because the books give a little over 16k.
So are you going to check at the first opportunity or wait until Bujerba?
Bujerba. The only time I was going to reset if it was like 14k or no book, no stabs rather.
Yeah, one of the more notable backup strats, which is much faster than redoing the Dustia grind, is to go into the clan hall. And the best time to do that is after getting the Belias Esper, because you have to do some stuff in Ravenaster there anyway. It teleports you, the game takes you back there, and each boss and such that you kill gives you a little bit more stuff. Not to mention the bonus from actually getting the Belias Esper, so that's the ideal time to go there if you have to.
And our last trip to Old Down.
Also the only one where you face towards the door going out.
So now Freddy's just doing advancing the plots in Ravenaster. There's going to be a lot of running around before we get to some real action. So Zero is doing the stealing from stealings and stuff. Watch him right now.
Oh, he got a teleport stone, nice. That's the rare. It's the rare steal from stealing, and it's also, I believe, the most valuable thing they have.
Well, if you sell it, it sells for 100.
Yeah, Bat Fangs and Windstones are less than that.
Bat Fang is actually 105 gil.
Oh, it is?
And you can steal an arm guard, which sells for 400 gil.
Oh yeah, the arm guard. That is, that's the rare steal then.
Yeah.
Teleport stone would be uncommon.
Or maybe teleport stone is rare and arm guard is very rare.
Actually, let me check. Common is Bat Fang. Uncommon is Teleport Stone. Rare is Arm Guard.
Okay, so Freddy just talked to Tomaj again to turn in the Rogue Tomato hunt from way back.
Yeah, luckily you can do that whenever you want, and since we have to come back here anyway, we just wait to do it while we're in here. Instead of going out of our way to come get it, it's not necessary.
It actually makes it quick about it taking so long, too.
Right.
Yeah, most important thing, though, is that he gets the Teleport Stones there. Teleport Stones before jellies are actually really tight. So...
You get exactly as many as you need.
Correct.
Yeah.
If you were not to steal any from any of the stealings, you would run out on the very last one you need.
So, also teleport stones. Are you seen an orange save? You saw an orange save crystal much earlier. Which gate is it? Southgate.
Southgate. Yeah.
Yes. Southgate. Is where it has the teleport crystal. There's teleport stones as opposed to save crystals, or teleport crystals rather than save crystals.
Yeah, you'll see another. You'll see another gate crystal just now, and when Freddy enters Gajerba in a few seconds.
Right.
Yeah. For all of them except Rabanastre, which starts off as discovered, you need to touch them to be able to teleport there. He doesn't need the one in Gajerba, so he's just going to ignore it. But there are going to be two later on that he needs to remember to touch, or else he will lose a couple minutes. And Zero Scar getting the 4 chain, all 4 kills in the judges fight, is ideal, so he won't have to do any extra kills in the Garm Scythe waterway here.
Provided Amalia doesn't somehow finish off a flan.
Also,
no,
you still guest. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, she becomes a guest here, so you still get LP if she kills one of the flans.
That was derping.
Something to note when Freddy touched that teleport crystal after he bought the stuff from Dustia, that since he has touched that teleport crystal, it's eligible to be teleported to, and we'll actually be teleporting back to that crystal about like halfway through the run. So that's another one of those things. We could have gone somewhere else to buy and sell all that stuff. I think actually walking back to Rabanastre is quicker, if I remember correctly, but since that teleport crystal is right there,
anyway.
Right. And since that teleport crystal is right there, we just go to it.
Well, quicker.
Yeah. But since we need to teleport back to that crystal later in the run, it ends up being faster in the end to just touch it there.
Yeah, about what, 4 hours in?
Going down to the town there.
Oh, are you gonna buy 2 extra Phoenix Downs too, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, Freddy, when he bought everything he needed for Dustia 2, he got the minimum amount of Phoenix Downs, which is 47, because we kill 47 Phoenix Down, or Dustia rather. But for a fight coming up later, if one of your characters dies, mainly Vossler, it's very, very bad. He's the one dealing most of the damage for that fight. So not only is Freddy going to go ahead and sell all his Dustia loot here, he's also going to buy 2 additional Phoenix Downs since he only got the bare minimum when he sold stuff for Dustia 2. So let's see how he ends up doing on Gil, and he has 18,600, which is not really good. Like that, if Freddy were doing a real run right now, he most likely would have reset.
Yeah,
but like I said, just about anything in this run can go wrong. So this is just another backup strat for us. So not what we want, but it is definitely recoverable if you know what you're doing. Absolutely.
Yeah, most things are recoverable. More things than you'd think.
Yeah.
And Zero, with a bit of good luck there, getting a Phoenix down to the chest that Freddy got a dagger from.
Right.
It's a little bit better. Dagger sells for 100. Phoenix down you need anyway and is effectively worth 250 gil. That other chest that had the Fang also can contain a Phoenix down. It's supposedly 50-50, but in our experience it's more like 20-80.
Yeah.
I get the Phoenix down pretty often out of that one, actually.
Confirmation bias.
Obviously.
So yeah, the area Freddy's in right now, the Lucio Mines, he is only here to progress the story. He will be going for 2 chests, especially with his Gil situation right now, both which have a small chance of getting a weapon that sells for a pretty good amount of Gil. The Killer Bow out of the first chest coming up after this screen, and the Assassin's Dagger on the screen after that. Pretty low chance, but I know we've all seen one at one point or another, so definitely going to be worth going for that here.
It also used to be in the nascent North American versions of the route where the trickiest grind in the game happened.
I am so fortunate that, by the way, Freddy got a Knot of Rust out of that first one there, which could have had the killer bow. But yeah, I was fortunate enough to start running this game just after what Alec is about to talk about got taken out of the route, thank goodness.
Yeah, I'll talk about it in a sec. First, I'll mention again that we have a fire main fight going on at Zero's Street. So, again, luring it into the water, stealing from it because it can have a Phoenix down. It takes 20% more damage and deals less damage with fire in the water. And looks like he's having decent initial luck with bushfires. We'll have to see how the rest of it goes. It's an incredibly random and therefore frustrating fight. So anything can happen, although it's pretty unlikely to wipe there.
It has happened.
Yeah, mostly in the old versions of the route because you'd be lower level.
Yeah, the only time I've ever died to Fire Main was back when we grinded skeletons, thank goodness.
Yeah, we'd be at level 8, 9, 9, and here we're at 11, 12, 12.
Right. So not only are you doing more damage, but you're taking less, and we're gonna see if Freddy gets this Assassin's Dagger, and he gets 44 gil. Again, not likely, but something you definitely go for.
Especially when you're low on gil.
Right.
So now Freddy's running away from the Gamnon.
Right, and now, like, if you kind of want to explain, this was, there was 3 major things cut out of this run, pretty much all at the same time. There was this, which was the Gammon farming, then there was the skeleton farming, and then finally 2 techniques that we cut out.
Actually, there was a pretty decent gap in between a lot of this. I'll get to that after I explain the Gammon farming. It's the first thing that I cut out of the route when I looked at it after the initial Crystals for Life run. Basically, it's a way to farm a lot of LP relatively quickly. It was about a 10-12 minute grind. You had to get dark, and it would basically be repeatedly KOing Bagamnon's lackeys. Bagamnon himself would be healed, but you'd be getting 5 LP for each one of them that you killed, and then you'd be zoning around in such a way that you could just keep killing them over and over again, but zoning out before they disappeared permanently. There are a couple things that complicated that. You needed the charge technique because your casters would run out of dark. Rinnock also would love to use jump repeatedly and wreck you, so in the Crystals for Life run I actually just killed Rinnock off intentionally. And it was also pretty demanding on your attention, so it's definitely good that it's not essential and was actually pretty easy to run out. But that's the first thing that I did. Then I think the second thing was the change to the Tiamat fight using Cypress poles. Then the Traveler technique was added, and then finally the early game route was brought over when we saw what Emanon was doing.
Right. Yeah, the Cypress poles for Tiamat are pretty much required. Without Gammon grinding, you don't have enough LP to do the usual stuff.
Traveler came about the route at the same time as the new early route as well.
Not to mention the fact that it's just playing faster than reflecting dark on it. Like, even without Traveler, it's faster by a good minute than the old reflect strats we initially used.
Yeah, we'll see the reflect stats soon. Soon enough. If you want a preview, I hope you were watching the Valia Pyrrha fight in FF9.
So yeah, coming up for Freddy is the second minigame. Really the last one in my opinion that's significant. It is the Notoriety minigame. And pretty much what he's going to have to do is testify to everybody in Bujeraba that our good friend Bosch, von Ronsenberg, that he lives. Bosch does indeed live. So he's gonna have to.
But Andor says he died. What are you talking about?
Don't believe him. Do not believe Andor's lies, folks.
Don't listen to Andor's lies.
Correct.
Just don't listen to Andor's lies.
I'm not believing him either.
Also, never forget, I'm Captain Bosch von Rosenberg of Dalmascus.
Good old Hawk Snore. But yeah, what he's going to be doing is he's going to be going around Bijerba, telling everybody that Bosch lives, and pretty much there's a specific kind of NPCs that are going to make your percentage go up by 20%, which is a lot more significant than any other one, which is going to make it go up by, like 4 or 5%. Are you doing the bar strat, Freddy?
Yep.
Okay, so there's 2 different ways you can do this. One of them's more consistent, but the other one's faster. So he's going to be going into the bar, and where there's about 3 or 4 of those special NPCs. And if he can get it just in the right spot, he's going to be able to get it only in about 2 or 3 shouts, too, if he gets it perfectly. He's going to talk to one person outside of the bar and then the rest inside the bar.
2 is highly unlikely. I've only got it once or twice.
Right.
Also, that certainly qualifies as a clamor. Alright, Vaughn, get to it. For the girls' sake, eh?
Oh, and it's also, there are some there's another type of NPC that lowers your notoriety by a large amount.
Yeah, there are the Parijanas, which are the ones that raise it by a lot. They're the ones with the books, and then the more soldier-like ones, the Sainikas, are the ones that lower it. I think they lower it by either 25 or 50%. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've had that happen to me. I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, back in casual, I kind of sucked, and I thought they lowered it all away because I was never that high.
Alright, let's see if he gets it. Starts at 26% and makes it to 76%, so he should just need... He'll be good to go. And there we go.
3 shouts.
3 is definitely like... Yeah, that's definitely the norm, I would say.
That was the safe 3. I didn't try for the 2, really.
Right.
Yeah, if you go a little bit too far forward and are in the precise position otherwise, then you can actually miss the one on either extreme to the left and to the right, and then you have to do a 4 shout.
Mimics. They disguise themselves as all manner of things, then strike when you're least wary.
So now we talked to Andor, and he arranges for us to get put in prison, so we can rescue Amalia.
Yep.
And then Zero's starting Barheim here, so it's worse in the dark, much worse. Clock's ticking.
Much worse. So let them get too close to one of those conduits, and they'll suck it dry. But don't worry, it'll give the energy back if you ask.
Yeah, Zero's stream is going to be the more interesting one for the next couple minutes, because Freddy is mostly going to be running around with Vaughn, doing a little bit of damage tech to manipulate Vossler, the guest who's about to join, into critical HP. Because when he's in critical HP, he uses the balance spell, and that is the primary strategy to finish off the judges that are guarding the princess he's trying to save.
Right. The 2 Phoenix Downs, the 2 or 3 additional Phoenix Downs that Freddy bought in Bijerba is for the fight that Alec is talking about. If Vossler gets, picked off, which is definitely likely with the kind of attacks that the guards or the judges can attack also, and he's in low HP. You really don't want him to die, so those Phoenix Downs are pretty essential.
Yeah. This game has
precaution.
This game has aggro mechanics for for how it influences which party member an enemy is going to attack. Casting a black magic or other magic like balance is going to draw a bit more aggro. Being in critical is going to draw more aggro from some things. It varies from enemy to enemy, but he tends to draw some hate, and then while their normal attacks don't do a ton of damage to him, you can usually just safely push him back up without getting him out of critical. If they use tri-attack, that's insta-kill at that HP, so you need to use a Phoenix Down to revive him to get the damage back.
Yeah, tri-attack is what, 34% of max HP?
Yeah.
also can inflict slow as well.
So Vaughn's getting ready for the strategy for the most of the run.
Yep, so he's going to equip one of those flame staves we got from Dustia, and it's going to be 2 fires from Vaughn, 1 fire from Balthier, and a regular attack from Boss. Should put him right around in that critical HP value, and we'll see here when he goes into the next door how close he got. I want to say it's somewhere around like 190x to where it's like critical or not for him. Somewhere
20%.
around there. Yeah.
It's around 220-ish. That's kind of a low number. So Freddy's going to be a bit more vigilant and ready to toss a potion on him in the judges fight. Simply because you can get up to the 210s and still have him in critical.
Yeah,
Freddy, are you going for Reflect Gamut twice or once?
Twice, because money.
Okay. So yeah, one of these chests that Freddy will be going for coming up is going to have a chance for a Reflect Gamut, which is an item that instantly casts Reflect on all your party members that are in range. And that's going to be useful for one of the fights coming up, and 2 of the fights coming up if he actually gets both of them.
Yeah, there are a couple places, like there are 3 places where it's pretty convenient to use them. One is at the very end of the game, one is in the Garuda fight because Vossler's a guest then, and it makes it a little faster, and then there are a couple other fights that you can do it. One against the boss after Belias, who we shall not name just yet. And there's one other place where I've thought about using it, but I can't recall where it was.
I've seen someone use it against Gabrants too.
Right, that's what Alec was talking about. So if you were to use it on Gabrant 2, which is like insanely later in the game, and Freddy's having issues trying to get this last chest right now, which is a shame, because Vossler got a balance off. So not only does that reduce his MP by a little bit, but now he's also taking damage. So he's probably going to be throwing a potion at Vossler at some point in time, whether it be right when the fight starts or on the way over. So that was a shame. That's the risk going for those chests. You pretty much have to have not frame perfect inputs, but pretty close to it.
I'd like to say what balance actually does.
Yeah, go for it. That's a good thing to describe.
Yeah, it hits all enemies in a certain radius around the targets. And
from now known as AoE area of effect.
Yeah, AoE, yes. And if it hits, which it sometimes sometimes misses, but when it hits, it deals damage equal to the difference between the caster's max HP and current HP.
As you can see right now, is close to 800 HP, so that's going to be dealing a significant amount of damage. Vaughn, even with a pretty good weapon on right now, the flame staff is only going to be doing about 230 some damage a hit, so 200 versus 800 makes Vossler a very significant part of this fight, which is why we bought those Phoenix down. So he's going to start off by running into a corner, which is going to group up all the enemies, and then he's going to just go ahead and start attacking. This is a very unique fight. Similar to Final Fantasy Tactics, if you've ever played Tactics, and as you can see, Vossler got picked off there, which is why we got those Phoenix Downs. But and similar to Final Fantasy Tactics, there's a very high amount of battles in the game where you don't have to kill every single enemy who you're fighting, just 2 particular ones, and in this case it's going to be Judge A and Judge B. But since balance is AoE, which means it attacks multiple targets, usually those other ones will end up getting picked off as well. And
also, they have lower magic resistance, so they're more likely to be hit. Oh, right. Mage Basher on Zero's screen, so that's a nice
that's definitely a nice pickup. Sells for a pretty good amount of gil.
And we get a victory screen.
Yep. This is actually the only time in the entire speedrun you'll actually see this victory screen, because in every other time, it's skipped with cutscene skips, but for whatever reason you can't skip this one. However, if you weren't to skip them for other fights and you got to them, you can actually skip them. So, definitely worth not skipping them, of course.
Yeah, in other fights there's a cutscene between the boss and the victory screen, even if it's only a death animation.
Right. So, we have to come in here as part of the story to rescue Ash from the prison cell. but since we're here, there's actually some pretty important spells that we'll be getting. This is just another example, just like with the Reflect Gambit, is that something we'll be getting right here won't even be used until, 3.5 hours into the run. And even later for some of the other spells, but this just ends up being the most convenient spot to get it. So he's going to buy the Gambit Self, which is going to help him do Gambit menus a lot quicker. He's going to buy the spell Reflect, which is very important. And then he's going to buy Dark, which we'll use for, the next 2 bosses. And then finally Immobilize, which will be used for some tech later in the run.
And 1 boss.
Correct.
A couple bosses.
Oh, well, used on 1 boss. And used on on Redis and for a few other bosses.
Right. So now we just finally have to get out of the Leviathan to fight the first judge in the game, which is Judge Geese. Actually is a really, really cool strategy. And it's also going to be another example of how you're going to see that we're going to have 3 characters that are going to be in the fight. And this is also going to be a first example of, this is pretty much the strategy we'll be using for the rest of the speedrun. It might be different spells, it might be different setups, but the what's actually happening is going to be what happens for the rest of the speedrun. And this is, I'd say, probably the very first example in the speedrun of where if you don't get it exactly right, it won't work. Also, something very dangerous with this fight. So in this game, and I mean a lot of games too, but it's a particular problem in this game. LP and experience are very, very tightly routed. So if an enemy kills himself in the game, they die. So you win the fight. But you actually don't get the experience in LP from them. So if Freddy doesn't manage to kill Judge Geese here with the 9 darks that get cast, he won't die. And it just happens to be around that point where Vossler will cast Arrow on your party, which isn't a problem. Geese. Oh, sorry, Geese. Geese will cast Arrow on your party, which won't kill your party because you have Reflect on. But since you have Reflect on, and Geese will be very close to dying, it has a chance of him killing himself. And if Freddy doesn't get that LP, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's like 22 LP or something like that. It's a significant chunk, and it's
absolutely.
It's very tight up through Elias, especially.
So Freddy's going to go for this Phoenix Down chest here, and then after that is going to be the biggest menu in the speedrun so far. He's going to be doing a lot of licenses, a lot of gambits, and finally party switch and an equipment swap. So we'll go ahead and let Freddy do that. This is pretty much just setting up Ash and Pinello in the same situation that Vaughn is, so that they all can cast Dark and Reflect. So we'll go ahead and let him do that while Zero Scar is about to approach Mimic Queen, so whoever's running the splits, get ready for the split on that.
And Judge Geese is also a split.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So be ready for both of those. Zero will probably get to it close to the same time as Freddy does.
So yeah, if you saw the FF9 run, Valia Pura is the kind of a preview for this strategy. Well, it is.
Also, something to briefly note with licenses is that licenses just don't cover spells and equipment. They also cover something called augments, and also you can get gambit slots from them and stuff like that. And one of the ones that Freddy will be getting here is called Spellbreaker, and it is the reason that we do the strats that we do for this run. When you have the Spellbreaker augment bought with license points, anytime your characters are in critical HP, they will do more magic damage. And since, as you can see for this fight, we're going to be casting magic throughout the rest of the run, it becomes significantly important. Pretty much any fight in this game, if you don't have Spellbreaker on and use these strats, the boss probably isn't going to die, which means you will in turn die.
Specifically, it's double damage, so it's just a straight-up ×2 multiplier to the damage that they would normally be dealing with the magic.
×2 to damage, status effects, probability, and healing. Although that last part isn't that relevant.
So if we're also going to be casting buffs throughout this run as well. So if one of your characters is casting Decoy or Berserk or something like that, if they're in critical HP, it's always going to land. I don't think I've ever seen it not land when they're in critical HP. But if they're not in critical HP, it has a chance of missing. So that's also a very important note with Spellbreaker as well.
Same type of thing with Oil later.
Mm-hmm.
Except it can miss against Hydro.
So yeah, that's a Mimic Queen split if it hasn't been split already for Zero. Looked like a pretty solid fight.
Where are we?
And now Freddy will be going into the Geese fight, noting that everyone's going to have Reflect on, and then you can see everyone's getting ready to cast Dark. So it's important to note that Dark is cast on yourself, not the enemy. It's being reflected off of your party, which is significantly important because all the spells we're going to be casting on ourselves are AoE, so it's going to bounce off of everyone. So if you have 3 people in your party, all 3 casting it, 3 spells times 3 people is going to be 9. So you're actually getting 9 damage, 9 darks being thrown off rather than 3. So here we go. He's going to position the characters right behind Judge Geese so that it doesn't hit any of the other characters. Looks like that dark's not going to hit Geese, so he is going to be missing a couple darks. So we're going to hope that Geese doesn't kill himself here.
He actually intentionally held back.
That was a
I'm not sure what that was.
I think Geese killed himself.
So
I think so too.
There
I
was
think it was by
one,
like a frame.
So the last 2 damage rolls that were shown there were a 405 and a 186. The 186 came from Geese's arrow. The 405 came from Freddy's darks. So we're not too sure. Like, they pretty much happened at the exact same time. That's usually what you use to determine if Geese killed himself. So if Geese did indeed kill himself, Freddy's going to be in trouble with LP. But
yeah,
just like with everything else, there is a backup strat. Let's see what we got here. 38. I think that's good.
The thing is, I've been killing so much extra stuff between Barheim and I'll be killing some all rounds here that it should be okay anyway.
Right. You are going to kill all rounds no matter what?
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, he's going to get another. He has enough. He's going to get another 20 LP from Garuda and Demon Wall together. He doesn't need it until Belias. And yeah, 38 plus 20 is 58. He needs another 7. He's going to kill at least 7 Elrons, I want to say.
I'll just make sure to kill 7.
Or kill a random enemy somewhere else at some point, because he might as well. It's going to be faster at that point than doing the Firaj strats.
So Zero Scar here is getting ready for his Dustia 2 menu, so let's hope he has enough gil. Again, you're going to need a minimum of 47 Phoenix Downs, which in his case is going to be 11,000 gil even, since he had 3 Phoenix Downs going into the menu, so let's hope he has enough. Looks like he's in about the same boat as, oh, he hasn't even sold his weapons yet, so he should be good to go. He also got that Mage Masher for 350, and the leather cap as well. Also a reminder to Freddy, oh, never mind, he's doing all around farming. So yeah, Zero Scar steadily approaching 10,000 gil, so, or he needs 11,000 gil rather, so he needs to make up another 1,000, which with selling that elixir, he should be able to make no problem. Alright, so Zero's going to be good to go. I don't think he's going to be able to do the Chocobo, since he didn't have enough gil, but he's definitely going to be able to have enough for Dustia, too, which is good. Also, the 4th unskippable cutscene in the run right now for Freddy. This is usually my bathroom break, if you can deal with it really quickly.
I can't really do it if I'm doing Alarones, unfortunately, because if I'm slow, then they'll cast Reflect early.
Yeah, not only are there not a lot of breaks in this run, but they're also very short. So it's definitely definitely short breaks and not really a lot of time to do anything. Just while I'm thinking about it, the Japanese version of this game, which I run myself, every time there's an unskippable cutscene in this game, in the Japanese version, it's text. So with that and Turbo on, it's even less of a break. So running this game in Japanese, it gives you not even more or less breaks. than the English version does.
Yeah, and this is something that we don't normally do in the speedrun that Freddy is doing here. He's stealing and reflecting dark to kill Alrounds. The important things are the succulent fruits, which sell for a little over 300 gil apiece, in addition to the LP that he's going to need, of course. So you see there, he's got pretty good rate on the steals. They typically give more through steals because it's their common steal than you'll get through drops. So you definitely want to be stealing from them.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to take a small break for bathroom. I forgot to use the bathroom, so I'm just going to take small time loss. I'll be as fast as I can.
Okay.
So I'll be right back.
So this is all-around farming thing you've backed up.
Yeah, this like Alex said, this is definitely not a normal thing you would do, but is a very well-known backup strat. So this should be the last all-around he kills. Yeah, Vaughn didn't get his reflect off in time there, so he ended up getting killed. And that all-around did a 4-hit combo on Ash. That's a shame. With 2 parries.
It's mostly okay, actually, because, you know, the all-around was already low enough health, and Vaughn doesn't need the LP, so whatever.
And you get a free heal.
Right, you do get a free heal going into Garuda, so Vaughn dying there is not a big deal. We won't be killing anything between now and Garuda.
In fact, it's actually kind of unfortunate. We'd rather not have the heal there, because then we'd be able to crit the casters to take advantage of Spellbreaker on the run in there, but instead they enter that section of the run at full health no matter what we do.
Yeah, for those wondering in chat, Zero had to take care of some business real quick. He'll be back very soon, so no worries. If it makes you feel better, Freddy's actually lost more time than Zero's taking right now, so Team Choco, I think, will still be in the lead for this run so far.
Who are we making feel better now?
Hey! Team Mog wins.
Team Mog. Go Team Mog.
Commentators aren't biased at all. But as a runner, go Team Mog.
Well, I know more people on Team Mog than on Team Choco, so...
Right.
Pretty sure Team Choco would be ahead at this point if it wasn't for Final Fantasy II.
Okay, so Zero's back, like you said.
Yeah.
Also,
too strong.
I guess since it's kind of downtime for both runners, this is something I've been wanting to talk about for a little bit. You'll notice that Zero Scar is on Dustia 2 right now, but he's not in the same spot that Freddy was in when he did Dustia 2. So with that, I'll go ahead and just take the time to explain all the differences between the different versions of this game. So Zero Scar is running on the PAL Black Label version of this game, which, like I was saying before, isn't a big deal for FF12 because the game is run differently. It's based off your CPU of your console rather than the frame rate of your region. Unfortunately, one of the side effects of FF12 on PAL is that animations go slower. So this is a known time loss that Zero takes, even though he could run on NTSCU, but he doesn't have the equipment for it. It's one of those fortunate things you get in FF12 being able to even have the chance to run on PAL, so it's not like a big deal. But like I was saying with the faster Dustia spot, the distance you have between the Dustia and the loading zone is bigger. So not only is the Phoenix down animation slower, but the Dustia kill animation and the drop animation are all slower. So he could run on that spot, but you have to be even more on point that we are on English. However, there is still a problem with PAL. In America, we have the greatest hits versions for games that have been out for a while, and they kind of just re-release them for a little bit of a cheaper price. They have the same thing in PAL regions called Platinum Hits. But what they decided to do with the Platinum Hits version of PAL is they patched out one of the glitches that is extremely, extremely important in this run, which is the underflow glitch. So it's not like you're free to run on PAL no matter what. You do have to have the original Black Label version of the game, which is what Zero Scar runs on.
Well, I'm sure you could try to route in an Indigo Pendant.
Right, I mean, you'd have to significantly change the strategy of the route, so just to clarify that with PAL. I've already mentioned a few differences with the Japanese version. Memory cursor works a little bit differently. Enemies have very slightly different AI. They spawn in slightly different locations. Cutscenes that are unskippable in FF12 on English are text in the Japanese version. Again, it's Japanese and English for the most part are pretty much the same with the small minor differences. English and PAL Black Label again are pretty much the same thing for the exception of animations and a few spellings. Black Label PAL is pretty much the same as PAL except has the underflow glitch patched. And then finally, you have IZJS, which I mentioned at the beginning of the relay, which is by far the biggest change out of any of the versions. They completely changed how the license system works. There's a lot of brand new items. Chests are probably the biggest, another huge difference in that game. Chests are, for the most part, 100% consistent, but they don't spawn again. Also, you can find spells in chests, techniques in chests. It's a lot different. Right. Which is one of the best items in that game. But on top of that, IZJS has the underflow glitch patched as well, and it also has something called a speed up button. In that game, if you press L1, it's a non-momentary toggle on, toggle off switch, so once you hit L1, the game runs at like 200% speed. You end up running all over the place. It's really, really fun to watch, and it makes grinding a lot quicker when you're playing the game casually. But because of that underflow glitch, just like with PAL Platinum Hits, it completely changes the run. There's only been one run of IZJS ever done by a guy named Kalen Nenko back in like late last decade, 2008, 2009, something like that, maybe even 2011. And then IZJS also has something called Trial Mode, which is actually something I'm personally looking into at the moment. It gives you 100 fights back to back to back, saving at every 10. With all increasing difficulty of fights, you'll fight some of the Espers again. On the very last fight of the game, you actually fight like 4 or 5 judges.
Okay, I hate to interrupt you, but
it's a good time. But yeah, just to show that there are differences between every version of this game. But yeah, Nitrodon, if you want to go ahead and explain what's happening here right before Garuda for Freddy.
So Garuda. Freddy's about to fight Garuda. First, he's getting a save prompt, and he wants Pinello to lead so she can get damaged.
Yeah, like I said earlier, we'd like to be able to damage the caster, specifically Ash and Pinello in this case, because Vaughn is the tank/caster, down to critical HP. Oh,
everything
still
okay,
reflected.
Freddy?
I forgot about Reflect.
Yeah, technically he should have kept them out. So he's gonna have to wait a little bit.
Is it gonna go away after the free heal?
No.
If it doesn't, you can still wait there anyway.
It does not go away there.
Okay.
But yeah, so he's going to have.
I have to reset.
He's having Pinello in the lead here, just so that Garuda will attack her and hopefully knock her down to critical HP. There is also a pretty good chance that she will not be in critical, in which case we'll have to knock her down to critical for the Demon Wall fight, or also a chance that she could just get comboed to KO, and in that case, well, Phoenix down.
Or put to sleep.
Yes.
That happened to me once,
that's one of the worst things that can happen. Yeah.
Sleep is probably the least bad out of all of them, because if you have the gil, you can just buy an item to cure that, or you can run down to the merchant with someone else, get her armor, and then have someone hit her unarmed, and it won't deal any damage, but it'll wake her up. Or if you want to deal damage, have them attack with the right weapon.
To people watching the marathon right now, if you want to see what happens in this Garuda fight, don't blink, okay?
Oh, and also worth mentioning, Garuda is weak to dark.
Yes. So everyone's going to cast Reflect on themselves, and then he's going to put a Reflect on Vossler, so that all 4 party members are reflected, and Vossler doesn't die. But it's also important to note here that Vossler's Reflect runs out before all the 3 of them, so he's going to cast Reflect on him last. And then also another thing to kind of talk about, like we talked about before, Saving does kind of cost you in this game because you want characters in critical HP, so he opted to take the free save that happens before this area, because if he were to touch the save crystal and save after this fight, then Pinello wouldn't be in critical HP anymore. So as you can see, it's going to be 1 round of Reflected Darks, and that's it.
Yeah, and he actually...
took some hits.
Yeah, he ran Pinello back a little bit too far. Garuda really likes to target whoever's closest, so he got Vossler a little bit closer than Pinello for a bit.
So he's going to use Vaughn and Ash to crit down Pinello here. Perfect. So now she's in critical. Be sure to ATB reset Pinello. Yep.
Yeah, ATB reset. Talk about it.
Yeah, sure. So that's another mechanic that will be used heavily throughout this run. We call it ATB resetting. And what that does, it's an insanely useful thing they put into this game, and it makes sense too, so the game doesn't mess up. Anytime, like let's say you're having a character cast, we'll pick Arrow onto an enemy, and you realize at the last second you don't want that character to do that. How this game is designed is that anytime you switch a character's equipment in any way, whether it be taking it off and putting it back on, or just putting on something different, it cancels that character's action, because almost every time you change your equipment, you're changing your stats. So
also animations.
Right, any kind of animation.
Affected.
Right,
because they render the weapons that you have.
Right.
And shields.
So let's say there is a little bit of a cooldown for throwing Phoenix Downs or High Potions. So if you want a character to be able to immediately do another action, instead of having to wait for that cooldown, you can also ATB reset them in that way, which is we will be doing both very significantly throughout the run. And an example of there is why he ATB reset is because Pinello was about to hit herself. Ash and Vaughn both hit her into critical, so if she had hit herself, she probably would have died. So being able to ATB reset her action there made it so that she canceled her attack action, and also it made it so that she wasn't targeted anymore. That's also something that a lot of people might not know about this game. You can't switch party members in and out of the game if they're being targeted, whether it be by someone in your party, themselves, or an enemy. So ATB resetting her not only made her cancel her attack action so she didn't kill herself, but then also she didn't become targeted anymore, so she gets taken out of the party.
And a couple things here. The ATB reset also cancels basically a little bit of a cooldown animation in between attacks. That's going to be used in several times. I don't know if you mentioned that.
Yeah, I did.
And also he's running with Balthier here because he doesn't want Bosch to get hit by specific attacks. That Demon Wall can do some things like inflict dark status on Vossler, which is why you would want to have, ideally, at least 1 eye drops, or it can cause the
and another fun fact for the casual players in here that might not know, you actually don't have to kill that first Demon Wall. It is completely optional. So that's why we do have to kill the second one, and we just ran right past the first one. But this one is mandatory, so we're going to go ahead and try to kill it. After the Garuda fight, Freddy went to the shop and bought a couple things. One of those things was Arrow. So one of the menus he did in between Garuda and now is set everyone's gambits to cast Arrow rather than Dark, because it does more damage.
And also Cherry Staves.
Correct. Cherry Staves buff wind magic, and since Arrow is a wind spell, we're going to be able to kill the Demon Wall in 1 round, as like so.
And he
also,
had Ash in the lead just for her to take a little more damage, so it's that much less for her to take when he is going into the Lias.
Right, so now that Ash has killed, Freddy got the all-around farming so he could make up a little bit of LP, and now we've killed Garuda and Demon Wall. So now that Ash is going to have enough LP to successfully use Spellbreaker, now that she's in critical HP and has the LP for it, right before Belias, he's going to license Spellbreaker. So since you kind of have a little bit of downtime right there, we just crit Ash down on the way to that door. Also, it gives time for the 3 characters to lose the reflect status so we can recast it again before Belias.
And gain a little more MP.
Correct.
And you saw Ash block the flame staff hit from Vaughn. I think that's fortunate because that might have killed her.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, we can do another roll call, I think, since it's been a little bit through the run. We have Freddy on the left-hand side if he wants to say hi real quick. He hasn't been really talking much since he's the actual runner. So yeah, he's going to go ahead and license that Spellbreaker license like we're talking about. As you can see, only 1 LP left, so he really had to, you know, wait until everything was done, and I'm glad he did that all-around farming.
Yeah, usually if Geese kills himself, that's just run over automatically.
Yeah. We have Zero Scar on Team Choco. I don't know if he is available to say hi.
Hello.
That's Zero Scar on the right for Team Choco. We have Alec K47 here on commentary. He is one of the older FF12 runners in terms of like the history with the game. He's been actually only finished his first run recently, but he's been doing work for this game for years now. So
too
really
much
happy
running,
to see
not
him.
enough running.
Exactly, but he's been such a big help with a lot of the route that we have for this game. So really fortunate to have him on today. We also have Nitrodon, also in pretty much the same situation as Alec. If you want to say hi, Nitrodon.
Hello.
He had he was really the only person in for the English community that had a run finished for a long time until Freddie and me came around. And also has done quite a significant amount of routing, like Alec, and him and Alec did the first run of this game at a marathon for Crystals for Life 2013.
Yeah,
right?
13.
Yeah.
It was really interesting, too, because we had to figure out, okay, what are we going to do? There's a segmented run that just went up on SDA from Yokai Dragoon, who has since updated it.
Yes.
And you know, we're trying to figure it out, and both kind of figuring out that it's actually a really, really difficult run, and it was even harder back then in some ways because of the old strats.
It's also easier in some ways because we got a whole lot of LP from Begamnon.
Yeah, right. So that grind, while it was very technical and easy to mess up and lose time on, I'm actually pretty proud of my performance there in the Crystals for Life run,
yeah,
too.
You did pretty good.
I did exactly one thing wrong, and that only cost about 5 seconds-ish.
And then I'm Skate for a living. I'm the last person on commentary. I started running this game a little bit after Freddie did. Me and Freddie, after Nitrodon stopped running this game, were pretty much the only 2 runners, and then I was pretty much the only runner of this game for about 5, 6, 7 months until Zero Scar here. He started really picking up this game, and I personally, it's been really nice to see how far Zero Scar has come with this game. I remember him coming into my chat and saying, you know, I'm going to be doing a low-level playthrough of the game, and I might speedrun. I'm like, oh, that's cool, and I'd watch him do his runs. Then all of a sudden, one day, he comes out and just starts doing runs, and it just, in my opinion, one of the best examples I've ever seen in my life, where someone who's never even really speedrun this game, just with their knowledge of the game, it just shows when you see someone running this game, like, if they really, really know how the mechanics of this game work. And we also, who's not joining us on commentary today, we also have a Resident Evil runner, Let's Get Pitted. He picked up this game kind of just randomly. He did a lot of work with this game back in the day, kind of by himself, with just, you know, seeing what he could do with the game. And ended up just coming and destroying this run. I think his first run was like 3 minutes behind my time, which is phenomenal for a first run, and then ended up just destroying the game. And he actually got the newest world record in this game for beating Freddy's run, which had stood for about 9 months or so. Really happy to see a good improved time, and I think it's definitely given a lot of us FF12 runners a little bit of a reality check with, like, what can actually be done with this game. So just seeing everybody come together with this game in the past year, at least personally, it's been such a pleasure to work with all of y'all.
Alright, so should I explain this dungeon?
Yeah, Freddy is getting ready to fight Belias. He's going to grab this elixir chest real quick.
While we were doing the roll call stuff, he touched 2 crystal things, and he had to do them in that order for 2 reasons. 1, because it's safer, and 2, because north is where the elixir chest is. So here's Belias.
He's running forward with Vaughn because Belias is going to target whoever's closest most of the time. and he actually got very close to dealing more than 50% damage there. That was pretty risky. You want to deal under 50% damage in the first round of reflects, because at 50% HP, Belias does Firaja.
Greater barrier than Firaja.
Yeah. And
that was a textbook fight from Freddy. Very well done.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you notice that it was Belias getting ready to do Firaja right as he did the last round of casts. If you're a little bit slow there or trigger that early, you will not be able to get that round of casts off in time.
And again, just a phenomenal example there with Belias. If Pinello or Ash weren't in critical HP, if they didn't have Spellbreaker, if they didn't have staves on, if they didn't have the proper magic armor on, Firaja would have gone off. So I think probably ends up being one of the first runs in the game, or first bosses rather in the game, where it really, like, if you make any mistakes at all, you're probably dead. And of course there are backup strats to that, but in terms of just getting like the fight that you want, that is probably the first extremely tight fight in the game. And as we can see, Zero here killing his 47th Dustia, so he's gonna be done with that now.
I'm also kind of surprised that you didn't go for the elixir, the extra elixir there, 50-50 shot.
Go ahead, Freddy.
Yeah, I don't usually do that. Anyway, one thing I like to mention is that sometimes you'll see me like go into the battle menu outside for some reason.
Oh, are you talking about priming actions?
That. Yeah. You want to talk about that real quick?
So yeah, right after that fight there with Belias, he ended up putting the cursor on Arrow for Pinello. And one of the useful things that's in this game is memory cursor. So what he's going to have there is the cursor ready on Arrow. So you don't actually have to use an action for it to remember it. You can just set the cursor on whatever you need. So the first thing he's going to have to do on this next fight is immediately cast Arrow in a pretty small time window. So one of the things, again, these are just small optimizations we made. Rather than putting the ATB on wait, having the entire game pause just so he can, carefully pick Arrow and choose his target, we figured out a really fast way to, just be able to pick the person we need really quickly with Arrow. And that's really what this run's all about, just trying to do everything as quick as possible, even though, obviously it sounds, arbitrary since it's a speed run, but it's stuff like that that really just what makes the second save turned into minutes, and it's what really knocks down your time for the game. So
yeah, and the reason you have to be so fast is because Vossler, the boss here, will reflect himself. It doesn't matter if you're reflecting spells off your party, because that will bypass this reflect. It doesn't reflect infinitely. But if he basically, he's doing a direct cast for that first one, so in order for that to work and not be reflected back on him, he needs to get that off pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Also, Freddy just called himself. He almost casted Arrow too quickly before Pinello could get hers off, so he turned off his gambits real quick and then turned them right back on, and then it should just take 2 rounds of Arrow and for a pretty quick fight.
I was actually really close. I almost didn't have reflect up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You called yourself.
The thing
it was by a matter of frames.
Okay, I'm gonna take a short break here during this cutscene.
Yes, this is the 5th unskippable cutscene in the run.
Can I talk about like the getting reflect off or something?
Yeah, sure.
So reflect takes effect when you see the word reflect on at the end of the animation. Same with a bunch of other status things.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end, when the ATB fills up for an action like Arrow, you see the word action show up. At that point, it's decided exactly whom it hits, and whether it reflects off them and whom it hits with reflect.
Yeah. Like he's saying, like the action, when it says action below the meter, that's when everything about who's going to get hit, damage, and all that's decided.
But
not
the animation, I don't think. But whom it hits.
Right. Like all the decisions about what's going to actually happen with your action, that's when it gets decided. But then you have the animation too. So, if you need to cancel who it targets, you can ATB reset them. But if you also need to, like, if it's already been chosen whatever is going to target, and you needed to cancel before it happens, you can do it during the animation.
So, like, if that action shows up before the word reflect appears, then someone gets hit and it hurts.
and interesting sync. They're actually both in Rabanastre right now.
Yeah. So what Freddy, he's gonna be doing one little bit of business here in Rabanastre before he heads out. He's gonna be buying probably one of the most important things for the first half of this run. It's called Traveler. It's a technic that everyone playing this game casually, I know especially myself, never even thought about what it actually does. I'll post a link in chat in a minute about what Traveler does specifically. He's also going to stop by the clan hall apparently, just to make up some of that gil he didn't get from Dustia 2.
I'm kind of on the hair's edge of how much I need.
Yeah, no, I would definitely go for it.
I haven't been here in a while.
Alright, I posted the link.
Okay, thank you.
And Freddy's going to the clan hall to get a bit more gil.
Right, just to make up some of that gil he lost during Dustia 2. So, if you got to watch, how much did you get, Zero? Or do you know yet?
I haven't checked, but from what I saw 45 books and 4 flame staves.
Okay, so that should definitely be enough.
That's a lot.
So Zero Scar's gonna be really good on Gil, so that's gonna be a little bit more time for Team Choco. That's gonna be made up versus Freddy. Freddy had to do a lot of extra farming and grab a lot of extra chests. But
25k maybe?
Yeah, something about that. But yeah, so if you got to watch FF7 or FF8 during the marathon so far,
I didn't actually get the money.
Oh, darn.
I got distracted.
Yeah, but if you watched, even FF5 or any of those runs that use step manipulation in those runs are used to manipulate encounters. FF12 actually has step manipulation, but it's not for encounters. It's for that move we just bought called Traveler. And if you look at that link that Nitrodon posted in chat, if he wants to maybe post it one more time, what Traveler does is it does a set amount of damage based on the last time you cast Traveler. So for about 4 or 5 bosses in this run, what we're going to actually do is cast Traveler in a very specific spot. Because through trial and error, we've been able to determine how, and what spot gives us the exact amount of steps we need to take. So let's say we cast Traveler, and the last 3 digits on our step counter, which in the menu, which is really nice compared to most games. Let's say the last digits of your step counter are 000 when you cast Traveler for the first time. It's going to do 0 damage, but that's not what it's about. You just want to set the last time you use Traveler. If you take,
it defaults to 0.
Right. So if you were to take 999 steps after casting Traveler for the first time, and you cast it again, it's going to end up doing 9,990 damage, which for in the beginning of this run is an insane amount of damage. It'll almost one-shot one of the bosses. So being able to, it's as long as you know how to route it, it's pretty easy damage. But the problem with it is, in order to do that amount of damage, you have to be within 9 steps. You get 9 steps of being able to do that times 10 damage. So if you don't know what you're if you don't really have any experience with Traveler,
technically 10 because it's 0 to 9.
Correct. Okay. So yeah, there's 10 different damage or step counter values that will give you that damage you want. So you have to be within 10 steps to get that, and steps don't work in a game like if you see a character's foot go down, that's 1 step. It doesn't work like that. It's just, it kind of has an in-game tracker of when you're going to get those steps. So, Traveler, the other really cool thing about Traveler is that it never, ever, 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 ever misses. The only time Traveler can never work is if, for whatever reason, you can't cast Technics in a battle. Other than that, it will always hit every single time, which is phenomenal. It would really be a shame if, we planned out all these steps and then just Traveler missed or something like that. And the other really cool thing about it is that it's AoE. Which means it'll target multiple enemies at the same time, which will
very important for a certain fight.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
2 certain fights. 3 of them are just 1 target, but the other 2, yeah, you want multiple targets.
But regardless, that's how Traveler works, and we'll showcase like exactly when it's happening when we get to it, which will be in 15-20 minutes or so for the first boss we use it on, which is Tiamat. But yeah, that was probably one of like the last big changes in the run that I didn't really have to deal with. We used to use we didn't even used to get Traveler, and I know Nitro and Alec and Freddy from personal experience can say how much it's helped in the run compared to how we used to have to do things with some bosses.
Old Sid one.
Yeah.
Did Zero have to sell at Did you hear about?
No, he got about 25k, I think.
Yeah, the Sachin Cave Palace Gauntlet, which is still tricky,
Absolutely.
even with Traveler, with Mandragoras and Aramin. Aramin's still just as bad, pretty much, but, and then Sid 1. Those three bosses used to be pretty much the worst section of the run. Now it's kind of between Sid 2 and Araman for the worst boss fight.
Yeah, Sid 1 used to be the worst.
Yeah. I think you had to buy somewhere along the lines of like 20 extra high potions or something like that.
It was at least
Actually, I
that,
think
yeah.
I bought like 51 high potions.
Holy crap.
In, after Jellies.
Yeah.
I think it was 51 high potions, 21 Phoenix Downs.
So yeah, even like not buying 51 high potions right there just about pays for a Traveler. So not being like being able to use it on one boss is fine, but then you even get to use it on a bunch of others. So it's really cool, but it does add a little bit more of a difficulty spike to the run. So Freddy rode the Chocobo all the way into Jahara, which he's gonna just have to complete some story events. So they're both kind of doing story events at the moment.
Friendly reminder, touch the teleport crystal.
Yes, this is gonna be another instance where, even though we don't need to teleport right now, we do need to activate the teleport crystal so that we're eligible to teleport to it, which is gonna be real soon. So I know at least one person in here has done that before.
We've all done it.
I can't remember if I have. If I have, it's been once, but I don't think, like, I can't remember. I've messed up just about everything else. Yeah. What's that? Okay.
You said something, Freddy, but there was a bunch of talk at the same time.
I'm just saying in my notes that certain teleport crystal is bolded in caps.
I just said that I haven't. That hasn't happened to me either.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that is like it's so easy to forget, just because you don't really save that much in this room. But you still have to touch a save crystal, even though it's not for healing or saving.
Yeah, my problem was, I'll do it later, and then I don't.
Yeah.
I'll do it on the way out. Yeah, I usually do it on the way in, so I've probably done it.
Yeah, like, I have to wait for that Gertie to load, I think, so I'll touch it on the way out, and then I don't.
So, Freddy's talking to the Gareth, which is ultimately fruitless, but Larsa is showing up at the same time, and he joins and tells us to go to Veromasace. And Zero Scar is running away from Buchanan. Looks like he just escaped.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on right now on either stream.
This is
just kind of running from A to B.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the few instances in this run where we actually get something for free, which I don't know really how common that is in other Final Fantasy runs, but you don't really usually get items for free like that. We happen to get a free bow gun here with quiver bolts, which is going to sell all together for, what, 19,010 gil?
Yeah.
19,000, or 1,900, rather.
I don't know.
10 gil.
Unit gets a lot of gifts.
Oh no, I'm sorry, it's 1950. You get 1900 for the bow gun and 50 for the bolts. Or
assuming you take the time to actually sell the bolts.
Yeah, and Freddy is definitely going to be selling everything he can, so that bow gun is going to be really important. And now, due to the story events, he gets a free Chocobo here, but I believe, and I believe this is actually the cheapest chocobo in the game, even when you have to
It's
pay
30
for it
gil.
at a total of 30 gil. Some of them cost, you know, like 1,200 gil, so it's pretty good. So here, Freddy is going to be going to the Urt Village to progress the story, but there's going to be 2 chests on the way here that he's going to try to go for. One of them has a golden amulet in it, and one of them has a red cap. The red cap you'd sell, but the golden amulet you'd actually keep, and it's one of the most important chest items to get in the entire game. It saves a total of 4,500 gil every single time you get it. I believe it's a 12 or 11.5% chance to get it all together. Including spawn and actually getting it. So the golden amulet chest didn't spawn, but he is going to go for the red cap chest. We'll see if he gets it.
And it's faster to get off the chocobo here by a few seconds anyway, simply because he got the red cap.
And he got the red cap. Very nice.
That sells for I think 2K.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he actually
Vaughn
got
reflected.
reflect off on.
That's actually okay.
Vaughn. Yeah,
Vaughn
it's not a
reflecting
big
is
deal.
okay.
Yeah, you don't have to really cast anything on him at all.
Oh,
So.
oh right, and Vaughn will actually want reflect later, except
Right.
now it won't last as long.
Right.
Wait, never mind. You walk with them, don't you?
Yeah, so like Alec was saying, even if neither of those chests spawn, you would still get off the chocobo and get back on it, so you get those 3 turbos again. Or sprint in English. It's called turbo in Japanese. Not to be confused with the turbo controller. And I think you are buying a black belt, or are you going to skip it?
I'm buying it, especially with the red cap drop.
Yeah, the one thing he's really going to buy in your village is a black belt, which I think costs 400 or 200 gil.
600.
And okay, and that's an accessory that prevents being disabled. And the next boss, Tiamat, loves to cast Disablega. I got 8, or no, I think I ended up getting like 13 Disablegas in my last run, which is a stupid amount of Disablegas. But he's going to end up equipping that on Bosch.
It's not even a spell, it's a technic. So reflect doesn't matter for disabled guy.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame. Otherwise, we would just cut. As for the enemy, it's a technic. Disablega for enemies.
Did you guys just see that?
Say what?
I got the 2 shot.
Oh, he got the 2 shot in the bar.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier when Freddy got 3. It took 3 shouts. There's a very rare instance where you can get 2 shouts if you have a really, really, really good positioning. And Zero Scar got that, and he's, I think, pretty noted to get that too. That's one of the things he's really good at compared to most runners. So, very good job on that, Zero. That's more time saved for Team Choco.
Oh yeah, and the net chance for getting the golden amulet from the chest is 10.1.25%.
Okay. So 10 and 8th. So yeah, not a very likely chest, but you would absolutely want that if you got it, because it does a lot of things, right? It gives you double LP, which we need in the run to begin with. But then not only does it mean you have less things you have to spend gil on, but it also allows you to kill less jellies too, which is going to be the next farming segment. So it's very important to get it.
Red cap is 15%.
Okay. So yeah, at least you got one of them. The red cap's definitely going to help, especially in Freddy's gil situation right now. But yeah, so Zero Scar's doing his Vaughn license going into the Leviathan. Also, fun little fact while I think about it, someone was talking about it the other day. All the summons in this game, they don't have like the traditional summon names like Shiva, Ifrit, XII, all that stuff. Rather, all the traditional summon / Eidolon / Esper names in this game are other things in the game. Like, so, the ship that...
like airships. Pretty much only airships.
Yeah, like the, I know there's a Bahamut airship, there's a Leviathan airship, one of the...
Shiva and Ifrit.
Yeah. One of the enemies you fight in the game is named Ixion, even though he's not a summon or an Esper, even though he has a Thunder Horse still. So in this, they didn't really use the traditional summon names you get in most of the Final Fantasy games, but they still kind of have serve the same purpose. You know, you have a fire summon, ice summon, all that stuff.
Yeah, the summons in this game, well, all the Lucavi from FF Tactics are in it.
Right, they take place in the same universe, so part of the Evil East Alliance. So you have Tactics, Final Fantasy XII, Final Fantasy XII, Revenant Wings, Tactics A2, and then Tactics Advance. They all take place in the Evil East
Actually,
Vagrant Story, yes.
Actually, I want to say XII is not at all. I think it's the same type of enemy as the Mind Flayer.
No, I think it's it's a Thunder Horse. It's a mark in the Thuros.
That's the Disco Demon.
Yeah, Ixion is a mark in the Thuros Subterra.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The petitioner is someone in the bar in Dolphinheim.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what it looks like.
Is not to be confused with Ixtab.
Right. Two different enemies. Or things, rather.
Yeah, Ixtab's completely different.
It's the same general type as Dustia.
Mm-hmm. So, as you can see, Freddy teleported back to Jahara because he touched that save crystal, which is why it was really important that he did that so he didn't have to walk all the way back. So now he's going to do a pretty hefty menu here. It's going to give Balthier Traveler so he can actually use it, along with getting Bosch some equipment licenses for accessories and armor, and then he's also going to get Cypress Pole licenses for Vaughn, Balthier, and Bosch so that they can use them during Tiamat. The specific reason we use Cypress Poles is that unfortunately the only thing Tiamat is weak to is Earth, and there aren't any Earth spells in this game, which is kind of silly. So this is really going to be the last enemy in the entire speedrun that we actually use attacks as our primary form of damage.
With one exception.
What?
The second half of the Brent one.
Where you're doing it, but yes, that is pretty much the only exception.
Well, you're using Redis's attacks.
Right, yeah. No, you're right. Like I said, pretty much the last one. For pretty much from here on out, for the exception of that fight, we're going to be using Reflected Magic the entire run. But since, like I said, since Tiamat's weak to Earth, it ends up being faster to use Cypress Poles rather than Reflecting Arrow, or he actually absorbs wind, so you can't really use wind, and Dark's kind of weak.
Yeah, he resists Dark.
Mm-hmm. So now here Freddy is going to sell all the stuff that he's gotten so far. He needs to buy the shielded armor, which costs $4 grand. But it looks like he's going to have plenty for that, which is good. That's what he gets for going a little bit extra mile to get all the extra gil that he missed. So now he should have no problem affording it. And that's what's going to be really helpful for the next couple hours of the run, so that our tanks, whoever we're using at the time, don't completely die so quick. And then he's going to buy a few extra Phoenix Sounds. And then I'm assuming he's going to go talk to the judge right now, which is going to give him an Ether and 3 high potions for free. Some more free items that are very rare in this run.
Yeah, so we can better help Larsa, who has an infinite supply of potions, so doesn't really need these.
Also, another difference between regular FF12 and IZJS, there's a good side and a bad side to it. So, guests in the original version of this game, you can't control their actions. They do have set gambits, but you can't control their gambits or their equipment or anything like that. So, because of that, one of Larsa's gambits is that if you're below 50% HP, he'll throw a high potion. If you're below 10% HP, he'll throw an X potion. And those are infinite. So, when we're farming jellies or for this whole segment of the run, anytime a character's at low health, Larsa's going to get our back. But in IZJS, you can control your guests and their gambits. The only thing you can't control is their equipment. The downside to that, though, is that since you can control their gambits, everything that happens is based off what you own, including items, so that you don't actually get free high potions and X potions anymore. So that's another one of those differences between the two games.
And I want to say something real quick. Zero Scar just finished the judges fight, and you'll notice he didn't actually revive Vossler when he dropped. That's because the last enemy was the other judge, and it was close enough to death that it didn't really matter.
So yeah, Freddy went for the Golden Amulet chest again and didn't get it, but got 218 gil, which is, almost a free Phoenix Down, so not a bad situation. So now he's going to try to cast Berserk on Bosch here, which we're going to need Bosch Berserked for the Tiamat fight. But we're gonna try to just get it on him as soon as possible and take him out of the party so that he's ready to go once the Tiamat fight starts, and then he'll cast it on Balthier later on between now and Tiamat. And if it wasn't obvious before, your characters hold buffs. The timer for how long their buff runs out pauses when they get taken out of the party, so that's why, just cast it on them real quick and then take them out.
And the reason he's putting it on Bosch is because Bosch deals the most damage out of all the characters with the Cypress Poles, and in a raw sense. And Berserk increases damage and also reduces the charge time of the ATB for each attack. So it's, assuming you're okay with your character auto-attacking all the time, a very, very nice status effect. It doesn't really get used much besides this, however, because of the strategies we're using.
Once more, and that's it.
Yeah.
And also a note to whoever's running the splits that Zero Scar will be having his Judge Geese split in about 3 minutes. I'll let you know when it's about to be right on it, though.
Yeah, I think it's Rory right now.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, that wasn't the Judge Geese split. The splits are fine.
No, Zero's getting to Judge Geese soon.
Yeah,
and
he's on the way to Judge Geese. Also,
and Freddy's Tiamat split will be shortly thereafter.
Yeah. Also, something a nice little little time save I just noticed Zero Scar did. He actually didn't touch the save crystal in the brig, and that's because Vaughn actually has pretty much full HP. So that's going to save him not only the time to open the door, but then to touch the save crystal, cancel it, and leave the brig. So that's a nice little time save he picked up there. And also, Freddy managed to get Berserk on Balthier first try, and notice that he just cast Traveler there. What was your Traveler number, Freddy? Did you check?
785.
Okay, so the last 3 digits
he better have checked.
His step counter is 785.
Oh, someone did.
So when he fights Tiamat,
Reflectka mode.
Yep.
Oh wow, he got the Reflectka mode too. Zero Scar did. That's very good. So when he casts Traveler and Tiamat, his step counter needs to be somewhere between 775 and 784 to get the damage he needs. So I'll definitely make note of that once we get to that fight. But yeah, they're probably going to get to Tiamat and Geese around the same time, but Tiamat will be a little bit later.
Tiamat's a longer fight, but there's also a menu for Geese.
Yeah, but a bit more running to get to Tiamat, and the fact that it's a longer fight means.
Oh right, he's over here. First. So yeah, yeah. Probably he might enter Geese before Tiamat.
So Zero Scar's working on his big menu here. See, yeah, actually Tiamat might die first, so oh, well, it'll be close. I'll make sure to let y'all know though. But
no,
yeah, they're both
no,
closely
Geese will
approaching.
definitely die first.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's going to enter the fight first.
Yeah,
Tiamat is longer.
I didn't realize Freddy was that far away.
I trick you out, take you out with the wrong move.
And the note where Freddy is right now, he's hitting a switch so he can progress, but you'll see jellies falling. We're going to be killing a lot of those after Tiamat.
Can't do it at that point, though, simply because you need Flame Staves and Fyra, and he doesn't have access to Fyra until after finishing off Tiamat.
Correct.
So you have to come back here later.
Otherwise, we would do jellies first, but because of that reason, we have to do them second.
Yeah, there's literally no... you can't buy Fyra yet.
Right.
Also, everyone gets to hear...
FF12's home siren, we get one too.
Ajinoe Tan! Ajinoe Tan! Oh wait, wrong game.
I'm annoying, huh? What?
You're not that
You'll
wrong,
notice
Freddy.
that Zero did not get the self-gamut, he's just relying on ally Vaughn instead.
Right. That's definitely one of those runner preference things. So Freddy's gonna make a quick little safety save here, and then he should be good to go. He got Berserk on Balthier and Bosch successfully, so he doesn't have to cast them here.
And Freddy's entering the Tiamat battle.
Yep, so whoever's on splits, get ready for both runners. They're both about to hit their boss splits. So I'll call it out when it happens. So for Tiamat, what he's going to start with is he's going to be spreading out all 4 characters so that whenever Tiamat casts an AoE attack, it doesn't hit all characters, which is just a way to deal damage reduction. So it's almost going to be like a 4-corner style. And then he's going to have just all of them go ham on him with the Cypress poles. And then when Tiamat gets to a certain like HP range, that's when he's going to attempt to get Traveler off. So here we go with the Judge Geese fight now for Zero Scar. Let's see if he can get the 1 round.
And Freddy has equipped the manufactured Nethicite to reduce the damage of Arrow here.
Yeah, you can see Tiamat's about to cast Arrow. We used to cast Reflect, but with the manufactured Nethicite, it ends up not being that bad. So here we go with Zero Scar. Ladies seem to be in a decent position. He's going to move Ash real quick. That was a very, very nice move. He's going to be able to get used to 1 round.
Geese split.
And now split. It's a very, very, very clean fight from Zero Scar there. That is like a pretty perfect strat. Like if you like what happened to Freddy, if you don't get it right, it doesn't work. So now we have Breath here from Tiamat, definitely its worst move. It does a lot of damage, it's AoE, and has a chance of casting Sap, which it got landed on Vaughn, but not too big of a deal at the moment.
Yeah, he uses Breath. She uses Breath at 40% and 20% HP, I think.
Yes.
And you want to wait until the second breath, because when Tiamat enters critical HP, its defense goes way up. And you ideally want to finish it off with Traveler.
So yeah, Freddy's going for the Traveler cast. Here we go. 782. Balthor got picked off right at the last second, so that's actually going to be a problem. So Freddy is not only going to have to try to res Balthier, but he's very close on overstepping his steps right now, so he's going to have to be careful not to take too many steps while he's doing it too, so we're going to see if he can pull it off here.
It's not terrible, though. I mean...
He can do it. He just has to be careful. I think he can only take, what, 2 more steps? Yeah, 2 more steps. So
well,
he's gonna have to be really careful.
It's not completely terrible if he doesn't get Traveler. He just takes time.
Here we go. Is he gonna get it? And he does. 9,980 damage.
Split.
That's the Tiamat split.
Yeah, I saw that one coming a bit too late.
Yeah, that was a nice recovery for sure. Alright, so this is going to enter part 1 of 2 of the last farming segment in the run. It is definitely by far the most stressful one, I feel like. Dustia is pretty much just making sure Dustia doesn't despawn and making sure you pick up the drops. Jellies is a little bit different for that. We're going to be casting Fire on the Jellies directly, which for the most part one-shots them. But the Jellies are actually quite nasty. They deal a pretty decent amount of damage for this point of the run. This is pretty much at the point of the run where we start not becoming so over-leveled anymore. So they can combo, they can do a lot of damage. They can also cast probably one of the most annoying things in the game called Phantasmal Gaze, which is AoE and cast Confuse. Confuse is not good since we're really gonna only be having one primary damage dealer for the first bit of this Jellies segment. So if Penelope gets confused, not only is she confused and at risk of dying, but then also no one is casting any magic, which is also not good. That plus Lars is doing all the healing, so if he gets confused, then you're not having anyone healed. Bosch is pretty much the person running the show, so if he gets confused, you're not having him available to do anything. Ash is probably the best person to get confused, but everyone needs to be alive here because you're getting LP and experience, and all of it's pretty necessary. So Phantasmal Gaze is just one of those things that is just nasty. It's very, very nasty. And we're going to be doing this for a while too, so anytime it happens, you're having to deal with it accordingly.
And a couple things here. Freddy picked up the headsman license for Pinello. That means whenever Pinello KOs one of the jellies, she'll get MP back. It's really important because otherwise it's pretty hard to maintain MP because you would need to get more through drops and or running around. And the other thing is you saw him buy some smelling salts to cure Confuse and then just get as many Phoenix Downs and a few high potions with selling everything he could afford to sell, basically, because when jellies decide to all go after one of the casters at the same time, which is likely because of aggro mechanics, it can be they can go from full health to KO'd pretty quickly.
That's why I say... What's up?
Get ready for your RPG dinos.
Yeah. There are dinosaurs along their run. You would have seen them if you were paying attention to Freddy when he was running through the mines earlier. They can really troll you here.
I'd say that this area of the game is the most I've ever been trolled in my life in video games. The Tyrannosaurus, they have a move called Sonic Fangs, which does a lot of damage, which to begin with is bad. But they have a 5% chance of instantly killing your character, of insta-death. And at one point in time, I had it insta-kill me 3 times in a row, which I believe, if my math is correct, that's a 1 in 8,000 chance. Which is insanely unlucky. Like, that is, like, I can't tell you how unlucky that is. It's the worst. But, like, you know, sometimes you'll have 2 jelly farming segments in a row where he doesn't even use Sonic Fangs. So it's, all that together, just very, very unlikely. This game doesn't give a crap, ever.
Yeah, Sonic Fangs is, physical damage to a target's pretty high, and it has a 5% chance to just straight up KO them. So yeah, 5% 3 times over is pretty low. It's 0.000125.
1 in 8,000. And as you can see
Exactly.
right off the bat, Larsa gets confused. Like,
and so is Bosch.
Yeah. Also, something you'll be noticing, really, one of the only tech aspects of jelly farming is just like what we said with not picking up any staves, or not any staves, any drops with Dustia. He's not going to be picking up any drops until the very end of every round. So as you can see, he got to chain level 2 and 15 kills, which is insanely good.
Yeah, the only reason he didn't immediately start picking up drops there is he's probably just hoping for a flashing number so he could enter the next round about ready to get another chain level. But you definitely want the higher ones because we want to get the yellow liquids, which are the uncommon drop from these guys. And I think also the rare steel. And that obviously becomes much more likely at higher chain levels.
Just uncommon. Rare is, I think, float moat, and then, no, probably rare teleport stone, and then super rare float moat.
No, I was talking about steel becomes rare. It's uncommon as the drop.
Oh, right. The rare steel is 500 gil. Or at least one of the steels is 500 gil.
Yeah, the main purpose of this grind, if you want to call it that, is gil, but the LP and it is very important, and the XP is also pretty handy, actually.
The XP is very important also.
Literally everything we do for this, including every single possible drop, is useful in this run.
Well, the 2 loot drops are just for selling.
Yeah, but that's important.
Touché. The teleport stones are used, you generally use your last teleport stone getting into the jelly farming, and you'd still need to use several more. And float moats are used in a few locations. Much to Ascension's chagrin, if she continues her run. Shots fired. Sorry.
Also, it's worth noting that, generally speaking, if you're going to get trolled on drops, you want it to happen during the second round of Dustiest, because then you know everyone has golden amulets, and those extra jellies you have to kill just means more LP for them, which is always nice. And in addition to that, by then Ash will be able to also one-hit KO them, so they'll be dropped at a faster rate anyway.
That was pretty much about as good of a start as I could hope for on jellies. If you want to shoot for getting the final chain level by the second round.
Yeah, that was phenomenally good RNG.
Yeah, other than never dying, but whatever.
I'll take it.
Yeah, this is about as long as a Dusty grinding, but much more involved and therefore actually worth watching sometimes. You know, there's actually things going on here. Tough crowd.
I'd say there's actually potential for death here, but you guys saw what happened at Dusty 2.
Yeah. Zero Scars coming up on Garuda.
Yep.
And I guess I don't know if he opted to not use Bosch to walk or if he died, but since we get a free heal before Garuda, it's not a big deal.
Don't think my HP levels, I'd say he
Bosch
died.
out when he had like 250 HP remaining.
Okay, so he just took him out just so he didn't die.
Yeah, at a certain point, it's not a bad idea to do that switch because you have to do it anyway.
Also, just a minor note, a difference between Dusty farming and Jelly farming, the drops healing you is actually a good thing. It makes Larsa do a lot less work, and it's a more quick way to heal rather than waiting on single high potions. So, you know, when you're getting heals for, you know, potentially up to, you know, well, it's 10%, so it's going to be about, you know, 100 every time you get a heal. So it adds up pretty quickly and makes it a lot less dangerous once you get that last chain level when you can actually start picking up drops.
Yeah.
So here we go with Zero on the Garuda fight. Now it looks in good position. She might actually get that hit into critical. This might kill her. Oh, okay. So yeah, he's going to have to be careful here. 165 is getting close to a one-hit knockout if he does too much damage. So he's either going to have to manage to do less damage or heal and hit again. I don't know which one he's going to decide to do.
Easy way to do it at this point. No, yeah, easy way to do it at this point, and fastest way as well, is just to get the armor on her and then have her hit herself. Because that'll deal, like,
Looks like he got it.
Yeah, that was good.
And Zero Scar is buying 3 of those things. Cypress
Poles. Yeah, Freddy opted to buy 2 just
He's
to
a lot
save
better
a
on
little
money than I am.
Save a little bit of money.
yeah,
Also regarding this,
you can equip the armor in the menu there if you want. And I was saying, you know, you just equip it in the menu and then she'll deal very, very negligible damage to herself. But still some, so it'll get her into critical, because she was only 1 or 2 off or something like that. I don't feel like doing the math. But yeah, I guess one thing I can mention is that there are also a couple other things you can do in jellies, technically. One of them is to get Cura. That requires more gil than Freddy has to spare, so it's not something he's going to do. It costs, I want to say it's 3,200 gil. No, that's the Fire and such.
Fire is 3,000.
Yeah, it's
Fire is and such as 3,000. Cura could be 3,200.
I think it's 2,300 actually. It's less than the Fire. But you can get that, and that is good for both drawing aggro, because of White Magic being the second biggest thing you could do to draw aggro, or you can also just toss potions because they're really cheap and they draw aggro towards Bosch, if you have Bosch tossing them, which will take a little bit of the load off of the casters. This Bosch not only has the most HP, but also the highest defense and the protect status up.
And regarding the earlier subject of buying stuff early and using them really late, Zero and Freddy, when he was there, bought sleep and oil from Dice just outside the Tomb of Wraithwall. Neither of them get used until pretty much the Ferris. Final real dungeon. So, yep, a lot of planning and a lot of getting stuff when it's available.
Solid demon wall fight from Zero Scar.
Yep. Ash didn't get hit much though, looks like.
That's fine though.
Yeah.
As you can see, if she doesn't block, she can get damage down really quickly.
And he got Ash into critical pretty nicely too, so he's going to be pretty set up for Bull Eyes as long as he gets the Spellbreaker license.
I already did that scale.
Yeah, I think
okay,
I
he already got
it.
it, that's good. Then yeah, he's pretty much set.
So Freddy's probably getting closer to the end of the first round of jellies.
Yeah, typically it takes at least 90, more often 110 plus jellies to get the 90 plus gold, yellow liquids.
Yeah, we usually go for, like, if you have no golden amulets, it's usually 110 jellies with around just under 99 yellow liquids, and that's pretty much what he's going to have to go for here. I'm assuming you're going to check your yellow liquid count after 110, Freddy?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Zero Scar is going through the Tomb of Wraithwall. Just run, hit switches. And you'll see that when he hits this switch over here, the 3 ghost-type enemies show up. I don't know what they're called.
Was that 83, Freddy?
Yep.
Alright, so that's not a bad count. He's probably going to have to do 2 more at the most, I would hope.
So anyone.
And I guess we should mention, I know some people have been asking in chat, and I don't know if we've explained it, just to be clear, this farming here is pretty much the last one for the run. So everything we do here is pretty much covering what we need for the rest of the run. That includes LP, experience, gil, items, not all items, but you know, teleport stones. We get teleport stones from these jellies, so we don't have to go out of our way for those. We get float motes from these jellies as well, which is going to cover a couple sections where we need those, at least 3 that come to my head.
RPG Dino.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for an insta-kill.
Yeah, he got that Sonic
well,
thing there,
I
luckily
think
didn't
of 2
kill him.
where we actually need float motes, but it's nice to have other places.
Yeah, the one right after this area, 1 after Ariman, and 1 for Hashmal.
Yeah, the one after this area isn't strictly necessary.
No, definitely. It's faster, but not necessary.
Also, the Great Crystal.
Yes, Great Crystal is another optional place. There's a lot of traps in there.
Well, just for the
black mass chest. Yeah. Which we might have to end up so having at least, you know, 5 or so. It was nice. Sometimes, I think the most I've gotten is like 30 some float motes, but then sometimes we'll get like under 10. It's drops, you know, they're random.
Of course, if you have excess, float motes sell for 150 each.
Correct, so that's also going to be some more gil that you can get later on, as well with teleport stones as well.
Yep.
Also, another question I've been asked when I do runs is that, and I guess Alec and Nitrodon are more educated on this than me, but people will ask me a lot, you know, why don't we just go back and kill Dustias more? You know, why do these jellies instead? If I know the answer to that, but if you want to explain it, go for it.
Essentially what it works out to is that you get more gil faster here, and the main thing, like I said earlier, that you want from this grind is gil. The experience is important because it gives you higher levels, more hit points, higher magic stats on the casters, and it gives obviously more LP, which you need. But the biggest thing is that because of the yellow liquids primarily, the jellies, and because you're killing so many of them so quickly, are a very, very fast source of gil. You won't get another better one until much later in the game, and those aren't anywhere near as easy to farm, much less in a speedrun route. So the fact that these are easy to farm, give so much gil, that's the main reason that you farm jellies.
Okay, so let's see, Dustia and stuff. Let's see, for jellies you kill like 110 in 17 minutes, what should we say?
Yeah, about
That's
that.
pretty accurate. So yeah, Freddy, are you going to go to Mount Baromeses?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, essentially I found out that there's actually a problem, there's actually a difficulty with, a problem with going to Baromeses between Jelly 1 and 2. Yeah, shell.
Yep. Alright, so yeah, Zero's on Belias. Let's see if he can get the Firagulus kill. Here we go. Looks like good damage range to me. Could have probably gotten one more arrow off and been fine. Ooh! That was mean. So, oh my gosh. Okay, so he might be able to pull this off. If I were him, I would go for it without rezzing. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so he's gonna take the safe route here. He didn't get that second round of arrows off in time. How his AI works is that he starts casting an attack, but if you take him down below 50%, he cancels that attack. And he didn't get those arrows off in time, so he ended up targeting Pinello, and she died. So what he did there instead is he turned off all of his character's gambits and ATB reset them so they weren't targeted anymore and eligible to be taken out. And he's just going to let Balthier take the Firaja there. So now he's going to bring them back in and hopefully finish them off real quick. That was unfortunate.
He also used the chance to get the 50-50 elixir, which is a nice bonus.
Mm-hmm. He's not going to have to do that after the battle anymore. So yeah, hopefully these arrows should kill him. That's a shame because Pinello's also not going to get that LP anymore.
No, Pinello's revived.
Oh, did he get the revive off? Okay, and Vossler finished it off, so...
yeah, Balthier used the Phoenix down on her.
That's not going to be a problem with Vossler finishing off Belias, right?
No, of course not. He's a guest.
But he steals the...
No.
No. That's just for...
2 recoveries needed.
That's only when they're just there.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Amalia is not a guest against the Imperial Swordsman.
Right, that's right. Okay. So yeah, not a problem then. Just a little bit of a time loss, but that's, I mean, like we said this whole time, like, that's just another one of those backup strats, you know, like Belias and everything else in this run is something that can go wrong. So
yeah, and he
like
could
that backup strat was.
He could switch everyone out because Belias was using Greater Barrier, which targets himself.
Right. A reminder that you can't be taken out of the party if you're being targeted, or regardless if it's another ally, yourself, or the enemy. So he had to turn off his gambits, then ATB reset, so he was no longer being targeted by himself, and managed to get Balthier out. So great job by Zero Scar for recovering that, and he managed. The only thing he could have done could have not done was rezzed Pinello. She wouldn't have gotten in the LP that way, but he managed to get that Phoenix down off, so she was alive. In this game, you don't have to be in the party to get LP. You can be, you know, in the reserve, but to get experience, you need to be in the party. So the experience, not that big of a deal, but the LP is a big deal. So he did exactly what he should have. He rezzed Pinello,
Bosses
made
don't
sure.
give experience.
Right. I'm just saying in general. But he did the absolute right thing, making sure to revive Pinello, but totally not worth bringing her in the party. So very well played there by Zero Scar.
Yeah, if I brought Pinello back into the party, I would have had to recollect him or her again.
Right.
That's
and that's
why I
again, again, another really important reason why no one can really be dying during jelly farming, because we are relying on experience during jelly farming. So I know I've had plenty of runs die on jelly farming because I just ran out of Phoenix Downs, and it would have been, you know, too much time to go back, buy Phoenix Downs, then start my chain over all over again. So it's really important that you don't really have too many characters dying. Also, Larsa doesn't give out free Phoenix Downs or anything like that. So really important.
Yeah, and Larsa does steal experience by making a party size 4 instead of 3. Totally worth it, though.
Yeah, absolutely. You are getting less experience, but it ends up being worth it in the end. Alright, so Zero Scar is doing the boss fight. As long as you get that first arrow off and make sure that everyone's actions are synced up, it's a pretty easy fight. But I mean, I've lost her on everyone in this game. I know just about everyone has. So. But it looks like a pretty solid setup right now.
And
very
that
good.
was Vossler.
Yep, very good fight.
So it looks like Bosch is confused, and well, not anymore.
Yeah, another thing that's worth noting is that the faux nearest visible gamut that they have for the Firas is based on actual camera vision, so it's the nearest to the character that is visible on camera at the time. So you have to actually look at the jellies as you're farming them, otherwise the casters just won't target anyone. So even though you could try to reduce a little bit of the lag that happens there, it's not really worth it, because you'd be panning the camera all over the place constantly and just hoping it worked out, essentially.
And right there, Freddy was trying to get Bosch under 50% HP, because Larsa's gambits are HP plus 50% high potion. HP less than 50%, I mean.
Yeah, and less than 10 for an X potion.
Yeah, he didn't succeed though, so he got it just after re-entering the zone instead.
Yeah, that's actually definitely important to know. Like sometimes you actually want to take damage just so you get the better potion from Larsa. Like I know sometimes it definitely is. It's definitely it depends on the situation.
Alone, princess.
Oh, and now all 3 of these characters have golden amulets.
Right, so they're all going to be getting that double LP, which is really important.
And the other 3 would be getting double LP if they equip golden amulets, but there's really no need for that.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 that are out right now are the 3 that we care about, really. Vaughn doesn't really need any more LP. Balthier doesn't really need much more. Technically, well, Jelly's regular is going to get him all he needs. Fran needs a fair amount more, but she doesn't need the double at all.
And also note there that Freddy grabbed all those drops even though the round wasn't done yet, and that's because Pinello ended up dying, so he wanted to try to get those free heals so she didn't end up dying again. So, again, another one of those things where it just so much quick thinking in this run, even though it's not something you normally do. There are cutscene skips in this game, Yasmat Death. There are actually a lot of them. There's very few unskippable cutscenes in the run, and there's nothing we can do about that. But and in turn, those are our only breaks in the run. They're quite short, actually. There's only about 7 to 8 minutes of actual not touching the controller breaks in this run, which, as stated before, is probably, as far as I know, one of this is one of the runs that has like the least amount of breaks / most active gameplay in it, which is makes it one of the more difficult runs in terms of that anyway.
Yeah, no taking a shower during a cutscene like in 10.
Like a Mr. something that rhymes with Hara Har and me.
I've done it too.
Yeah.
Like, if I could have been sure it wasn't occupied, I probably would have done it at C4L.
I know Kara Karn B ended up leaving the room for a while during his 10 run at the last Christmas for Life.
Yeah, there was a point when, since I was on the couch for that run, everyone else just got up and left, and I'm thinking, they're like, I could try to say something, I could try to do something, I'm not a dancer, I'm just going to leave too. Get myself some Swedish fish.
Let everyone have a break. That's actually a good question, and what Challenge Alert asks, the most dangerous speedrun boss in FF12. I'd say that between every single Final Fantasy 12 runner, and I'd probably let everyone say theirs real quick, but I would say between all of us, it's probably within the same 2 or 3 bosses.
Ahriman and Famfreets?
There's Ahriman, and then Sid 2 / Famfrit, and then Mandragoras as well, is probably the 3 I would say that are the hardest and more dangerous, and then that, and then also the last boss rush of the Vayne. The Vayne bosses.
Depends on the route we're talking about. If we're talking about like the Crystals for Life route, definitely Mandragoras and Ahriman.
Yeah.
Now it's kind of Ahriman, Sid 2. Bubbleless, it's Sid 2 and Vayne Novus.
Hey, Sid 1 was pretty bad in the Crystals for Life route also.
Absolutely.
Yes, it was.
Sid 1 was the worst overall. Mandy's was the trolliest, but it was not as stressful as Sid 1.
Yeah, Mandy's would troll heavily, but never kill me.
Yeah,
that's the thing. They kill you now. Like if you mess anything up, which is rough.
Yeah, whereas the old Sid 1 strat was, oh god, high potion, oh god, high potion, oh god, high potion, please, no, get out from behind Sid. I need to reflect on you, not on Sid, who is currently immune to damage. I need to kill the last drip. Get out from behind Sid. Okay, good, it's out from behind Sid. No, it's going back!
No, decoy wore off!
So Freddy got his 3rd chain level kinda late, but not the end of the world by any means. But yeah, just to put it in perspective for you all, I would say the difficulty for this run up to this point would probably be a 4 out of 10. But from here on out, it pretty much becomes between a 7 and a 9 or a 10 out of 10. Pretty much after Jellies is when the run becomes significantly more difficult.
Basically for this game, first half is very RNG heavy, the second half is very technical heavy.
Yeah.
Or execution heavy.
Yeah, very, very technical, very execution heavy.
And I guess the reason that we say all of these bosses are as hard as they are is because, like, especially for Famfrit Sid 2, with the most difficult route, like, if you don't equip this armor within, like, a second or 2, the run's over. Like, done. It's just over. Like, that's just how it goes.
And then you need to, go back and equip what you had earlier.
Yeah. There's just so many things going on in this run, and we'll be doing our best to describing them all. And Zero's on the way to Johara to get rid of some story plot stuff.
Like, bubbleless Famfreets is pretty hard for one reason I figured out recently, but I'll get to that, much later.
Yeah, I don't think either of the runners are going to be doing that fight without Bubble, though. I don't think they're that crazy.
Zero is.
You are a madman, sir. I salute you.
Bubbleless is not that hard.
Yeah, I guess that's one thing we haven't talked about in terms of route changes, like the biggest difference between everyone's routes. Generally, in the past year and a half, we've pretty much just been transitioning all the Japanese strats into English runs, and that's pretty much the last one we really added in, which is Bubble versus Bubbleless. If you've played this game before, you know that Bubble is it's a spell that doubles your maximum amount of HP and your current HP as well. So for the longest time, and still for some of us runners, we were using Bubble, and it costs about 3.5 minutes to go get Bubble. You have to ride a certain set of airships to get to a certain shop, which is the only shop in the entire game that has Bubble, for the exception of the accessory Bubble Belt. And that costs time.
Doesn't the clan shop also have Bubble if you've
it
used
sells...
like a huge number of fronts? Which, no way.
I don't know. Yeah, Freddy getting a little trolled there by that Tyrannorox position. But yeah, so the last thing we pretty much cut out of the run is Bubble. And that means you're going through the hardest part of the run with half of the HP that you're used to having. It's insanely difficult when you get there. Even more difficult than it already was. And even Freddy, who has a better time than Zero Scar, is still going to be using Bubble. And Zero Scar has been doing this run a lot, is actually be doing Bubbleless. So I really, it's going to be a really, really good opportunity to see how the two different routes look.
And with Bubbleless, there's actually a chance, if you get a crit followed by a combo or vice versa, that Bosch will just get dropped and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep, it just it makes it insanely more risky.
And add that to the fact that in my practice, I have been getting trolled mercilessly whenever I've tried that. Like, it is statistically incredibly unlikely in that practice for it to go as bad as it has for me.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm gonna give Bubbleless a bit of a wait before I start doing that.
Yeah, as for myself personally, I've been practicing Bubble. I'm going to be doing Bubbleless runs when I do any percent grind again, but for this race, I'm not quite comfortable enough with the end game to do Bubbleless.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's definitely a respectable decision.
And really, it's only like maybe a 2 to 3 minute difference.
Yeah, it's
between
not
Bubbleless
that
and Bubble.
significant. I mean, it's definitely time, but it's nothing that would is completely oh, he's gonna win because he's doing Bubbleless or Bubble or anything like that. Plus, that's also going to give Team Choco a little bit of time that they can catch up as well with that. At the cost of having a little bit more of a risky run. So when we get to that part of the run, it's definitely going to be tight between the two of them, I think. But yeah, Freddy is a little bit over 110 jellies right now, so he's really just looking for yellow liquids now at this point.
How many yellow liquids does he have? I didn't check.
He hasn't checked.
Haven't checked yet.
Yeah. But he, since he didn't have any golden amulets on the first round of jellies, he, killing a few extra jellies isn't going to hurt him at all. It's going to make up for, the golden amulet he could have had, on the first round of jellies.
And you see him staggering the cast by entering with one of the caster's gambits off. That's just so that the fire start dropping some, and then other ones, as they appear, get hit by the second one. Ideally.
Yeah, targeting the same jellies at the same time doesn't really do anything for you. I know there's a couple different ways you can do that. I personally like to move the casters on opposite sides of the room so that they can just do it themselves. How many was that?
97.
97. Okay, so he's done. He's going to go ahead and leave now, I believe.
Yep.
So that's going to be the end of farming for this run for Freddy. Now it's this is where the run begins. Really.
Yeah.
If you thought it was hard now.
Up to this point, we've been over-leveled. Through Henna Mines and Still Shrine, we're just leveled.
Right. We're pretty much on par with what the game kind of expects, but remember, we're done. We're done. We're not getting any more levels except for one part of the run, but it doesn't really matter after that point. So right now we're on par with the game, but every single time we progress in the game, we're still at the same level, because in this game, take FF7 for example. FF7 you actually get experience from bosses, and FF12 you don't. You only get LP. So it's not like we're going to be gaining experience from bosses or anything like that. So it's really all going to be in the was what we have right now, and that's Probably is one of the biggest reasons that this run is as difficult as it is. We're always underleveled.
Pretty much the only XP that they're going to be getting in the rest of the run is from the Rooks, one fight, and brain bands.
Yep.
Yeah, so Boss is going to gain 3 more levels there. Well, and he's going to be about 15 to 20 levels short of what the game expects at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see Freddy primed his cursor on float mode, so he can use it as soon as possible when he needs to, and he's going to be on his way now to Mount Brahmisace. He's going to be doing a menu there and progressing the story, and then we'll be on our way to the next dungeon, the Still Shrine of Miriam. While Zero Scar is on his way to the Yurt village, which Freddy just left from. So yeah. And while we have a little bit of time, I know ever since I've been starting to run this game, people have been asking me, you know, hey, where can I learn the run? What, like, is there any notes available? Tutorials, anything like that? There's actually surprisingly a lot of information out there. A lot of it's different from one another because different strats, different times and stuff. But we do have a fair amount of information out there. Personally, I've made tutorials for just about every section of this game. They're on my YouTube, and if you go to my page, I know they've been posting the follow link for a while. If you go to my page, I have my YouTube page. I have a lot of tutorials for, you know, not only how bosses work, but the different sections of the game and how they're run too. I kind of just did it all at once, and you might find that if you watch those and then the actual run, they might be slightly different, but bosses generally haven't changed that much since I made those tutorials. Freddy, on Team Mog right now, actually just released a fresh set of notes on the Final Fantasy Wiki. You can find those there, as well as Eminon, the Japanese runner. He personally converted his notes from Japanese to English, and I got to watch him do that, and it was a real treat to be able to see that.
Yeah, it was fun helping him out with certain things like, that's what this is called in English, so he could you know, put the right name in there.
Yeah, like for example, like Infuse is a technique in Final Fantasy XII that switches your MP and HP.
It drains the caster's MP and sets the target's HP to 10 times that. In Japanese, it's called HP MP.
Yeah, like the things that they changed in terms of names are just kind of funny. And then also on top of that, like I said, Let's Get Pitted, one of the newer FF12 runners who currently has the world record. He contributed a lot of new strategies, mainly a lot of optimizations. So between Freddy's notes with really optimal menus, Pitted is using all of the good strats.
Didn't spawn.
Yeah, there's a Glacial Staff chest there you can get. Saves like about, what, 2,400 gil or something like that, not having to buy it.
What's actual spawn rate on that chest?
It's fairly low. It's like 40%, I want to say. But anyway, the final one I'd like to mention is that Flobberworm.
Yes.
Was one of the runners for FF10. He also started writing up notes, much like his FF10 notes, which are pretty much the best resource for FF10 entry notes. And he got up past Sid 1 in this game. Before he just stopped. It was apparently too much for him. But
yeah, he wants to come back to it at some point.
Yeah, the notes that are complete so far are fantastically detailed. They have maps and everything. They're really good.
His notes aren't public yet since it's not finished notes, but if, as far as I know, everyone that's ever asked him, he's given it to them no problem. So definitely get in touch with him if you want to use those. But
you can
pretty
Google them, actually.
Okay. But yeah, pretty much between Pitted's record, my tutorials, Freddy's notes, Flobber's notes, Eminon's notes, there is an insane amount of resources out there that are available for use. Not only that, but I'd say one of the best parts about me personally running FF12 is that even though there aren't that many people who run the game, you know, I can't tell you how many times I've had to ask, you know, Nitrodon, like, how many segments of the ability queue does this thing use? And just, he knows it, you know? I've had to ask Alec, you know, like, which weapon is going to give me the more damage per second, this one or this one, and he almost always knows it. And if he doesn't, he figures it out himself. Zero Scar, I've had a phenomenal time watching him, you know, having his time go down so much, and like he does stuff, you know, I never even thought of doing, and I've had to use him in my own runs, you know, and he's just by watching him, I've learned some stuff. And Freddy, him and I were like the only two people running this game for a really long time, and I ended up being the only person running it for a long time after that. But I remember when we first started running it, he and I were just always talking about strats, and compared to a game like, you know, FF9 or FF8 or anything like that, there's a lot of runners. Just for the little amount of runners that we have, the support, at least for me running and me helping other people. And wow, Zero Scar actually just got the golden amulet. That's huge. That's really, really good. But yeah, regardless, just like the amount of support I've gotten from people and have been willing to give that. Did you get two, Zero? Or
no,
with
he
the
might
money?
have two with his gil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have enough gil to buy another one.
Okay. But yeah,
Or like,
point I'm making.
100 gil short.
Yeah, it'll be close. But yeah, point I'm making is that just because there aren't that many runners for this game, I've had an insane amount of support with all these runners, so I thank you all, and I would really encourage anybody who's even thinking about running this game to either talk to one of us on, you know, Twitter or Twitch, or use our notes. You know, we've put a lot of time into it, and it's all just to help others, and that's one thing I personally like about the Final Fantasy community a lot. Like, this is one of the really first events where it's just been strictly Final Fantasy and everyone in the community coming together. It's one of, like, it's the reason that I love this community so much. You don't really get this kind of, like, intimacy with everyone being so close to each other in a lot of the other communities. So, whether it be this game or anything like that, you know. Generally, I don't really know too many people in the Final Fantasy community where, you know, ask them, hey, can you help me with this? Or, hey, do you have notes for this? You know, they wouldn't either give you their notes or, you know, direct you somewhere else where you can help, so.
Yeah, this is Very Race is a great telling of how cool the Final Fantasy community is.
Yeah.
Like, I remember when Maelstrom brought this up in, I think it was IRC, like, this is probably 6 months ago at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's like, oh yeah, that would be cool, sure, let's do that. And since then, especially I'd like to thank Maelstrom, but just bringing this all together, all the Final Fantasy people, there's been little to no drama in this. It's just been a great time.
Absolutely. I completely agree. But yeah, Freddy's going to be coming up on a menu here. This is, at one point, I still think it is the longest menu in the game. He's going to be doing a lot of licenses, pretty much unequipping almost every character or equipping them in some way. And then he's going to be riding a chocobo on the way to the Steel Shrine of Miriam, while Zero Scar is setting up his step manipulation for Traveler. Did you check your numbers, Zero? Because I never saw him do it. Or the damage value, so I hope he can pull that off if he didn't get to see it.
I kind of was AFK.
I didn't see his damage value, and he didn't bring up the menu, so hopefully he can pull that off.
Maybe it'll be like those blind travelers in the continent.
The damage was 760, so the number is 380.
See, that's another example of, like, being able to do that in your head on the fly is, you know, pretty special. It's like, that's what I was talking about before, when you really know the game. Like, when you're able to calculate what your step counter is based on how much damage it did in a run, that's hugely impressive, at least to me anyway.
Did that Tyrannosaurus just 3 combo or Red Maw?
So yeah, Zero accidentally went the wrong way there, so that's going to cost him some steps, but for Tiamat, you usually have a pretty good step buffer for Tiamat, so that shouldn't cost him too much.
And another big licensing section that Freddy's in here, before the Still Shrine of Miriam. All the LP from Jellies basically is going to be spent here on augments. Key ones are Spellbound, which increases the duration of beneficial status effects. That includes Decoy and Reflect, both of which are going to be used. Decoy itself on one of his casters. And what's the other key
I
there?
hope you checked the crystal on the way in.
I did.
Also, I believe getting Traveler for Bosch. That's where you do it.
Also a note, just to clarify, your steps count at all times. It's not just when you're in a field with enemy battles, and it also counts when you're on the Chocobo as well. So, you know, if you're in a town, even though you can't, you know, kill anything or anything like that, your steps are still being counted. If you're in the battlefield, your steps are still being counted, and if you're on a Chocobo, your steps are being counted. So they're always running. So, like, I know at one point we'll cast Traveler, and won't even cast Traveler again for like another 20 minutes. We'll be walking through towns and stuff like that, but you still are on a step counter. So compared to something like FF7, where your steps only count if you're in an area not at the world map where you can get a battle, they always count in FF12, which just means you have to be paying closer attention to your steps. Also, we are going into the Tiamat battle with Zero Scar, so whoever's running the splits, get ready for that split.
Another thing that's worth mentioning is that even knockback, which is an effect some enemy attacks can have, is going to... That count. Motion is going to count towards your step counter.
Yep.
And it's not a direct...
Like Vaughn just got knocked back right there. Even though he was sliding, it still counts.
And it's not a direct, like, you see a pace, that's a step. No, it's a set of distance of movement, not at all related to the animation.
To the actual steps.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
5 hits.
And just to remind you all in chat what Traveler does, I'll post it again, what Traveler does in chat. But what it does, it's a technique that does damage based on the last time you cast Traveler. So what we do is we manipulate it by casting Traveler in a spot that we already know is like almost an even 1,000 steps away. And then we cast it within 9 steps of the last time we cast it, to deal an insane amount of damage. And just another clarification, like let's say you were to go over 1,000 steps, it starts over again, so you'd have to walk like another 1,000 steps. So now Freddy's at the beginning of Still Shrine of Miriam. He's going to pop a save here. This is probably the worst spot in the entire run to die on, because it's the farthest away from a save crystal.
It's also a notorious killer of runs.
Yeah, this is recently in the
and Tiamat
split on Tiamat, yep. This has probably become one of my favorite parts of the Final Fantasy XII speedrun, because this is one of those dungeons where you have to do everything perfect. But if you do everything perfect, then it'll almost never go wrong. And he got a bad damage roll there on Ash. Did I say Still Shrine of Miriam? I mean when you enter the Still Shrine of Miriam. This is probably one of the worst crit downs in the entire game. The stats here are very, very wonky.
Yeah, because we don't have the equipment that's going to even things out shortly. There's a very high chance that one of them is going to drop, and you need to get both Balthier immobilized and the crit to happen. So there's a certain amount of leeway, like you can damage down if they don't quite get critted, but it's more likely that Ash is going to drop, and Freddy, with his still somewhat tight gill, probably just doesn't want to
throw a Phoenix down or anything like that. Yeah. So yeah, you'll notice there we cast Immobilize on Balthier. You might wonder why we'd be doing that, and you'll see soon. You're about to see the next like exploit in this run called the Immobilize Despawn glitch, or exploit, or whatever you want to call it.
Well, you first do just the same thing we've done earlier with potions and stuff.
Yeah, we you know, when we use a a technique or an item to keep a character in place so we can move around quickly, we're actually just going to immobilize rather than using an item for immobilizing. So that's gonna be the first reason you use it. But the second reason is probably one of my favorite parts of this run. One of my favorite techniques in this run, rather.
Yeah, you'll see it a bit here, more in Guru Vegan.
Also, just to confirm, Zero Scar did get 2 golden amulets before jellies, which is going to be insanely helpful. Only downside, though, is that he only has 4 Phoenix Downs now. I think he's going to try to sell some stuff here, maybe to buy 1 more.
And only 2 smelling salts.
Right. So that's
Now
kind of
3.
like that's the kind of the sacrifice he had to make. He's going to be really risky going in here with only 3 or 4 Phoenix Downs.
Freddy got a
It's
Mega Elixir.
worth it, though.
Yeah, and Freddy got the Mega Elixir, which
That
is
helps
good
a
for
lot.
2. It helps for 2 reasons. You can either sell it and get 7,777 gil, or you can use it and it saves a couple actions, 1 action. But so it's really good to get that.
Yeah, the one downside is that he actually you need 3 different. Okay. Anyway, you need 3 elixirs later on, and there are 4 guaranteed elixirs in the route. There are 2 more 50-50 chances that Freddy will almost certainly be getting. One of them can be a black mask that's in the Great Crystal, and the other one is in the we actually get it during the Ahriman fight, and it can also be a Gaia.
Okay, so just to know what's about to happen right here, when he came into this room, he brought Balthier into the party, but left him at the entrance. So now what he's going to do, instead of having to walk all the way back, he's just going to switch to Balthier. So switches to Balthier, opens the menu, brings in Vaughn, takes out Balthier, and now Vaughn's the party leader, and he can safely walk out rather than having to walk all the way around. So that's another little movement tech there.
Yeah, when you put new characters into the party, they spawn near the party leader.
Mm-hmm.
If the current party leader was not in the old party, he spawns near the old party leader, and then people spawn near the current party leader.
Yeah, so if he had done that and had Bosch become the party leader, it would have been just a time waste. So he's going to pop a high potion on Bosch, and so he's at full health. And now comes one of my favorite techniques in the run. It'll be used a little bit more later in the run, but this is the first instance where we use it. So,
on the bright side, he also didn't get sapped, which is a very annoying status effect that can happen there.
From Bile, yeah. So watch what happens. Balthier is at the very beginning of the zone, and Bosch is going to be running through here. Enemy spawns in this game are based on your party leader's location, so what he's going to do here is right when he gets to here, he's going to switch to Balthier and then switch right back to Bosch.
You actually don't need to do that.
He's going to after he does this.
No, he didn't do that.
You just switch right back to Balthier, and then Bosch is automatically, instantly untargeted, so you can then do the party swap like normal then.
Yep, so... Oh, he's not going to despawn.
And if you switch to Balthier, then you can actually just bring Bosch out, and yeah, whatever.
Okay, Bosch was taken out of the party, and then he went right back into the menu to bring Bosch in. This was not an accident.
You saw Bosch ended up right where Balthier had been.
Yeah, you have to exit the menu to rejoin the thing, or else Bosch will just pop back up where it was initially.
And technically the immobilized trick isn't even a glitch, it's really an exploit. It's very much intended mechanics functioning there to reduce demands on the hardware. They just have enemies that are distant despawned, and then they spawn as you enter an area near them. But by instantly teleporting away, the game despawns them, and then switching back, it doesn't respawn them because you didn't cross that trigger line.
So yeah, Venue Scar probably has one of the tighter buffers for step manipulation, so Freddy's gonna have to be pretty careful with the steps here. But if you do your steps perfect, you have about 20 steps to work with, so you can't really waste too many steps on the way to Venue Scar. Venue Scar, at least to my knowledge, is the first boss that's different in Japanese. It's actually quicker to not do step manipulation with him. Just 2 Thundaras, 2 rounds of Thundara. On this one, we'll be doing 1 round of Thundara and Traveler. This is also another difference in routing. Like, for example, here I'll leave Balthier out so I can keep despawning things, which makes this a little bit quicker and safer. But the Freddy here is going for the fastest way, which is going to be something after Venue Scar, and you'll see it when we get to it.
Yeah, I vary my strat here depending on how my Gil and High Potion situation is.
Yeah.
Because there are these balloons coming up in a bit here by the next statue that you can despawn, and they like to lunge Bosch and deal a lot of damage to him. So if I don't have many High Potions and or my Gil is kind of tight, then I'll despawn them and just eat the slight time loss after Venue Scar.
Right. Again, that's just one of those personal preference things when it comes to different runners. And then, I guess just to explain this puzzle, you have to turn these statues so that they're pointing towards the center of the dungeon. You can get trolled by having to turn it 180 degrees, which would mean you'd have to turn it twice. Empirical 1 in 3 chance with that. I guess it never spawns in the correct direction, so you always have to turn it either once or twice. So 1 in 3 that you'd have to turn it twice. I know Pitted recently had to turn both of them twice, all 3 times, so that was kind of a shame. So we're coming up here on Venue Scar. It's going to be not in the next room, but the room after that. He's going to do a little bit of a setup. Venue Scar has a boss mechanic to it, where metallic equipment makes you cast things slower. So what he's going to do is take off almost all of his metallic equipment. The only thing he's probably going to leave on is the shielded armor on Bosch, just so he doesn't get destroyed. But he's going to go ahead and take off all of Ash's equipment as well. I would take off that sword, Freddy.
He's also leaving golden amulets on. They don't count, fortunately, and you want the doubled LP.
So yep, and then just a quick cast of Decoy and Reflect onto Bosch here, so that this is actually the first instance in the run where we use Decoy. Decoy is a very important spell. Pretty much from here on out in the entire run, Ash and Pinello are always going to be in critical HP, and not to mention that they don't have the best armor in the world in terms of taking damage with. So pretty much one hit is always going to kill them. So Decoy is so important to make sure that Bosch or whoever is tanking always gets hit.
And this fight is pretty much where you know how well your Still Shrine is going to go overall.
Yeah.
Because either you get the 1 cycle or you don't. There's a slight damage range with the Thundaras, and if you mess up the Traveler or have it too slow, then the buffs won't last the way you want. You get crowned, which can cause confuse.
Alright, so Freddy cast Traveler a little late here, so he's doing something a little bit risky. He's taking off the shielded armor, and as you can see, it almost killed him. But wow, that was phenomenal. He forgot to turn off Gambits. That's going to hurt him a little bit, but that's definitely recoverable. And again, that is a professional move there, definitely by Freddy. Again, you know, that was almost, you could be considered a damage roll to whether or not he would have died there. So that was very, very, very well done. So note that he takes Bosch, Ash, and Pinello out of the party because, like I said, when you withdraw your party members from the party, their buffs stick. Like the timer isn't counting on them still. So he's gonna hold all that Decoy and Reflect buffs until Mateus, which is gonna be the next boss, and it's a pretty tight window. Like he'll probably lose Decoy within 2 seconds of Mateus being done. It's a pretty tight strat. So now the strat with Balthier here to make sure it costs kills a little bit of the movement you'd have to do, leaving Balthier there instead of having to walk all the way back. That's what I was saying the difference before. You can either use Balthier to despawn or for this strat. Despawning is a little bit safer, it takes a little bit more time. Here, it's faster, but you are eligible to get hit a little bit more on the way to Venuscar, so 2 different routes, but they both work.
Yeah, and you actually need the timing to be very tight in Still Shrine. The decoy doesn't last very long, even with Spellbound, so it's very important that you get the quick kill there. You don't spend much time outside after decoy is cast, so
yeah, that's why you want to turn off your gambits.
Fight.
Yeah, you want to turn off your gambits at the end of Venuscar so everyone is eligible to be taken out of the party immediately. Luckily, you can deal with it if you don't. But the reason we use Traveler on that fight, we used to just do 2 rounds with Thundara. But Crown can confuse Bosch, and if Bosch gets confused, he'll always be targeting himself. So he can't be taken out of the party until he gets unconfused, which takes about, 2 seconds worth of time to, get him out. But like I said, decoy usually runs out within like 3 or 4 seconds on Mateus, so you really don't have a lot of time. Like I said, this is one of those dungeons, like Alex said, that everything pretty much goes right 100% of the time as long as you do everything right 100% of the time. So,
should probably equip Vaughn with some armor, right? Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, I was wondering. I didn't see if you switched that or not. That's pretty risky.
He didn't.
But yeah, the 2 things that can go wrong that are completely out of your control are Vile hitting Bosch and giving him sap. In which case his HP is going to be constantly drained. It's generally best to get to a safe point and just have him intentionally get KO'd, resin with the Phoenix down, and then continue to remove the status effect that way. And the other one is if you use Thundara against Venuscar, there's a very slight chance that you will not get enough damage from it. It's more likely if you have really good Jelly's luck, because there's a chance you'll be a slightly lower level. And then you pretty much need to run with Bosch, wait for his his status effects to expire.
Alright, so Freddy is going into Mateus. This is a very, very peculiar fight. You're doing a lot of things here. He's going to start by bringing in Balthier, who's going to end up being killed, but we're going to use him to get Traveler off. And the reason you do it with Balthier and not Bosch is because, like I said, Bosch's decoy is very, very tight.
Bosch has no HP. This is a problem.
He should be able to get a high potion off at the very start as long as he has the Dawn Shard equipped. So yeah, he's going to go ahead and cast Traveler on Mateus. Not only is he casting it on Mateus, but he's also going to get Mateus to come out of it. And the reason for that is because if any of these reflected magics hit the Ice Azers, then Ash and Penilla die. It's one of the mechanics for the Ice Azers. If you deal damage to them, you get damage dealt yourself. So yeah, hopefully he can get the high potion off. He got it. Very nice. Okay, so he's going to ATB reset him so he can throw another one, and then bring in Ash and Penilla so they can start casting damage. Now notice that Mateus came out a bit, so the closest enemy to Ash, Penilla, and Bosch is Mateus, so none of those Ice Azers should get hit. Now he's doing a little bit of step burning here, so he doesn't have to burn as many steps on the way to Bergen. And then should be 2 rounds of Thundara. He's going to turn off his gambits, and that should be the fight.
Also, technically slightly risky there, not tossing another high potion in between rounds of Thundara. There's a chance he can get KO'd there, even with the Dawn Shard raising his magic resist by 20.
Yeah, that's the only reason Bosch is able to survive so well there. We get the mandatory accessory, the Dawn Shard, which, like Alex said, reduces or increases your magic resistance by 20%. Which means
downside is it reduces your MP to 0.
Right, that's the downside to it, but Bosch is never casting any magic, so it doesn't really matter so much for him.
Yeah, provided you don't accidentally equip it for half a second.
Yeah. Also, yeah, if you notice, Bosch's decoy ran out within like a second of Mateus dying, so that again just shows how tight it is.
One note about the Mateus fight, sorry to interrupt you.
You're good.
I actually usually do that fight on active, but because of forgetting to plus one, having a late traveler in Venuskar, and two, forgetting to turn off gambits, I just decided to do it on wait and take the time hit.
Yeah, plus it was probably safer to get that high potion off at the very beginning.
That too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he also was running in circles a lot with Bosch to burn steps because the Traveler for Bergen is very lenient in terms of steps, and you pretty much always have to spend some amount of time burning extra steps before going into the fight.
Yeah, he decided to do it during that fight because, you know, you have to be in the fight, you might as well try to do something. So.
And he's also leaving everyone out here so that their reflects and such will expire, because he's going to recast everything before teleporting back to Bronisis for the Bergen fight.
And yeah, there he opted to purposely kill Ash and Pinello there, because all he's going to have to do is touch the save crystal and then they'll be fully back healed. So he's going to re-crit them, recast Reflect, all that stuff. He's also going to recast Reflect and Decoy on Bosch, and then immediately teleport to Mount Bronisis.
Yeah, sure, that was totally on purpose.
Shh.
Actually, it's technically slightly slower if they drop, because their reflects will run out, and that way you don't have to touch the crystal to revive them, and that you have basically a guaranteed decoy hit, because one of them at least will still be in Spellbreaker. That said, it's not a bad thing, really, if they get dropped. It's just technically slightly suboptimal.
Yep. Alright, so Freddy's just now leaving the Still Shrine. He's going to do his setup for Judge Bergen. Judge Bergen is one of the few bosses from here on out that actually has RNG involved. This is, I believe, I don't know if there's any other Final Fantasy games where you can actually block magic. This is at least the only... Okay, so FF12 and FF6, so at least the only two Final Fantasies that I know of where you can block magic. And the only enemies in this game, as far as I know, that can block magic are human judges. So, you know, any of the judges or any of the humans that you fight in the game with armor on can block magic. Yeah, you didn't crit Ash and Pinello.
Well, that just means decoys took a lot of... that just means decoy isn't guaranteed. I mean, if you're going to touch the save crystal again, then...
Well, he needs them in crit for Bergen.
No,
then he shouldn't. Then he should do it after the teleporting to Bronisis, because you need to touch the save crystal.
Oh right, that's right. You
We don't
put
do
him in
that
crit.
anymore.
Yeah. What am I thinking?
But yeah, we used to crit them here, but now we use Traveler to make up for the extra damage instead.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. So yeah, back to what I was saying though. This is the one boss so far that can block magic. And he can block none, he can block 6. Like, he can do whatever. So this is, I think when everyone starts cutting out saves in their speedrun, this is generally one of the last, you know, couple that they cut out. This is really, in the world record run, really the only big time loss. I think Pitted had 6 of his 9 Firagas blocked, which is insanely bad luck.
Well, Fire, you don't get Fire until later.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the block chance is actually fairly low, but it happens often enough that the fight is still technically somewhat unreliable.
Alright, so here we go. He's gonna check his step counter right before the door just to make sure he doesn't have any more steps he needs to burn. And
yeah, you need to burn a lot of them for this one.
Zero Scar's just finishing his first round of jellies.
Yeah, 924, and his traveler number is 19, so...
I think I usually go with like a 40 or 50 step buffer or something like that.
I try to
it
go
looks
for
like
about
he's
45, 50.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's at 45.
So if we ever say step buffer, that means how many steps away he is from his traveler number at a certain spot. So, you know, if he wants a 45 step buffer there, he wants to be 45 steps behind the number he had when he last cast traveler. So here we go with Bergen. He's going to come in, wait until he gets targeted, then bring in Ash and Pinello. The first round, it's going to be a steal from Bosch and 2 Fyros from Ash. He's going to be trying to steal the Ruby Ring, which is probably the best steal you can get in the entire run. So he got no steal, doesn't matter. So now he's going to go ahead and cast Traveler. It's going to do an insane amount of damage. Alright, so he got that. So now hopefully these Fyros kill him off, and it does. Very good fight. If you don't kill him after the second round, it gets really bad. They start casting these really nasty AoE spells.
You're pretty much guaranteed to get wrecked at that point. Like,
Also,
there's as much you can do.
This is the longest break in the run.
Capacity.
Right, so you can't really cast anything else while it's going on. But yeah, this is the longest break in the run. It's about 1 minute and 10 seconds. Then after this, like, the longest break is pretty much about like 20 seconds. So, like I said, pretty much all the big breaks in this run are within the first half, which is kind of a shame if you like to have your spaced out breaks. So yeah, go grab a coffee or whatever.
No, we go afoot.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, if only both Deer had, you know, traveled to other places and touched gate crystals, we could have had a lot easier time getting to Arcades.
So yeah, speaking of teleport crystals, you remember that teleport crystal that we touched right before doing Dustia 2? Yeah, that's the one we're teleporting to. So if we didn't touch that teleport crystal, we would have had to go to Rabanaster and then walk all the way to Nalbina, which would then take us to the Cheetah Upland, or Mossifor and High Waste, and the Silica Wood and all that stuff.
We chocobo there, but...
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. But that's the reason we opt to take the slightly shorter route to do all that stuff. It's because of this teleport right there. Like I stated before, just to remind y'all, if you're talking about RNG, this run doesn't have that much RNG in it, but the RNG dictates the run heavily, more heavily than some others do. Because pretty much from this point on, it's mainly execution. Not only is the RNG in this run not that big in quantity, but it's all in the beginning of the run as well. So generally, if you get to this point in the run, it's because you made a mistake of some sort. If the run dies.
With a few notable exceptions, one of which is coming up in about 20 minutes or so on Freddy's stream.
Yes, my least favorite boss in the entire run. So yeah, he's gonna buy 2 glacial staves here, which are pretty much almost the same thing as flame staves rather. But they're just they power blizzard or ice magic.
And they're one magic better, which maybe but...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not very different.
Also the sorcerer's armor, hats and robes are for Ash and Pinello. They're the best bonus to magic that you can get for some time, by a reasonable margin actually. And then not only that, they give you an extra 30 MP, which can be important. You'd be surprised how important it can be. And that's going to be their armor for the rest of the game. And finally, the pirate hat, which is just more HP for Bosch.
Also, he's not going to be able to use all 3 full sprints here, so he's going to be sprinting as full as possible. You lose about 0.2 to 0.3 seconds of sprint using a sprint between load screens, so you generally don't want to use a sprint going in between a zone transition. But since you're not going to be able to use your full sprint, you just want to be doing it the whole time as much as possible.
I didn't actually know that about sprinting.
Yeah, I just actually learned that within the past couple weeks. If you notice, there's an easy way to figure it out. There's actually an in-game timer for Chocobo running, because you only get, I think, was it 200, 180 seconds, something like that?
Yeah, it doubles your speed for 10 seconds. I wasn't really paying attention to what you just said.
Yeah. The way you can figure it out, you actually lose a couple tenths of a second of sprint time going in between screen transitions. Because if you go from one screen transition to another, like let's say you enter a screen transition at 140 seconds even, when you come out on the other side, the first time you can see the timer and move, you're at like 139.6 seconds or 0.7 seconds. So you actually do lose like a few tenths of a second of a sprint going in between zones. So that's why you try to use it on a full screen if you can.
So Zero Scar looks like he went to Baromesace between the jelly rounds, or what?
Looks like
he did.
I guess I can explain that. I know Alec and Freddy, or Nitrodon rather, probably haven't seen that. So what Freddy did is he did 2 rounds of jellies and then went to progress the game. What Zero Scar is going to do is he's going to do 1 round of jellies, then go to Mount Baromesace, then come back and do another round of jellies, and then go back to Mount Baromesace. Which sounds like it might be slower, but it actually takes the exact same amount of time. It's the same...
until you want to quick down the canisters and they have shell.
Right. But the reason he's doing this is because on the way to Mount Baromesace, there's 2 chests. Oh, is he not going?
He went.
Oh, he went. Okay. So on the way to Mount Baromesace, there's 2 chests. One has an ice shield in it, and one has a glacial staff in it. And if you get one of those, or any of them, that means that you're guaranteed to have, like that much gil that you either don't have to buy or that you can sell with. So if you know ahead of time that you already have those, then you can kill, you can skip out on a few less yellow liquids. And since it takes pretty much the exact same amount of time, you might as well do it. Freddy opted not to do it. It's just, again, personal preference kind of thing. The only thing that you can run into an issue with is that since drops give you buffs, you have the potential of getting shell as a buff. And when you're critting yourself down, you're going to take less damage. So it's going to kind of affect that. With the crit down for the Still Shining Miriam, if you have shell, you can, I think it's like 1 cast of Thundara, Thundara, and then you have to hit yourself once. So it's just a personal preference kind of thing. You get one thing but have the chance of having something bad happen. So
he also made a fairly common mistake there in forgetting to turn battle speed back up for a second and then realizing it.
Yeah, that's a thing that happens to every FF12 runner. It's usually not a huge deal. You just wonder why everything's going slow. Alright, so Zero's doing some jelly farming, same thing we saw earlier. And Freddy's going through the Celica Wood. He's about to do the Cure Immobilize thing to save a bit of backtracking in this room. You need to talk to this Moogle boss and then leave and go find his underlings. Alright,
I guess one thing that I guess I could talk about, I just saw it in chat, why do we use this party? First off, we use this party because they are 3 of the 4 higher level characters. In addition to that, Ash and Penelo have the best magic stats and MP, respectively. Bosch has the highest HP, and therefore is the best tank, and Vaughn, partly because of the early game route, ends up a little bit behind Ash, Penelo, and Bosch in LP. So using this particular group gives us both optimization and flexibility so it just works out that way. And like we said
specific
earlier,
reason Fran and Balthier are at a low level. That is going to be useful.
Did you guys notice I did the Traveler setup there? I don't remember which way Zero does it, but...
I also didn't see the number. But as long as you saw it, that's just the important thing.
You did the slightly safer one, I'm guessing.
Sure.
Right?
He did the newer one. It's
the one where
it's a
you,
3,000 step cycle.
Yeah, but you talk to the Moogles, then you do it, instead of doing it then talking to the Moogles like Yokai does in the segmented run.
No, I do it like Yokai and Pita do it. There's actually quite a bit of leeway.
Seems aggressive, but okay.
Before, the Moogle boss, right?
Yeah, before the Moogle boss.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do it there as well.
Like, when I was testing it, I buggled up a bunch of moves, like, did the Ash Immobilize, kind of messed up, and I still had, like, 50-60 steps leeway going into the fight.
So this is just a little quest that you have to do to fix the gate. You have to find all the 9 Moogles who are on break, and tell them, get back to work, you lazy
Moogle.
Wow.
So yeah, what Freddy was talking about is he cast Traveler there. That's gonna set him up for Sid, which is like another 20. Oh, sorry, Mandragores, which is like 15 minutes away. We do that sometimes because remember, like I said, when you're counting your steps, if it goes over 1,000, it restarts. So you can keep on doing it over and over, like going over 1,000 until you're at where you want to be. So just because it's not 1,000 steps away from Mandragores doesn't mean that it won't work. So
alright, why set
nice
Traveler
high ether drop.
3,000 steps in advance instead of... Okay, I won't answer that question from chat then, sorry.
Are you asking why it's a 2,000 cycle instead of a 3,000 for this one?
Well, why it's not a 2,000 or 1,000, and the answer is because, well, there's the enemy for, there's no enemy closer the enemy's closer to, there's an enemy close to 3,000 and a bit further away from 1,000.
Right. There's no real convenient spot to do a 1,000 cycle, so we do 2 or 3. I still use the 2,000 step cycle.
Did you see I picked up that pair of winged boots on the way, Skate?
Yeah, the pair of winged boots and the high ether. You've been getting pretty good drops, or chest drops, for your Gil situation, so...
Yeah, I should be plenty good on Gil. I'm gonna pick up the diamond armor. Plus I did like 99, 97 liquids.
So yeah, the other spot to cast Traveler is coming up here soon on Freddy's screen. This is where like people like me still do it. I'm probably gonna move towards the spot that Freddy did it soon.
Yeah, this is where I do it too. Well, the one time I did it.
This is actually my first time doing this in a real run.
Really?
I do it both ways. At least I've practiced it both ways, but in my run that I completed, I just did it here because I realized that I forgot to do it earlier.
So yeah, this Silver Lobo right here on the right-hand side is where me or someone else would do it. Sonic things, though?
Yeah, it's about, what, 900 steps or so? You have to burn a lot of steps.
It's also not too bad. I have to burn about like 70 steps, I think, to get where I need it to be.
I want to say this section of the game with Salika Wood and Fawn Coast is arguably the two best tracks in the game. They are awesome.
I love this track.
I highly recommend just looking them up on YouTube and listening to them both. Salika Wood is really chill and awesome, and Fawn Coast is just like kind of like a fanfare, an adventure. Like, it's awesome.
It's more upbeat.
Is the stream on my sound or Zero Sound?
I think it's on Zeros, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's on Zeros.
So you guys get to hear Anna Mines.
Yeah, they'll get to it with me.
Lots of fires.
Also, a little known fact, I mean, it's pretty obvious if you just play the game, but this game is really gorgeous, especially compared to, like, FF10 and its FMVs, which is still gorgeous. FF12 kind of took it up to, like, the next level. It's probably one of the most gorgeous games on the PlayStation 2. But one of the downsides to that is that they had to compress a lot of the audio in this game. So that includes the voice acting, the soundtracks, and all that stuff. And it's one of the games, in my opinion, that if you listen to the official soundtrack, it sounds a lot more clean and nicer than in the actual game. So kind of like what they were saying with the tracks. If you do like some of the music in this game, try listening to the original soundtrack, and it probably will even sound a lot better.
Alright, so over here, Freddy's about to buy the most important piece of equipment in the entire run.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
Everyone ready? Let's say it together. 3, 2, 1.
Mirror Mail.
Mirror Mail has probably, cumulatively, for the exception of Dusty 2, killed the majority of people's runs, or if not, contributed to the next, or to contribute to the most mistakes, has been Mirror Mail. Mirror Mail, he's also going to buy Ruby Rings too, and they all do the same thing. They give infinite momentary reflect. So as long as you have the item equipped, you will always have reflect on. So instead of having to manually cast reflect from the entire run now, for the exception of like Redis when he comes into the party, we'll always have reflect on. And the cool part about it is that, instead of having to wait for reflect to run out, if you need to buff somebody, you can just take the piece of equipment on, cast whenever you need to cast, and then put it right back on.
You
really
need to remember that. You need to remember that last step. Definitely remember that last step. Never forget it.
The reason that it's killed so many runs is because, as you've seen throughout the majority of this run, we're always casting magic off of ourselves. So if you don't have reflect on, you're going to get all that damage unbuffered. So you're going to be taking the full 2,000, 3,000, however much damage, which will instantly kill you in almost every scenario. So whenever you have to take off Mirror Mail or Ruby Rings to do buffs or whatever, it's really important to make sure to put it back on. Otherwise, your character is probably going to die.
You die a complete and sudden and completely avoidable death.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where it's like, where did their run end? All you have to say is Mirror Mail, and everyone's like, yep. Doesn't even matter which fight. It's just Mirror Mail.
Maybe they ask Mirror Mail where, and then it's like Sid 2. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ouch. Because that's 6+ hours into the run, probably.
Yeah, so Freddy is coming up pretty soon on, in my opinion, the worst boss in the speedrun. If it works, it's fine. But when it doesn't work, it becomes probably the worst boss in the entire run, in my opinion, anyway. It's salvageable if you mess it up, but it's, again, one of the worst bosses that go wrong. And, on top of that, other than for maybe the exception of Fire Main, it is probably one of the most random battles in terms of how the enemies move. What we're going to be attempting to do, not only do you have to get your step counter correctly for Traveler, but then you also have to hit 5 enemies at the same time with Traveler, with a boss battle where the enemies don't move consistently.
And the timing window is actually quite tight, because there's one point where they guarantee droop up at the beginning of the fight. They can choose to troll in the way they get there by making you burn too many steps, because they split up in random ways before they converge. Then once they converge, there's a limited amount of time for you to get in there their positioning is slightly random within that space, so you could just have them be far enough apart that you can't get all 5 no matter what. And then, assuming all that goes right, there's a very slight chance for them to even then hit you with something that'll prevent your Traveler from going off.
And then on top of all that, you still have to get your step counter right. So it's I know, and it used to be even worse than this. So
yes.
I mean, it's been a lot better now that we use Traveler, but it's still probably one of the worst boss fights in the entire game if it goes wrong.
Yeah, we used to just group cast Fyra.
Right, and that's what you do if you miss any of them with Traveler, but that
well, no, we
loses
reflect,
a lot of time for different reasons.
We reflect, those are direct casted Fyras in the olden days.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do direct casts now, I think. It might not kill them, but...
It depends on the enemy and the situation. I sometimes use direct, sometimes use reflect. It depends.
Yeah, same.
Like how many are there, which ones are there, and so on.
So what the Mandragoras do, assuming they don't see you, so they just keep going on their own, they each split off going to a random corner. And then they choose one random Mandragora and all converge on that one. And do a bunch of buffs on each other. And then repeat.
And then on top of all that too, this is the closest save crystal to Mandy's, which is about 7 minutes out. 5 to 7 minutes out. So if you die on top of all that, then you lose like a lot of time. So it's just a nasty boss.
And then there's another boss fight after that, which can go horribly wrong as well in Ahriman. And that one, there's one save crystal between Mandragoras and Ahriman, but it also happens to be a crystal bug, which is a mimic enemy that can easily wipe you with piercing magic. In other words, it goes through a reflect. When that pops up, if you decide you want to kill it, which I'm sure neither of these guys are, because the Ahriman fight, while control horribly, is generally pretty consistent to finish. There is a technique to kill it, but that in and of itself is also very easy to mess up and lose your casters and then not really be able to finish it off.
Yeah. I would say that's another one of those things that gets cut out the less saves you start using in runs.
Depends on whether you added it in the first place.
Correct. I mean, assuming you save everywhere and then take out like a bunch of nominal saves, you know, these are the last ones you start cutting out. So yeah, these Corliss can cause Blaster here, which he got. So now he has to either decide if he wants to wait for Vaughn to get hit or just try to move with someone else, and it looks like he's going to opt to move with Balthier. Yeah, believe it or not, there's actually an enemy in this game worse than Malboros in terms of status effects, which you all are going to see later in the run, and hopefully they don't get it. Yep. And that's just another example right there of kind of close to what a Malboro does with just casting just a bunch of nasty status effects.
Well, I think this one was in the same family. Wasn't it a Quarrel?
What's that?
Wasn't it a Quarrel, or however you pronounce it?
The one that just happened, yeah. It was a Quarrel.
So the one we're talking about is the same family of monsters.
Yeah, same class, different name. But they cast Hellblaster rather than Blaster.
Yeah, OCs.
Alright, so I know I'll be giving Freddy some serious time here for this one. Like I said, this is just a nasty fight. Here's the thing, if he gets it right, it's going to go very quick.
Hey, we may have forgotten to call out Mateus Split.
It's taken care of.
Yeah. That was,
Or wait, that's
mistake.
not...
It's taken care of.
Is this the first time to Veronis Ace?
Yeah, for zero.
Serious time, please.
Yep, here we go.
Sorry, I just kind of glanced over and saw...
Notch it on, please. Quiet for a minute. Alright, so he only managed to get a couple here, so he's really going to have to do some work to get the rest of these 3 off. He managed to get 1 there, but I think he only got 2 of them with Traveler, so he's going to have to do a little bit of work here.
He got 3.
No, he didn't.
He did?
He got
he
3.
Just killed...
1 of them was Traveler. Or 2 of them was Traveler and 1 was Fire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw 3 targeted when he did that, so one of them must have ran away quicker than I thought.
Alright, he looks like he's going to be able to pull it off here. Luckily, the Mandragora picked Ram as its attack rather than Pollen or something. So he should be good to go.
Actually, that could be bad here because Bosch does not have Decoy anymore. A slower attack would be
He's
better.
already been targeted, but he
Yeah,
needs...
but Ram is an instant, so if it rams again, it can ram one of the casters.
Let's see. There we go. What a recovery. Great job, Freddy. That is not, like... I don't know if I would have been able to do that. Like, he got pretty lucky with what the Mandragoras decided to do, but that was a phenomenal recovery. Great job.
Yeah, I wish that would have hit more than 2, but oh well.
Yeah, that was not very lucky at all.
I'm gonna actually stop for a second here and get mana back for Ash and wait for Reflex to run out.
Alright, so yeah, Freddy right now is, are you gonna kill the Crystal Bug? I'm assuming not. Or are you just waiting for Reflex to run out? Yeah.
He's already run past it. Yeah, he kind of has to wait for Reflex to run out at some point.
Right.
He needs to recast Decoy on Bosch at some point. Bosch needs to cast Traveler for the XII fight up here in a second. And the Ahriman fight is fairly long, so the time he lost to them being in the Mandy's fight means that they would at some point have to cast Reflect during the Ahriman fight, probably at an inopportune moment. So he's waiting for it to run out. It's just something really unfortunate that can happen with Mandy's.
I've actually been fine.
Yeah, you may have. But again, that's another one of the consequences of Traveler not hitting all 5 Mandys. Like, it's so punishing if it doesn't go right, so...
And one of the things you saw him do, which I typically don't bother with, is you can save steps by... He had Balthier start casting Traveler at first. That was in case he was running out of steps. So Balthier would run up and Traveler them. And just means if you're running short, you can still get the good Traveler, which is very important. I tend to bring someone else out and switch to them and just have them sit there and have Bosch still do it, but, it's personal preference.
And then he just cast Traveler there to set up a step manipulation for XII. We don't actually cast Traveler on Ahriman.
Yeah, and XII is the last use of Traveler in the speedrun, as a matter of fact.
But yeah, Ahriman is another one of those tough bosses, so we're probably gonna help. I'm sure we'll want some silence for that, but and yeah, Zero Scar is on his way to still shine, so hopefully he gets good luck with the crit down here. Alright, so I'm assuming Zero will save here. And he will. So now Freddy's gonna do a little bit of preparation for Ahriman. He's gonna get Decoy and Protect casted on Bosch. He's gonna make sure that Bosch gets a heal. And he's also gonna be sure to equip Jack Boots because Ahriman casts Immobilize, which is a really bad status effect to get on Bosch in particular since he's kind of running the show. Ash and Penella don't necessarily need to move around too much. It's not as big of a deal as they get immobilized, but really you do want at least one person being able to move at all times, and it's almost always going to be Vaughn, or Bosch rather. So that's why we give him the Jack Boots. We bought those before we did Jelly's one, or after Jelly's one rather. And we only use it for 2 fights in the game, but really important to have when you need them. Looks like Sierra's having some issues with the crit down, and he got the good attack. Alright, so he's going to be fine then. Again, he knew exactly what to do there when he needed to do one attack on Penella, because he knows if he had not done anything different and just attacked, Penella would have died. So he made sure to remove the weapon and a piece of armor so that she didn't take too much damage. So again, that's just another great example of knowing the game really well. But yeah, anyway, here we go with Ahriman on Freddy's side. So this will be the split, whoever's running the timer. He's also going to opt to steal from Ahriman here. By the way, if you all like menuing, this fight's going to have a lot of menuing in it. So look on the lookout for that.
Sky Jewel sells for a decent amount of gil, and it has a couple other nice steals, so it's generally worth stealing from Ahriman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice, and he's dividing right next to Freddy. He could, if he was feeling aggressive, actually potentially get another round of fires on there and skip a phase, but it's kind of risky.
He's probably going to take it safe here. This is also going to be kind of difficult, because if you don't take it safe here, it's still dangerous, because Ahriman is right next to you, which is never good when he's dividing. So how this fight works, he starts off as one Ahriman and splits into 2. Then once you kill his clones, he splits into 4, and then finally you do it again until 8. So you'll have 8 Ahriman all attacking you at once, potentially, if not more. Ends up being one of the most dangerous fights in the game. And now he's getting Phantasmal Gaze. This is also another boss that can do that.
Not to mention the first attack Doom, which is less than ideal.
Yeah.
I think one of the remedy lures Bosch has can deal with that.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's the one that you get before or after this fight. But yeah, unfortunately, remedies by default don't remove Doom.
It's Remedy Lore 3, as I recall, which is typically after this one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But one thing that's a part of this fight is the clones, taking them out. Basically, that's typically done through direct casts from Ash and Penella. And then once Ahriman is alone, it's just a matter of reflecting on him. And it's also worth mentioning that Decoy seems to have something of a range limit. So if a clone teleports in from far enough away, then it won't necessarily target Bosch if the casters are out. So it's very much worth waiting for them all to target Bosch.
Yeah, and I guess the reason, we haven't really mentioned this throughout the whole run, the reason that it's important to manually target these Ahriman clones with Fire rather than reflecting it is because when you reflect magic off yourself, it's not AoE anymore. It's AoE upon yourself. That's why we get so many hits of it. He might almost got the quick kill there. That's fine if he doesn't. But when you reflect magic off yourself, it's no longer AoE. It only hits one target. So you're not trying to kill one Ahriman clone at a time. And since the Ahriman clones die in one manual cast of magic, you just want to do one round of that so that they all die, and then go back to reflecting magic, like Alex said. There's also an interesting strat that Freddy didn't opt to use today, but it's kind of far-fetched. But what I do it in particular. But what you can do at the beginning of the fight is actually cast Protect on Ahriman, which sounds kind of weird, right? Why would you cast a positive buff on an enemy? Well, first off, we don't use any physical attacks, so it doesn't really hurt anything. But the cool part about it is that if you cast Protect on Ahriman, you have a really easy way to figure out which Ahriman is the real Ahriman. Because all the rest of the Ahrimans won't have the Protect status, but the real Ahriman will. So in a case like this, when you have 8 Ahriman attacking you at once, you can try to pick off one of them really quickly, and that's kind of more of a riskier strat. I can completely understand him not even bothering with it. He's probably just going to do this more textbook style. So now he's just gonna, kill the clones and then hopefully finish them off. There is one attack here that Ahriman's gonna use pretty much as soon as the clones die, which is called Macer Eye, which will pretty much one-shot anyone. Bosch has a very low chance of surviving it if he has full HP. But yeah, he's gonna go for the textbook kill here, so let's see if we can get it. Also, funny enough, it casts a move called Boon, which almost fully heals you, so it's kind of helpful. I don't know why they programmed that. So he has, alright, so he got one clone, he's gonna pick him off.
That's the Ahriman split.
Yep, now. Yep. Great job. That's a really great split. Why wouldn't we cast poison on Ahriman? Because I have a pretty good feeling that he is immune to poison.
It's immune.
Yeah, we pick a... Protect is the go-to status effect to pick because, it's not like he's going to be immune to Protect. And since Protect doesn't hurt you at all, you might as well just do it. Because you already have the spell, so... And we don't have the spell Poison, so... It wouldn't... Even, if it was susceptible to poison, then yeah, it would make more sense to do that.
Yeah, the only negative status effect that it is not immune to is slow. And its clones can be stopped, reversed, something else, I forget what that one is, silenced or blinded or oiled, but that really doesn't matter since they die so easily. And it's also important for him to grab the elixir and ideally the other chest as well during that fight. I believe he got elixir from both of them, which is honestly probably ideal for his current situation.
Yeah.
Having the Mega Elixir means now having 3 total elixirs, he can afford to use the Mega Elixir in the Sid 2 boss fight, which is...
Or sell it if he
nice.
needs to.
Yeah, either way, it's ideal.
Mega Elixir is one of the best items to get just because it's so useful, and it's so useful in many different ways. You can sell it, you can use it during a fight, you can use it during brain pans. There's just a lot of uses for it. So it's fortunate that he got that.
One thing I want to note, the reason I killed Bosch in that instance is because he had Doom on it, and I was about the number where I wouldn't be able to quite run to this point before he died.
Yeah,
which could lead to a chain of everyone dying, which is bad.
No, absolutely right decision there. Not only that, but he got Doom cast of him within the first round of the fight. If he got Doom cast on with, the second or third time he split up, you can definitely make it to here without him dying. But instead of having not only to either try to license and remedy it, or to have the try to revive him on the fly during that area, like I was saying, that's probably one of the most deceptively dangerous spots in the run. So that was a good decision for him to do that.
Lunge there on Zero Scar. That's what the balloons often like to do.
It's another one.
I've seen Bosch toss 2 high potions there on a double turn and still walk away, going in, with full health, walk away with less HP than he does in Zero's.
Yeah. And that's the benefit of doing the strat that I use, where you use Balthier to despawn there. It's, like I said, safer. And it would have prevented what just happened there, with him having to use high potions. But it's a tad bit slower than what you could use Balthier for.
Yeah, it's about 15 seconds slower, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. That's probably a good guess. Alright, so Zero Scar is getting ready for the Venue Scar fight. Making sure that he removes all of his metallic equipment, and then a quick decoy and reflect on Bosch. Hopefully he set up Traveler correctly.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I figured you did. And then Freddy's gonna opt to make a save here in Old Arcades. As you can see, Bosch's meter is going up a little bit slower than everyone else's. That's due to him having shielded armor on. And yeah, oh wow, he got it perfect. Very good job. Got gambits off and everything.
Yeah, textbook Venus Scar fight there.
Yep.
Events in Arcades are based on getting information to people who want that information. So here, the first thing you do is tell Beasley, is that his name? That someone stole his bag of coin.
Yeah, Beasley's him, and then Jules is the other guy, of course.
Yeah, Jules is the guy who tells us about the whole information thing.
Yeah, and it's a shame, too. A lot of the money that we need for this run actually has to do with these two things right here. Like, Jules in the story, he goes, I'll tell you what you need to know if you pay me money. And it ends up being like, what, 5,000, 600,000 gil, something like that?
It's not that much.
No, I think it's like 2,000.
Like, total, like, between the two spots.
I want to say it's 1,200 and 1,500.
Okay.
I think it's like 30. I just did it recently. It's like 3,500 total, I think.
Yeah.
Let me check.
I mean, but that's still, like, for as tight as we route this game, that's a significant amount of gil. And it's kind of a shame. It's just, like, the story makes it so you need this much gil just to continue. Like, it's kind of weird. I don't really know anything like that in other Final Fantasies in particular.
Well, you spend more than that just shopping in Arcades. And
really right.
Oh, it's 1,500 and 2,500, so
yeah,
a
so
total of 4,000. And then you need, what is it, 6,700 for Arrow, 6,800 for Aeroga.
Mm-hmm.
And then 1,500 for that Chocobo, so it's a total of, like, you want 13,000 or so after that.
Yeah, after that shopping trip in the Photon Coast. So yeah, while we're here, does someone want to explain how Chops works?
Yeah, it's basically the same principle as someone has information and you tell that information to someone else.
And it's a specific person each time, so we know their rough movement patterns, so you can plan out which ones to do, so you'll end up within a rough number of steps. And it's actually quite lenient. Like, pretty much regardless of their movement patterns, I've always had to burn steps right before Sid 1.
Yeah, there are 28 pairs of people, which one of them has some information to give, and the other one has information to receive from that person.
And fortunately, you only need 9, so we just take 9 that are roughly on the way.
Yeah, just roughly, close to where we are and make the decent rounds.
Alright, so we got him, Zero Scar going on the Mateus fight, so the Mateus split's coming up for the Split Keeper. Also note that Freddy is being extra careful with his movement here, because as I reminded you all earlier, step count does matter at all points in the game, so he is on a step count right now.
I thought that was a different guy.
And he actually did burn a few extra steps than I do in the Araman fight. Not a ton, but it's there, so, you know. The way each of us does things can affect that a bit.
Alright, so we got Traveler off. Gonna bring in Ashton Pinello. Do note again that Bosch has the Dawn Shard on, so notice he's taking very nominal damage. And also do note that he's burning. Yeah, Flash Freeze is the only thing that does a significant amount. It does about, 600 or so there. About one high potion alleviates it. And then he's doing his last cast of Thundara and Textbook. That's a split. Very good job, Zero.
Yeah, and sometimes I feel like I'm the only one who actually likes the Chops quest. I know there are a few others.
I don't know. A lot of fun testing this, actually.
Yeah, we've done a lot of testing for maybe a faster route here recently. I know Yokai Dragoon, we mentioned him earlier when he did his segmented run. He was really the first person in a long time that's really tried to look at a different way to do chops since like the way we've always done it. And I think it's paid off even a little bit, you know?
And I like it just for, I guess, the atmosphere of it or something.
Yeah, it's a pace change, I think, to the run compared to what you're normally doing.
Well, I'm not even talking about speedrunning.
No, I don't mean speedrunning, just like the atmosphere of it, like you said. You know, it's not like go here, go here. It's like you're actually in the town going around talking to people and stuff, which you don't really get to do that much in the speedrun. It's always, you know, go to somebody, skip a cutscene or something like that, but it kind of makes it a little bit more lighthearted, hearing people's stories of misery and woe, but getting chops from them anyway.
Yeah, there's one where it's like, there's one.
Where's the husband?
It's like, oh no, I'm broke. I spent all my money on.
What the heck is happening already here?
This one he's doing right now, actually.
So yeah, there's a husband that usually spawns right there, but I don't even see him. I've never seen this before. What the heck?
Here he is. I've seen him up here before, but I thought I looked far enough up to find
Oh
him.
my gosh, I've never even seen him here before. Wow. Alright, well hopefully that doesn't cost him
did you
in
go
steps.
Did you buy a Droga?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you bought it before the shops.
Okay,
Yeah,
then that's the reason.
That's the reason, really?
I've had it. Yeah.
I've had to do that in the old
going
one
in the
before,
shop
though,
and going into the shop and entering the area resets the AI move or NPC position. I had a lot of trouble with poor husband being far away, but ever since I buy the Aeroga mid shops, then I've never had that problem after that. So.
Yeah, that's probably why I've never seen it, because I've never bought a Aeroga before. So that's actually really good. I never knew that.
I think I started buying Aeroga mid shots because of.
Well, no.
Why didn't you just skip that one and go for wages halved or something?
I didn't know that one. Well, yeah,
I
know
always
that one.
Zero playing a little risky here. Almost got downed on the way out of the Still Shine, but managed to do alright.
Yeah, I always just buy Aeroga after doing the lookalikes.
Alright, so you're going to notice Freddy had to restore Ash and Pinelli here, but Zero managed to get them out without dying, so he doesn't have to recrit the girls or redo their reflect. He just has to reflect and decoy Bosch, and now he's good to go for Bergen.
Yeah, and the only reason you'd even bother critting them at that point is to make sure decoy hits, but if you have I don't know, I generally find it hits within one or two so they can reflect themselves kind of as a different action while the one who has decoy is trying to decoy Bosch. It generally works out well in my experience.
So Zero's about to fight Judge Bergen. Hopefully it goes as well as it did with her Freddy.
Yeah. Freddy had a really nice fight. Bergen's like one of those fights, like I said, they can just kind of randomly troll you. It's one of those unfortunate things when you can block magic.
Funny thing, I have never lost the run to Bergen.
Zero? Famous last words, mate.
So the only things I know that you fight in the run that can block magic are Bergen and Gabranth 1.
Yeah, I don't know if Gabranth 2 can block magic. I'm not
He doesn't.
sure.
He can't.
Okay.
If he could, we would have seen it by now.
Yeah. So yeah, Freddy's doing a little menu here. Gonna get the bio spells, get a couple augments. That's about it. It's a pretty small menu. And then he's gonna go through Dracula Labs.
So Penella has 2 quickenings now. That means that the second quickening is an ability that costs 2 mischarges. So
So just confirming that he puts his gambits on fire out here and checked his step count as well. Saving to burn a few steps.
So yeah, on Freddy's game, Penella just got her second quickening, which means she has his second, which costs 2 mischarges. So she has 2 mischarges, which basically means double MP.
Yeah. That's another difference between IZJS and vanilla. IZJS, your mischarges aren't based on your MP anymore, but you get more MP when you level up, so it kind of balances out.
And this extra MP actually doesn't really matter yet.
Right.
It matters possibly Pharos, definitely the final battles.
I've actually never seen that before. Nice Ether Steel on Zero's Bergen fight.
That's the rare, actually.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
What's Ruby
and then you should get one fire off.
I'll be right back though.
Yeah, that was a good Bergen. So
Great fight.
Now Freddy's in Dracula Laboratories for real now. As the actual dungeon's starting. The way it works is there are red doors and there are blue doors. You hit one of the switches in these side rooms and all the blue doors close and the red doors open, or vice versa. And that way it's kind of a maze. Although if you know where you're going, obviously mazes don't really matter.
And their navy will see that the coast is watched as well. No, we go afoot.
No elevator troll?
Arcadia in the Salika.
Yeah. Did you just say what the elevator troll was?
No, I did not. I just
if
said
you want to
no
explain
elevator
that.
troll.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and explain what elevator troll is, if you feel like it.
Okay, so there is a chance. It seems to be about 50-50. What do you say?
Camp just beyond
I'd say something around there. It's definitely not like a specific, like, oh, it happens half the time, but maybe a little lower than 50.
Quarter of the time, maybe it happens.
Yeah, quarter maybe.
Let's be
well,
sure
anyway,
we go prepared.
there can be Imperial guards arriving in that elevator, and then you have to wait for the doors to open, the soldiers to come out, and the doors to completely close, and then you can use the elevator.
Which is bad in 2 ways. It loses time, and you can't do anything. You literally have to sit there like a duck and can't do anything. So you're taking damage, you're losing time, you have the chance of dying, you have to use Phoenix Downs. Like, it's just an awful thing to happen, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, you just sit there and take us because steps.
Yeah, that's the other problem. You're on a step counter too, so you can't really run away.
I mean, in the old route before Traveler, I used to just walk past the elevator in that case and then turn around. Can't do that anymore.
This is also another one of those areas you really need to know the area. It's so easy to get lost in here, which again is a problem because you're on a step counter.
If you know the way around and kind of you can just navigate by, well, feels like instinct or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's one of those things you just kind of have to learn, because it's a problem if you don't know it. I know I had issues with this area when I first learned it.
Oh crap, I had my headset mic up. I just noticed.
No, you were good. I could hear you.
Well, you can hear me better now, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, another problem with this is that the mini-map is kind of, staticky.
Not there.
Well, it is there. You can see the layouts. And,
right.
And figure out which way you're going just by moving. And
yeah,
seeing how the mini-map moves.
There's a few areas in this game where just for whatever reason, like, hey, you're not getting a mini-map. Like, it kind of sucks.
Here in the Feywood in the run, I think that's it.
And then the no map in Ferris.
Yeah, there's no
but
map
that's our choice.
Yes, there's no map at all in Ferris second ascent.
Yes. And no elevator troll both times for Freddy. That's good luck. So now Sid 1's, and I mean, I could say that about any boss, I guess, but he's definitely one of the ones where you don't really have too much you can mess up, or I mean, you can't really mess up, or you're dead.
Oh, now we gotta make some laps. Actually, I'm gonna get something over here too.
Okay. But yeah, this is gonna have pretty much the traditional setup: decoy, reflect on Bosch, Ash and Penella, critical. Oh, did you overstep?
Yeah, I was about 20 over.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, as you can see here, Freddy took too many steps. So his step counter went over, so he's gonna have to step all the way back to 5,000 or 1,000 steps again. He actually got. I know, that's like, oh man, me and Freddy like a.
Sid?
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah,
I mean,
it would help
if you want to try it.
Use it on the first. Once you get the cutscene, use it. I remember sitting on a Skype call with Freddy a year ago, wondering if we should get that Hayastega move, and we ended up just figuring out it wasn't worth it. But like, I'd love to see it used here. That's gonna be really cool to see.
I don't know. Is this the best place to use it?
It's either here or on the Bahamut somewhere.
Yeah. I honestly would use it here.
It's not worth it anywhere else at all.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it here.
Well, there's no sense in waiting until after the cutscene.
With the hasting emote?
Well, as long as you can move Bosch, because you need to move him up.
As long as haste would normally last, basically.
Okay, so yeah, I'll just do it before. It's plenty of time.
What they actually don't tell you in this game is that Bosch was once a world-class runner, so that's what Freddy's just showcasing here. He's gonna be running around here just to show when he used to run. Evilise in track and field. And I mean that in the most sarcastic way possible.
What is your traveler number?
358.
So you had 400 after that.
Haste has the same duration as Bravery. As compared to Reflect, it's shorter by about... I'm just going to do some math here, hold on.
Reflect is 2 minutes on Bosch and a minute 20 on Ash and Penella. And they're all proportional.
Yeah, it'd probably be like a minute and a half on Bosch, and a bit less on the girls.
You know what you should do? Throw it before the fight.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, see, I was thinking doing it during the battle, but yeah, definitely throw it before. I didn't even think of that.
And motes ignore reflect, so you can just have everyone reflected and then throw the motes.
Correct. Sid 1 is also one of those fortunate bosses that has a save crystal right before it, so if Freddy were to die here on Sid 1, it's not the end of the world by any means. But yeah, Sid's 2 is one of those, you know, you do this, you do this, you do this, and you don't mess up or you die.
Hey, it's much better than it used to be.
Oh, definitely. I'm so glad I never had to do it the old way.
I honestly had a self-high potion gambit on Bosch.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't go that far.
Pinello
and then
is not reflected.
You want to throw that moat for
me? She is. Never mind.
You gonna throw that moat? There you go.
Also mirror mail.
Yeah, I just remembered that.
Mirror mail is his thing.
And we forget it a lot. Alright, so here we go with Freddy on Sid 1. He's going to start off with moving all 3 characters closer to Sid so that these reflected bios hit. He's also going to be trying to do this so that the rooks don't get shell off. Because that makes the fight kind of slower. So he's going to move him up.
Well, the fight pretty much resets after the first rook dies.
Yeah, but he can still get shell off before, so... And,
I did not see shell.
Yeah, I saw the animation for it, but no...
You don't... but shell wouldn't carry through the cutscene, would it?
Yeah, it does. So... He's going to throw a high potion on Bosch, and then immediately do a Traveler, and then he's also going to do 1 manual cast of Bio per girl, to deal enough damage so that once Traveler goes off, the rooks die. And the reason you manual cast it is so that you get the area of effect with the bios rather than it just hitting a single target, and then you notice all the rooks die and everything. So now he's going to turn Gambits back on. I can't tell if he got shell on or not.
Nope.
Looks like he didn't.
So he's going to go for the quick kill here. If you're familiar with Kingdom Hearts speedrunning, at least they use a term called DM, Desperation Move. Bosses in Final Fantasy kind of have the same thing, where, you know, it's a big major attack that they do where you really can't do anything about it. So since Shell didn't get off, he's going to be able to do more DPS with his bios, and hopefully kill him before he does that DM, if you will.
S27 Tokamak?
I guess that's plenty of damage.
Yeah, S27 Tokamak, and with the haste emote, that was not even close.
Yeah, that was a real treat that he got that. I've never actually seen that before.
That was pretty nice. That made Shell, not getting Shell, basically a lock.
Yeah, that was really good.
Because usually when I was testing it earlier, he gets it on the second round, or after the cutscene almost constantly. Unless I have to do it like really fast. And yeah, you have to go fast.
Did you do the early Traveler spot, Zero?
I always enter Sid 1 with the girls' gambits on and just move them forward manually, just to make sure they have the most ATB charge to try to avoid shell.
Yeah, you only have to move them forward slightly. I kind of put them in a straight line pointing at Sid, so they all hit the same rook.
So yeah, you did do the early spot then, Zero?
Yeah.
I think he's... okay. So yeah. Zero should have hopefully a better time of getting the step buffer for Mandragoras correct. So yeah, one of the few instances in FF12 where, you know, a normal cutscene after a boss or an area isn't like just a FMV cutscene that's text. He does skip a couple of cutscenes, but then you have to do a little bit of dialogue. I'm not sure. Freddy might opt to buy a few potions here, but regardless if he does or doesn't, right before the teleport crystal we're about to go to, we get a 100% spawn chest that happens to have just a small amount of 5,040 gil, which is just like, I don't know, like, there's no real downside to getting that chest. They kind of just gave you a freebie on that one, which is really nice to have in the run.
They like tried to hide it around the corner. Except when you get close to a chest, that big thing pops up, so it's impossible to miss.
So yeah, he's opting to not buy potions here, which is fine. His potion count seems to be pretty good anyway. He hasn't really had to burn too many, but that is an opportunity to buy more if you need them. So yeah, he's just going to get that chest and then teleport back to Mount Barami-Sace, and then grab the Chocobo and go to the Feywood to get ready for Rafflesia.
Yeah, because you need to go to Girovegan because Sid's going there, or so he says.
You have been hearing my you on the stream have been hearing my favorite music of this game for the past couple minutes.
Yeah, Sully Goodwood's music's really nice. So yep, grab the chest and then now he's off to Mount
I have to turn that on.
A reminder to people in chat that the best Final Fantasy game is your favorite one.
What are you talking about? It's Die Hard.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry.
I don't know. I think I think I agree with Poexel on what the best Final Fantasy is.
No. At least that's what I think he says. That's in his,
yes, that is what he
FAQ.
says.
Just no. I like that. That's my second favorite answer.
Well, the first Crystals for Life, the best Final Fantasy was whatever is currently being played.
That's probably correct.
Oh, I guess we forgot to mention when we were going after after Jellies going to Baromesace, there's normally a boss.
Oh yeah, I guess that's good to mention too. A lot of casual players don't realize there's a boss in the Golem jungle named Earth Tyrant.
Elderworm.
Elderworm, excuse me. And the game tells you pretty much need to go fight him in order to keep on going, but there's actually 2 exits out of the Golem jungle that gets you into the Paramina Rift, which then takes you to Mount Baromesace. So if you just go the other way, you don't have to fight it. I remember, I think Freddy was the one back when he was doing runs of this game.
Yeah, Freddy.
I think Freddy watched Nitrodon and Alex Crystals for Life run of FF12, and they actually killed him as a donation incentive. So I think Freddy watched their runs like, oh, they killed Elderworm, so now I have
that 1 HP.
Oh wow.
Yeah, 1 HP, and that was just a hit.
Yeah, luckily there is a save crystal right before Rafflesia, so you don't need like, I mean, as long as one person survives, you're pretty much good. So yeah, we're about to do Rafflesia. A pretty nasty boss, again, if you don't do it right. He's going to do a big menu, and then actually switch back to Cherry Staves, which aren't as powerful as Flame Staves, but Rafflesia is weak to Wind Magic. So, obviously, a less powerful staff that boosts Air Magic or Wind Magic is going to do more than a more powerful staff that doesn't boost it. So he is going to switch to the Cherry Staves for this fight.
You get Time Magic 2 for Fran?
She really wanted it.
So does this mean you're going to have her cast Reflect on herself for Daedalus?
Probably not.
You can now. Well, actually, it depends on if you get her Quickenings, but yeah, you should be able to.
Takes time.
Yeah. Also, don't do what I did last in my run and bring Balthier out first instead of Fran.
Also, another thing to note that what he's going to do for Rafflesia, I actually made this mistake once in my run, and for like 9 months of running this game, didn't even know it's something that could happen. If you only bring out Bosch, Rafflesia has a chance of casting Disease. And you don't want Disease. Disease is probably one of the nastiest status effects in this game. What Disease does, it makes your current HP your maximum HP. So
unless you're dead, in which case your maximum HP is 1.
Yes. It's a very nasty status effect, and you don't want that.
Well, you do have Remedy Lore too, 3.
Yeah. But the reason that you only bring Boshin is because when Rafflesia casts Disease, it's area of effect, so it can hit Ash and Penelo as well, and you don't want that. So that's why you only bring Boshin. Make sure that he's not gonna, or Rafflesia isn't gonna cast Disease, and then bring in Ash and Penelo. And there's a lot of fights like that in the game where you're gonna want to bring in your tank first before everyone else. So now he's going to do the usual of casting Decoy and Reflect on Bosch. Girls are already in critical HP, and he's going to opt to cast Protect here as well, which is just another little safety net. Really the only bad thing that can go wrong, even if you do this fight 100% correctly, is that when Rafflesia gets Nectar Volley off, it can inflict Sap. And It's not something that'll make you die or anything. It's just a nuisance. So yeah, notice he takes out Ash and Pinello just to have Boshin only. And then once he gets targeted and can confirm it's not disease, then he'll bring in Ash and Pinello. Yep, so it's just a regular attack.
So Ash's MP is actually better suited for this battle.
Correct.
Because the MP drain is proportional to your max MP.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the effect of War Mage replenishing based on damage, I believe, is straight numeric. It's linear.
Well, not linear, but it's a strict function of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
notice Bosch got sapped there. So that's, like I said, the really only inconvenience that can go with that fight, even if you do it perfect.
You know what I'm trying to say? I've been awake for about 20 hours now.
Yeah. So yeah, this is going to be the real biggest part of the run, or at least tied for the biggest part of the run of where we're going to be using this immobilized despawn glitch, and Freddy really hasn't properly done it yet. This is one of those ones that typically a lot of casual players actually know about. But if you've never seen this before, it's really unique. There's not really any other Final Fantasy game where you can actually do this that I know of. So since Freddy didn't actually do it earlier in the run, and Zero really hasn't had that much of an opportunity to do it, I'll kind of explain how this glitch is going to work, or a exploit, if you will. It's not technically a glitch, because it's how the game is designed. We're just abusing it. But what's going to happen is that Freddy is going to leave a immobilized character at the beginning of the screen. And there's actually a lot of really powerful enemies here, because remember, we are severely underleveled. So what's going to happen is he's going to switch back and forth between his party leaders. So he's going to send his party leader all the way back to the immobilized character at the beginning of the screen, and then go back to the normal character. And what it does, it kind of confuses the game, because the game spawns enemies based on your party leader's location. So if you end up switching party leaders like that from such a far distance away, it actually despawns enemies. So you don't even really have to worry about taking damage here that much, because it's pretty much as soon as you're in threat of taking damage, you can just despawn the enemies. Really the only area that can be kind of tricky on is these shrines, and I guess to explain that as well, how these shrines work is that you have to go to the shrine and then spin your camera around, and whichever area kind of is like a meadowy green color, that's the way you have to go. So yeah, you can see how it kind of like flickers there for a second, and then notice how we just despawn that. The only exception...
there are some bigger enemies that don't despawn. The ones we notice are Gyroveganus, which will kill you if you don't just go around it, and in the next area, what's Diacon Enteat, which you don't really care about because it's neutral, but...
Yeah, and then if you use the despawn trick in the Still Shrine of Miriam, you have that Dark Mare in there as well.
Yeah, well, it's a teleporter, so that makes sense.
Right.
Looks like Zero isn't saving before Mandy's.
It's a ballsy move. But if there's anyone I know that can do it, it's him, so...
I actually forgot. Thanks for reminding me.
You should have just rolled with it.
Bold move, Cotton.
So, and you can't just memorize the path because it's random, although
yes.
there are like 2 or 3 possibilities in each zone.
And you can see that big dinosaur-looking creature. That is one enemy that you can't despawn, so do note that Freddy is taking a little bit of a detour around it, so he doesn't aggro it.
RPG Dino.
I thought about doing it.
I think... I'm not sure if that's the Deathbringer chest or Sanguine Shield chest or not. I can't remember.
Also, fun
fact, of the game.
This is the only time in the entire game where we summon an Esper, and it's because it's mandatory. You actually have to have Belias summoned to open this door, but other than that, that's the only time we ever summon anything in this game, so enjoy it. Because summons do look pretty cool in this game, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, and you want to be close to the gate, or at least be able to find it. Unlike one run I tried very long ago.
Yeah, I've also died there.
Well, I'm not sure everywhere. If I died. Well, I didn't lose a run, but I had to waste an elixir.
Right, so we are coming up on the next split, Daedalus. This is actually where we should go ahead and introduce what the last pretty much exploit we use in this run.
This is actually a glitch.
Oh yeah,
definitely a glitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can explain. Or
yeah.
Do you want to explain?
I'll go for it.
Alright, so basically each magic that has a status effect attached to it that isn't guaranteed to hit has a percentage chance associated with it. Each enemy has a... Yeah, and it varies from one to another. Each enemy has a vitality stat, and basically what happens is you take the magic stat of the caster, possibly modified by Spellbreaker, and then...
No, Spellbreaker's after this.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. And then you compare it against the boss's vitality, and if you get that number under 0, then it underflows the hit chance, and you guaranteed hit. So because Fran is so low level at this point in the game, when she casts Confuse, it is guaranteed to hit Daedalus. Which means you can just sit there, keep casting Confuse with Fran, running around. This is actually Densivus, so she's regaining her MP faster. Meanwhile, he keeps whacking himself. One time he even landed the finishing blow on himself, robbing me of his LP, which was a thing.
Yeah.
But that's pretty unlikely, because you can see the bio dealing significantly more than that 700-ish damage Daedalus just dealt to itself.
Yeah, so like it's just kind of a goofy fight when he just keeps on hitting himself. It's any fight where we do something like that where we're abusing the underflow glitch. It's really cool just to kind of just see him hit himself.
Oh, that looks like 5.
And Zero Scar is on Traveler. On Mandy's
it's
2.
Currently 3.
Oh no!
Yeah. Wow.
Only hit 2. That's not good.
That looked ideal. That
I saw 3 chain.
Okay, so maybe he did get it then, or at least 3. Sorry, probably should have given you time 0, it's all good. And that was a split for Daedalus on Freddy's part, by the way, if you missed that.
Yeah, I kind of went bypassed.
Yeah. So we got 4. And he's switching his gambits to Blizzara because when you optimize a character in this game and you own both a Flame Staff and a Glacial Staff, it's going to prioritize the Glacial Staff because it has one more magic power than the Flame Staff. So he's just switching his gambits to Blizzara to reflect that. Now, as long as he doesn't get trolled by whatever attack this Mandy is going to do, then he should be okay.
Well, Penella died, but the Mandy fell.
Yeah,
great job. That's,
one of the cool things about Mandy's is that he only loses out on that one Mandragora's LP there with Ash, so it's not that big of a loss. It's only, what, 10 I think, because 5 each?
Yeah, they're 5 each, and Golden Amulet means 10.
So yeah, that's just I just can't emphasize that enough, like, that professional, like, the professionalism there for Zero Scar, like that is just being able to deal with that is what makes a good runner versus a great runner, in my opinion. Like it just really shows like that, and that's why I have so much respect for the any of the runners in FF12 that like know how to deal with situations like that, and it helps me learn how to deal with situations like that better as well. So great job there by Zero Scar. Again, both Freddy and Zero Scar had suboptimal Mandragoras, which means it's going to be a really hard fight, but they ended up dealing with it very, very well. So props to both of them. And now you can see Freddy immobilizing all of his characters for one last bout of immobilization despawning. Again, this is just another one of those areas that just has such dangerous enemies. And everywhere else, either you don't have enough room to despawn or it's not worth it. So this is going to pretty much be the last area where he's going to be despawning. So, like I said, a really, really cool exploit that
and
we get to
you
use
see
in
it's
this
about
run.
to bring someone in over here for backtracking purposes.
Yeah, it's pretty much any time we've used immobilize in this run, every single reason is being used here. So, you know, like, either getting to a spot quicker or despawning enemies or anything like that. That's also a very good point as well, Nitron. And throughout this whole area, you're having to hit switches just to block or open up barriers so that you can continue your progress. That's why we have to do all this stuff.
Yeah, those large enemies you see there are the main reason, but not the only reason that this area is so dangerous. The ones that he just approached and despawned there, they're the gargoyle type enemies in this game, can also cast stop and a couple other things that will slow you down. And then the final type of enemy is a Marlboro type enemy, and if you're familiar with those in Final Fantasy games, well, you should know what their breath does.
Are these Vivians or Cassies here?
These are
Cassie.
These are
one of them's here.
These are Vivians.
They are Vivians.
These are Vivians. Yeah, these are Vivians. Cassies are in the Ridorana Cataract.
Okay. Oh yeah, that is right.
So I just had a thought. Why don't we immobilize despawn in Pharaoh's second ascent or something like that?
Well, most of second ascent is the brain pans and stuff, and then after that.
Ascent.
Oh yeah, that's right. Second ascent, the reason you don't really is because you can deal with it with battle speed 1, pretty consistently.
I don't even need battle speed 1 for that. Honestly, that's a really easy area to get through.
With bubble.
I
wouldn't do it without bubble and not battle speed 1, but
same.
Yeah. So yeah, we got Zero Scar prepping for the Mandy's fight. Again, putting decoy and protect on Bosch, and then the reason you run with Vaughn here, we didn't really explain this, is just because between that little door and the next door, there are either 1 or 2 Wendigos that can spawn in here, and you want to be going into that fight with full HP. So we just use Vaughn as kind of like our dummy, if you will, to deal with getting hit there if you do get hit. So here we go with Ariman with 0.
Also Diacon anti-sighting.
Yeah, those are. I don't know.
And you saw it didn't despawn.
Yeah, it's
but
too
we don't
big
care.
Right. So yeah, Zero Scar is going to opt to cast Protect on Ariman, which is I love that strat. It's another one of those strats that Eminon came up with. Also, do note that Ariman is casting Phantasmal Gaze, so they are probably going to get hit with Confuse. Yeah, Ash did get hit with Confuse. So he's going to take off her weapon, not only to make sure that she doesn't deal any more damage that she needs to, but then also to reset her action. And then note that Bosch turned on Bosch's gambits solely for the purpose of those smelling salts, and also that he's going to steal. So you happen to actually recycling your gambits that you used for jellies and using it on this fight, which is really cool. So now he's going to recast decoy and all that jazz. Generally here, you usually will throw like a potion or cast cure with one of the girls and have decoy with the other. And then as soon as decoy lands, he's going to optimize Bosch to put it back on Mirror Mail and then take out the ladies until Ariman comes back, which is usually pretty quick. Like, yeah. And then you would wait for both of them to target Bosch so that Ash and Pinello don't accidentally get targeted.
And there, because he knows which Armon is the real one, he's just stealing and standing next to the one that he knows is fake, because that one, yeah, because then that one, when it reflects off of Bosch, it will guaranteed go away, and meanwhile the girls happen to be a little bit closer to the real one in that case.
While Freddy is about to come up on Tyrant. Tyrant is another boss that we use Confuse Underflow on. However, since Tyrant's vitality is even higher than Daedalus is, we can actually use Bosch to cast Confuse rather than Fran.
And saving because he is kind of fast and sometimes breaks out of Confuse.
Yeah, I know I've got really unlucky once. Tyrant triple comboed me to start off the fight. And I think in one of my most recent, the last PD, not the one I currently have, that was my only death. Because I got a triple combo. Like,
oh,
what are you
that's
gonna
a
do?
double confuse at least.
Oh.
Maybe a triple. Yep, triple confuse.
That's just, again, awful luck.
So he removed his weapons so that they wouldn't KO themselves, basically. And now the Smelling Salt's Gambit catches, and fortunately, he seems to have come out of this alright, but it's still, it can get pretty ugly.
Mm-hmm. It looks like he's about to go in for another one. Oh, no, okay. I saw Phantasmal Gaze being prepped, so...
Alright, so we're getting close to the Armin split.
Yeah, almost ready for Ariman on 0. Freddy's about to go into Tyrant, which is in the split, but...
It's still a fight.
Yes. Also, if it wasn't obvious, and it's pretty much the reason we choose all the spells we particularly choose for all these fights in this run, you know, if like we're casting Blizzara on Tyrant, Tyrant's obviously weak to Blizzara.
That's the reason we get Blizzara.
Also, it's important to note here that we do have to dispel Tyrant before we can cast Confuse, because Shell actually increases your chance of a spell not landing. So, unfortunately, Overflow doesn't take care of that, so we do have to dispel him first, but then note we get Confuse off, and pretty much from here it's fine, as long as the timing doesn't get messed up.
And mechanically, it's just a flat 50% on top of any other thing, so...
Correct.
The underflow doesn't matter, it doesn't wreck the underflow in any way, it's just completely separate to any other resistances it has.
Zero Scar decided to not use Vaughn as a buffer for the decoy, so if he can manage to hit the real Ahriman first try, he should be okay. If not, he's going to be in for a little bit of an issue, because decoy might run out. We'll see what happens, though. And
down?
Yep, standard textbook fight from Freddy on Tyrant. Alright, so he's going for the quick kill here. Let's see if he gets it. This is very, very good, tight. He has to manage to hit the right Ahriman. And looks like he may have got it.
Got it. That's
nice.
Very good, Zero. Wow. So as you can see there, he had 8 different Ahrimans, and he managed to target the right Ahriman. And like I said, when you reflect magic off yourself, it's no longer AoE when it hits the opponent. So it will only hit one target. So he had to line himself up so that his characters were as close to the real Ahriman as possible. So that was a phenomenal fight. Well done, Zero. Not to mention with all the confuses he got to, which is just trolly. So very, very well done. And now, I know this happens to be Falcon Punch, an ex-runner of this game in the chat right now. I know this happens to be his favorite spot of the run, or one of his favorite spots. This area is the Great Crystal. It's pretty much acts as the maze for this game. And it happens to have these enemies called Oses. And they cast a move which, in my opinion, is worse than Bad Breath from Marbos, which is called Hell Blaster. It does, in this case, about like 500 to 900 damage and inflicts just about every status effect in the book. Bar, maybe disease.
No disease, we'd notice.
Yeah.
There was disease.
Yeah, that's what's like almost every single bad status. And they're just nasty. They're so bad.
They also have piercing magic, so the fact that you have Mirror Mail on doesn't matter. The magic will still hit you.
Yeah, they can still hit you with Thundaga, I think is what they use.
And their instant rake is also still pretty powerful.
You also note that Freddy grabbed a chest.
You'll note that Zero is not using float.
Yes, that is a very risky strat. I hope he at least turned his battle speed down to 1. Yeah, he's now hit 2 traps. He's very fortunate that the second one didn't do damage.
3 traps.
Wow. 4 traps.
4 traps.
Oh my gosh. Zero, I love you, dude. 5 traps, let's go!
I think we're a bit different because I only saw 4 traps.
Yeah, okay.
Something
Yeah, what's up, Zero?
Okay, so what happened in Ahriman was that when Ahriman did his last divide, he teleported like right next to me, so I was like, oh, I can go for the quick kill before he even divides. But then he teleported away, and by the time I redecoyed and cured Bosch, Bosch was already targeted by the Ahriman, and I was really fortunate that it was Bosch and not the casters that was targeted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out Vaughn.
And that's I guess, also the reason that you didn't get to use Vaughn as a buffer, too.
Yeah, you saw that huge list of
that's the
statuses.
reason.
Yeah, that's what Hellblaster does. Hellblaster is probably the nastiest thing that happens in this run.
Yeah, there are certain areas in the Great Crystal where I intentionally lead with an expendable character just so that Bosch is not the first one they target, and
because you have
that he can just
if you get it.
And if you didn't notice, when Zero Scar left the Ahriman area in the Sochin Cave Palace, you'll notice he had Doom on. That's because, unlike Freddy's Ahriman, he got Doom casted on him in the second or third round of splits. So that by the time he got into Old Arcades, the Doom counter was only like 3 or 4, so he didn't have to, kill Bosch or alleviate the Doom or anything like that, unlike Freddy, where he got it cast in the first round, so it was on for a much longer time.
And I did forget float mode. That wasn't intentional. But Bosch was at such a good amount of HP that I figured he would survive the threat.
Did you have battle speed on low?
I did.
Okay, I was about to say, if you went there with no float mana and battle speed 6, you were like the man.
I've done that.
Okay. Yeah.
Not in the marathon run, though.
I do the menu right after Ahriman, so I have the slow battle speed for the for that particular run.
I've been starting to do that as well. You kind of do 2 menus at once.
In the slow, you turn it in the slow anyway for Dracula, so might as well do it there.
Yep, absolutely. This is also probably one of the most dangerous screens in the run right now for Freddy. You have those Oses waiting there for you, 3 of them, and he actually managed to get Hellblastered and not dead, so that was really lucky on his part.
Fortunately, Hellblaster can both miss completely and not actually apply statuses when it does hit.
Correct.
Yeah, and actually, now that I think about it, I may have intentionally hit the first trap at C4L because of Doom and its counter being low. But I think I kind of botched it, if my memory serves.
So we're approaching Shemhazai?
Yep.
And she is vulnerable to Immobilize.
Correct. And another status effect that's going to be eligible to land 100% of the time via the accuracy underflow glitch. Once again, Shemhazai has a high enough vitality where Bosch can use it rather than someone else having to use it, plus the chances for Immobilize, I believe, are a little bit higher. Maybe.
Yeah, even Vaughn barely has low enough magic to use it. Well, actually, I'm talking about level 25 Vaughn from the old routes. So, level 21 Vaughn, certainly.
Yeah. Also, something to note here is that Bosch, well, we used to use Vaughn for this fight, and you couldn't have Vaughn equipped with a staff because it made his magic too high. Because you do have to reapply Lure during this fight. So we ended up switching to Bosch for 2 reasons. One, I believe decoy hits more often. And 2, decoy also lasts longer on Bosch than on Vaughn. And not to mention, Bosch is going to be able to take more damage anyway.
The damage is the only one that I care about, to be perfectly honest. The menuing doesn't save that much time. It's only like 15 seconds.
Well, I know I've lost a run because Vaughn couldn't get decoy back on.
So we need to enter with Bosch. So we enter with Bosch alone because Shemhazai has what, Siphon or Firga?
Siphon and Silenska as well. So you obviously don't want those to hit Ashen Pinello. So as you can see, he waited until he made sure that Shemhazai wasn't going to cast anything like that. And also another note right there, if Vaughn was in this battle, he would have just died.
Yeah,
most likely.
He would have eaten that demonic number critical and dropped.
Yep, that's very fortunate that I mean, a double crit, sometimes he can survive a double crit, sometimes not. But guns in this game have an insanely high crit rate, especially with enemies using them. So that's all in all why we switched to Bosch here. And as you can see, Decoy is still missing.
Shemazai has something like a 20% crit rate. It's really high. But then the reason Bosch is pretty decent at hitting with lure is because he just has he has pretty much the worst vitality in the game, and vitality is what negates that.
Mm-hmm.
It's also important to remove the pirate hat for that part, if you remember, because that increases his magic resistance and therefore lowers the chance of Decoy hitting.
Mm-hmm. And then if you couldn't even tell the general strat there, we immobilized Shimazai. And as long as Bosch keeps Decoy on, Shimazai is just going to constantly target Bosch, but Bosch is so far away that Shimazai will never hit him. So that's why it's important to make sure Decoy comes back on before it runs out. Otherwise, Ash and Pinello most certainly get targeted. So while Bosch is on the other end of the arena, if you will, for the fight, Shimazai won't do anything. So it's another one of those cool strats.
Yeah, Immobilize barely lasts long enough for the entire fight.
Yeah, I know. Most of the time, Bosch will end up dying at the end, just because Shimazai's Immobilize runs out, but you can still usually get the kill. I've never had that be an issue, but definitely is a thing.
Yeah, no, I usually see Shimazai start moving and die on the way to the tank.
Yeah. So you got Zero doing chops, and now Freddy will not only be going to the second to last dungeon in the run, but the biggest dungeon in the game as well.
For all practical purposes, the final dungeon.
Pretty much. You have one area after that. I think it's probably a tie between the Great Crystal, maybe even the Henne Mines too, and the Pharos are probably the three biggest dungeons in the game, and the Pharos is the one we definitely spend the most time in.
Yeah, and he has, and there are a lot of bosses there.
Mm-hmm.
We see Zero does get Arrow Guy in the middle of chops.
Mm-hmm.
And here we see the last use of a teleport zone in the entire game, because now you get access to the airship.
Yep. And also do note, since Freddy is doing the bubble route, before going into the Pharos, he will be riding the airship to go pick up Bubble, which, to remind you all, doubles your maximum and current HP for a temporary amount of time, which is going to be insanely useful for the end of this game. Again, you know, we haven't changed levels pretty much since, 2 hours ago. So
whenever we did jellies.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, the more and more you go through this run, the more underleveled you are. So just the difficulty is just going to keep on increasing. So Bubble is really nice. It makes things a lot more comfortable. Zero Scar, on the other hand, is going to be doing Bubbleless, which is faster, but insanely more riskier. He's also, Freddy, that is going to be selling a bunch of things here, so he can afford X potions, which are the best potions you can buy in the game. They pretty much, ends up doing around 2,000, 3,000 health, which is almost always going to fully heal you. So yeah, and then he can also get rid of 2 of his golden amulets, as they were severely important throughout the run. Now that we were primarily using ruby rings rather than golden amulets on the girls, we don't need those 2 golden amulets anymore, which are going to sell for 4,500, which is going to give them 4 X potions. X potions are pretty expensive at 630 a pop. 15 X potions is a little low, and he's also now going to have to sell a couple extra things to get enough money to buy Bubble, which is, I believe, you need, for the cost of the airship and Bubble, it's 3,510 gil or something like that.
I got it from the Mech Elixir.
Is it 3,510?
Well, the airship cost is random.
Really? Is it?
Well, it's within the range, from 200 to 220 or something like that.
It was always 210.
Yeah, I did not know that was random. If it is,
well, I thought it was random. Maybe it's just different on each
It's
route.
not random, but it varies between. Yeah, it's different on each route. It plays 210 on the one where bubble is.
But it's always 210 if you go for bubble, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See.
Oh, it's different airships have different.
Yeah,
costs.
different airships cost money, but each airship costs the same. If that makes sense. If one's 210 and the other one's 480 or something, they're always going to be 210 and 480 rather than it just being random. But I get what Nishon's saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I just never made the connection. I thought it was random, approximately 200-ish.
Yeah.
I knew that they were fixed, thanks to the FAQ, I think.
But yeah, after that shopping menu, for the amount it costs to get the airship and bubble, is exactly 3,510. So that's how much you have to have minimum if you're doing bubble. Otherwise, you could afford, an extra 3 or 4 X potions.
Well, not entirely true, because if he wasn't getting bubble, he would have had to buy the Viking coat for 4,000 gil earlier.
Yeah, I mean at this point you could spend all your money. But yes, if you don't do bubble as Zero is doing, you have to buy the Viking coat, which makes you immune to water damage, and that will be useful on the fight where not having bubble is the most dangerous. So that's kind of a route difference when you decide to use bubble or to not use bubble. But yeah, Nishon's absolutely right with that.
So Ash just got Shemhazai, which is a summon that costs 2 mischarges, and she gets that because 2 mischarges.
Right. In this version of FF12, whenever you get a mischarge after the first one, it increases your HP, or your MP rather, by 100% of your base amount. So if you have 120 and get a second mischarge, you'll now have 240, which is insanely useful. It's like the most free way to get MP. But again, that doesn't work like that in IZJS.
It's somewhat widely believed that these mischarges just come from having quickenings. But you just tend to have any missed ability that costs 2 mischarges, or it costs 3 mischarges.
Right, so if you're good at Esper that costs 3 mischarges and you get it on the license board, you automatically get, 200% more MP.
Yeah, old route used to get Famfried on one of the casters.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much for bubble, when I'm gonna go into the ship and it'll let me fly somewhere, I'll basically losing the time from when I fly to somewhere until I have to fly manually somewhere again to the cataract.
Right, and
which
that's
ends up being
the,
about 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's 2 to 3 minutes, something like that. So that's really the whole point of cutting out bubble. You don't have to waste that time.
The extra time is like, time spent casting bubble, actually. That's probably another minute or so, or half a minute. Because that messes up some of your setups, actually. It's not a huge time loss overall, but it is some.
And licensing.
And licensing bubble, yeah.
Yeah, you'll notice once Freddy buys bubble here, only like 300 some gil left, so he was sure to make sure that he didn't overspend on that shopping menu where he got X potions for that reason. Also important here to pick the right option, saying yes please rather than who is rammed. Costs about 30-35 seconds of unnecessary text, and I know I've done that before.
I had completely forgotten about that dialogue.
Oh yeah, on the airship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made sure not to
It's
never
been a
do
while
that again.
since I've done bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, getting bubbled there just cost a minute 57.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, when I timed it at, like, about that. I think I actually timed it at 2 minutes on the dot. But the thing about Bubble is that not only does it make your run much, much safer, the time spent casting it is actually...
Ow,
ouch.
ow. Look at Zero's stream. Ouch, 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 ouch,
So many
ouch.
instants.
Oh, did you get elevator trolled?
Not even elevator, just those 4 guys instanted him like everything.
It's like lunge, 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 lunge.
He got
lunge.
it. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate. Yeah, there's certain actions in this game. Some that come to mind are lunge, try attack. They take they pretty much have instant cast times, even though on battle speed low. So that was really unfortunate that like 4 of them did it at the same time.
A basic attack has charge time. I can't remember the number, but try attack is like 1 or 2, so it has very little charge time.
Right.
And instants have literally none, so it's just bam, they're in range, it triggers.
And yeah, unfortunately, yeah, Bosch got a pieced on going on the way to the next boss, which is Hydro. There's this little area right before you get to the Ferris. It's technically called the Ritterana Cataract, but you're really only in it just to get to the Ferris. This is actually also where the infamous super boss, the Azmat, resides. But other than that, there's really no significance to this area.
Who's gonna die?
Oh yeah, so there's also these like 7 hidden traps right next to the save crystal.
I think it's
Like
4 of
that.
them, but-
Freddy did kind of just hit them for fun there, since there's that save crystal right there. But yeah, it's kind of like a little troll they put in the game. It's like, hey, here's a save crystal, but you have to run through 7 traps to get to it.
Or just run around them, but you have to
Is your step count
remember to use Libra.
Yeah, I'm assuming 0 step counts on point. He's having to burn us some steps, but I don't think he went over.
My step count is 312.
Okay, yep, so then you should be good to go. Alright, so Zero Scar's gonna be doing Sid 1, and then Freddy's about to do Hydro. Hydro is actually kind of a cool fight. I'll wait as long as I can to explain it so I can give Zero some time.
Always hiding behind your toys. Pity if anything were to happen to them.
Couldn't see if Sid got shell off or not.
Didn't look like it to me.
Nope, I don't think it did. Very nice. So yeah, he hopefully should be able to get the quick kill here. Alright, so this is Hydro on Freddy's side. He's going to start off by making sure he gets targeted by Hydro, then bringing in Ash and Pinello. And what he's going to do, rather than directly casting oil, he's going to reflect oil off his party. That's because oil actually doesn't have a 100% chance. It's closer to somewhere around like 75, so he's just making sure that he gets at least one of those oils to hit. And what he's going to do is, at this point, Hydro just wants to attack. So since we have Redis, Ash, and Pinello in the center, and Bosch kind of kites him around like that, Hydro never really gets more than 1 attack off. So it's kind of a goofy little strat there. And then just to remind you all, Hydro is weak to oil. And what oil does is some damage multiplier, but it increases fire three times damage on fire magic. And fire magic, with the exception of 1 boss, is what we'll be using for the rest of the run. Or 2 bosses, rather.
And fun fact, even though you saw those
3 bosses.
Those 8,000 plus damage numbers, Hydro is actually resistant to fire.
Yeah, which is kind of funny. It's susceptible to oil but resistant to fire. So since, like, I believe resistance makes damage do half in this game, but since oil does more than 3, it does 3 times, it actually ends up still being better. And unfortunately, Zero did not get the quick kill on Sid 2, so he had to bring in Balthier to take the damage there. Yeah, Sid 1, my apologies. Had to bring in Balthier there to eat his DM, S12 Tokamak. But it should just be 1 round of bio from here, and he should be good to go.
So here's some black orbs.
Yeah, Nitrodon or Alec, if you want to explain how, like, the black orbs work and what you have to do and stuff with them.
So let's ignore the first Subterra because this is a speed run.
Right.
So there are 3 pedestals on this floor, and you need a black orb for each of them. So 3 black orbs total. Each time you enter this big outer zone on this floor, you the first enemy you kill has a black orb, and then every 3rd enemy after that. So the 1st, 4th, 7th, etc. And it turns out to get to all these and have a black orb for the first one, you need to enter that zone 3 times, and you need 3 black orbs. So just kill 1 enemy each time you're in the zone, and you get a black orb each time.
That pretty much sums it up. And so yeah, he entered the zone the first time, killed the first Lesser Chimera.
Chimera Brain.
Chimera Brain. I always get the mixed up. Now he's entered the screen again for the first time, so now he's going to kill another one, which he's going to use for the very first room, and then when he enters the other side, he's also going to be entering it for the first time, which means he's going to kill the first one. And Luckray and Spellbreaker here, 2 manual cast of Fire Aga is all it takes to kill them, but you do have to be in critical HP in order to do that.
Also, I have some things to say about Chimera Brains, by the way.
Sure. Real quick though, Freddy's gonna be casting Cure here on Pinello. It's just another action immobilization, so he doesn't have to walk all the way back. But yeah, go ahead, Alec.
It's okay, I already said it. It's not PG-13.
Oh. Reminder that the stream is PG-13, so y'all in chat, be on your best behavior.
Darn, I don't think I am good enough at saying curse words to get it above G. Sorry. How do I make the stream PG-13?
Nitrodon, you're gonna need to watch it on the darns and shoots, okay? Keep it like keep the strong words to a minimum. And I mean that in the most sarcastic way. So yeah, Freddy's gonna be getting his 3rd orb here, which is needed for the last one, and then he's gonna be on his way to Pandemonium, which is the first boss in this dungeon. And that will be also a split for the Split Keeper.
And who here has forgotten to grab one of the black orbs they spawned and just
Everyone more than once.
I certainly have.
And then one more time here is going to be doing action immobilization.
While I've been practicing for this race, I have done it like several times.
Yeah. It's so easy to forget, honestly. It just becomes an automated process when you just don't even think about it.
Probably gonna move channels.
Yeah, that's
for most of the.
Yeah, if it wasn't clear before, this is by far the hardest part of this run. There's just I can't begin to count how many things that can go wrong in this area. Like on a boss, you can mess up everything, but like in this dungeon, you can mess up everything. If he didn't take Ash and Pinello out here, that would have been a problem. If Bosch gets hit too many times here, that can be a problem. If Redis gets here too many times, it's a problem. Then on top of that, he needs to cast the correct buffs on the correct people on this next one, for stuff that isn't even going to happen right now. You know, he's going to be end up casting Immobilize on Vaughn, which he's not even going to use until like another 10 minutes.
Redis needs it right now, so...
Yeah, Redis needs it for this fight. He needs to make sure that he puts on the worst staves, even though it's better for this fight. He needs to make sure that he only uses Arrow on Ash as compared to Aroga, on Pinello. It's just, and that's what it's going to be like for the rest of this run.
Yeah,
just so many things like that you just can't mess up at all.
And we haven't really explained effect capacity, so this is as good a time as any to do that.
Yeah, sure.
The Pandemonium fight is the way it is because not only is there a confuse loop like against Daedalus with the underflow, but if you were to use Eroga twice, there would not be enough animation space, as it were, for the game to process all of the spells at once. They have a system where each spell and effect has a value that while its animation is happening counts up to a counter. And if the next spell or technique or whatever fits in that, it happens. If not, it's delayed until one of them or enough of the currently happening effects happen to clear space for it. Firaga, for example, is 4 and the cap is 8, so 2 Firagas just fills it completely.
Yep.
Or Erogas in this case.
Yeah, and that's why he's having to use one character with Eroga and the other with Arrow. But just like with Tyrant, he's going to have to dispel Pandemonium first before he can start casting Confuse, so he waits for about Dispel to be queued up halfway before he starts casting Confuse. And then also, just like with just about any other Final Fantasy game, getting attacked eliminates Confuse, and since we can't control Redis's gambits, he has to attack. So in order to make it so that Redis doesn't just completely eliminate Pandemonium's Confuse, we have to immobilize him. But then we also reflect him as well, so we get credit for spells bouncing off of him. And then that should be it. And that is going to be a split.
So yeah, if we had 2 Erogas on at the same time, there would be no room for Confuse, and Pandemonium would do stuff.
Yeah,
especially if he got down to 20% HP, at which point he uses Perfect Defense.
Yeah, Perfect Defense makes him immune to everything, so you just have to kind of sit there. It kind of sucks.
And Nitrodon has a story about it.
Yes, I'm sure I'm not the only one this has happened to. I've heard of it happening to someone else. I don't remember who, but I got confused on him during the Perfect Defense animation. So Perfect Defense went off and he was confused. So he just kept hitting himself for about a minute.
Yeah.
And since Perfect Defense makes everything miss, he didn't break his own Confuse.
Yeah. So yeah, also important to note that I know Freddy removed Ash and Pinello again just because you need to keep them at critical HP, so you don't want the risk of them getting hit or anything. Meanwhile, Zero is prepping for the Rafflesia fight. Yep. And now Freddy is going to be moving on to the next area of the Pharos, which is probably, I don't know, people have mixed opinions about this, but the next area is we have to kill a bunch of enemies called Brain Pans. And if you've noticed throughout this entire run, we've left Balthier and Fran at very low levels, level 12 at the moment, to be exact. And the reason for that is, again, for underflow. But what we're going to be underflowing this time is the Death spell. Also, we're killing Redis, because he kind of just gets in the way when we're doing all of this. And it looks like Zero had to reload his save. He must have messed up Rafflesia. I didn't see what happened.
I accidentally entered the fight before I reflected.
Oh no,
Whoops.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yep.
Again, Rafflesia is one of those bosses that has a save crystal right before it.
Yeah, one of the things that's worth noting about Rafflesia is that it's the entrance to its zone and the little dotted line thing that the game uses to denote that. It's
actually, it's kind of inaccurate.
The loading zone is actually
Also,
closer to you than the
To interrupt you
line.
real quick, Alec, he's about to despawn 2 of these Chimera Brains that are right here, but this is actually very specific, because you can accidentally despawn these Brain Pans, which means you'd have to completely load the zone again. So it's really important there that he didn't walk too far to get close enough to the Brain Pans to despawn them as well, but he did despawn the Chimera Brains that were right before it. And as you can see here, you could manually cast Reflect, or Death rather, onto these Brain Pans, but we're using Bosch. Fran is reflecting Death off Bosch, so that Fran doesn't get anywhere close to these Brain Pans, because like she's level now 13 with 331 HP at the moment. Like, these Brain Pans will one-shot her every single time. So rather than getting Fran all close to the Brain Pans, we're using Bosch kind of as like a protector for her. So that's why we're reflecting it off Bosch. It doesn't really matter if you manual cast it or not.
Also, don't they sometimes have reflects?
They do.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
have
so
Like 50% of the time?
yeah, that's also another good point. And
Like that one right there had reflect.
correct.
Right.
And it's important to note that when you reflect magic off yourself, it makes it piercing. So even if an enemy has reflect on, it still goes right through it, which is also insanely helpful. And also you can see Freddy now throwing ethers, and that's why we've been collecting elixirs and ethers this entire run. It's specifically for this point right here. Fran's going to be casting Death probably close to somewhere like 20 sometimes, and obviously she's not going to have enough
30,
MP
I
for
think?
that. Yeah, it's a lot.
I think there are 30 Brain Pans to kill.
Okay. So she's obviously going to need to regen MP, and there's no save crystals or anything like that throughout Brain Pans. So that's why we've been collecting elixirs and ethers this entire time. And props to Zeros for getting through Rafflesia the second time. So he'll be on his way to Groove again now to despawn some enemies, and then soon after Daedalus. So that will be a split for the Split Keeper.
Now, these 2 Chimera Brains, you actually want to follow you, because if they're not following you, then there are 2 other Chimera Brains that spawn up here, I think.
Yeah, and you'd have to kill those other Chimera Brains, because otherwise they'll just be in the way. And remember why I do not like Chimera Brains? How I kind of obliquely mentioned that I do not like Chimera Brains? Yeah, it's because they just troll you so hard in this area.
They're a pain in the butt. And just to remind you all, for those of you who haven't been here the whole time, Zero Scar just immobilized his allies to make use of the immobilized despawn bug. And to remind you all what that is, the game spawns enemies based on the location of your party leader to it's for
processing power, basically.
Yeah. So what happens is if you switch party leaders from a far distance, it kind of tricks the game into despawning the enemies, which makes this area and every area we use it a lot safer, rather than having to continuously be avoiding and chucking potions and stuff like that. So
yeah,
that's why he's doing that.
Chimera Brains also have fun attacks like Ember Breath you just saw, which deals a lot of damage. Petrify attacks, which if you don't have Golden Needles and don't have the LP to get Remedy Lore 2 means you're kind of screwed. They can be less than fun to deal with.
So these Brain Pans, they aren't active until you get close to them.
Yeah, so that's why he waits till just the last second just to get right next to him, so he doesn't get hit by anything.
Yeah, that's actually another reason to reflect it, isn't it? I hadn't thought about it that way, because the other 2 reasons are very compelling. But yeah, when the HP, the health bar shows up on him, that little red bar, that means it's an actual enemy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that's actually a good point Nitrodon brings up. A lot of problems I see people who just start running this game, and it was an issue I had for a while, is like, when you're trying to cast something on an enemy as soon as possible, like, you sometimes might be too far away. But that little HP bar above enemies is when they are eligible not only as an enemy in the game, but also to be targeted. So as soon as you can see that that health bar above their head, that's when you can go ahead and be casting Traveler as soon as possible, or a debuff, or anything like that, or just straight up attacking. So that is actually a really good point. It ends up being really helpful instead of having to continuously check the enemy list when you're trying to target somebody to see if they're available or not. You can just look at that HP bar above their head. That's actually a really good point, Nitronon.
Yeah, and also the range at which you can reflect death onto them is greater than the range at which you activate them. So if you're experienced enough, you can start moving. You can start moving back after that HP bar appears.
Also, Freddy is about to do a really cool strat that was developed by the segmented runner Yokai Dragoon. I remember
yes.
You can, if you go back and watch Yokai's segmented run, he made it a surprise for us when we did the commentary on that run. He's like, guys, I have this really cool stat for brain pans, and we're like, brain pans? Like, how can you do anything special with brain pans? It's kind of pretty straightforward, right? Well, as you can see, Freddy just brought out Vaughn in a really random spot, right?
And Vaughn's still immobilized from earlier. This is why he was immobilized.
So what's going to happen is he just did a party leader switch, right? In a random spot. There aren't any enemies really close by, right? Well, now, when we come up here, it's going to be here. One brain pan. Usually there's like a D-Dar and 2 brain pans here, and they start inflicting really nasty attacks and spells.
Oh, you can despawn them before that. Nice. Yeah. I didn't catch that part.
Yeah, there's 2 ways you can do that. You can try to cast Death, and as soon as Death hits, then despawn them, or you can do it like that. That one is really hard because you can't actually see the monsters, so you have to like kind of just
I do it the former way, where I react to it being killed.
Yeah, I do as well, so that's really cool.
There's supposed to be 2 brain pans and a Didar.
Right.
Also, Daedalus split coming up on the right street.
Yep. And just so you all know, Didars look just like brain pans, except they the reason, I guess we never really described, the reason you need to kill brain pans is to unlock bridge segments so you can cross the bridge between areas, but D-Dars actually remove a bridge segment. So not only are they powerful, but then they also, hurt you. They take out parts of the bridge. And that is a split.
And one thing with D-Dars is they actually create segments to different bridges, but you can't really get to them without killing brain pans first, so it's kind of like a puzzle section with killing the right enemies and not the wrong ones here in casual. But we only care about the brain pans because the Datars only get you treasure.
I have a fun story about that, actually.
Isn't there a rare game you can get by killing 10 Didars or something?
In a row, yeah.
Yes. I accidentally killed a Didar in a run once, and I needed Gil after this area of the run, and the Didar ended up dropping a gun. I can't remember exactly what gun it was, but the gun ended up selling for like 7,000 Gil, and everyone was like, where did he get 7,000 Gil out of nowhere from? And we had to actually go back and look at the VOD, and it turns out I accidentally killed a Didar. So it's just one of those freak accidents that ended up working out. That was way back when, though.
Back when I was just starting routing, I used to, in that place where there's 2 brain pans and a Didar.
Antares.
That's what it is.
I used to kill the 2 brain pans and Didar because I thought it was safer.
It makes sense, honestly.
That's before I realized I could reflect through a wall.
Yeah.
That made things a bit safer.
This is a kind of a confusing area because there's actually not enough brain pans in this area for the amount of bridge segments there are, so you kind of have to leave the area and come back. Not the actual zone, but you just kind of have to walk away and come back. Because he's already killed these ones, but now they've respawned again. And that's the way the game intended, which is kind of weird that they did it like that. But he does have to kill a total of 10 here.
Alright. And now there are just 3 more in the next area.
And there are Chimera Brains that like to spawn there that troll me, but, well, you can deal with them if you want to.
Ooh, Bosch is disabled. That probably won't actually matter.
It won't.
It shouldn't, but also kind of unlucky that he happened to be level 30, which is divisible by 3.
Well, Fran does need an ether or an elixir, because
Bosch
81.
can also not heal himself now. He's gonna have to get Fran to do it, which kind of hurts because Bosch has a high potion lores, which make them do more restorative health. So then, this is the last room with Brain Pants. He only has to kill 3, and luckily 2 of them spawn right at the very beginning.
Yeah, and hopefully, and Fran needs 27 MP for the last one.
Yeah, he should have.
I have plenty of ethers.
Yeah, it should be fine. One elixir and 3 ethers, that's definitely plenty.
Yeah, that's
and
that's
a high
empty.
ether.
And a what?
High ether.
Oh yeah, that's right, he did grab that high ether in the Salika wood.
So yeah, just one more Brain Pan somewhere. Probably just before the bridge.
There's one right where he's standing right now, which is the one he's going to go for, and then there's one at the very, very end. And usually the decision here is if you have any enemies that are close to aggroing you, which there was that Avis enemy, I forget the name of it, but it was just far enough away so he could kill it there. So now he just have a straight walk to the end.
And now Fran's dead and nobody cares.
Yeah, Dragon Avis, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, and Fran died for that. Nobody cares. She's not going to be used at all in the rest of the run.
Correct. That is the last part where...
Well, she may die for something.
Yeah, that's true. She might die for something if you feel like it. But she's not going to do anything other than die.
And Village have about 45 minutes left if everything goes well.
I think it's the Arrow Knight.
Arrow Knight, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Where's Dragon Avis then?
I know it's an enemy.
Dragon Avis is, I think, in the Paramega Rift, just outside of the Still Shrine.
Oh, what are the ones what are the ones inside the Still Shrine then? The 3 that surround you?
Those are Dragon Avises then. That's what they are. That's right.
Yeah, there are 3 different kinds. There are 2 just outside the Still Shrine in the same area, and then the ones that can hit you with bile in the Still Shrine.
So, Freddy is on the way now to Slit. It is probably one of the easiest bosses in the run after Jellies. None of us, at least me and Freddy anyway, we don't trust Slit. We've had Nitrodon, apparently. One time he just went into the battle and didn't do anything at all, and Slit didn't attack for like 10 minutes straight. So you could get away with not casting Lure, or Bubble, or Protect, but as you can see, Freddy's doing all 3. Because we don't trust Slit. Sometimes he'll just not do anything for 10 minutes, sometimes he'll just completely destroy your tank. But luckily, even though it's not very consistent, if you were to put on the maximum amount of buffs, which Freddy has, it should be no problem. It should just be 2 rounds of Firaga.
And that's really it. That's it.
Yeah, see, it just depends, and I'm curious what Zero's going to do later on in the run as well. It's really on how much you trust it. Like, let's see if even Slit attacks at all.
Maybe Protect, maybe.
Yeah, you see how Slit's just kind of dancing around? Sometimes he'll just wail on Bosch. It kind of sucks. Also, another issue that you're seeing here right now is that Slit's out of range, so some of these Firagas are missing. But yeah, there you go. Slit just kind of moves around.
I wasn't saving, that would actually be almost an issue.
Yep, so that's Slit.
Question is, do I save before Fenrir or not?
That's a perfectly consistent fight if you do everything right.
Well, I usually use a pre-Fenrir save as a third ascent save myself.
I do as well. At least that's what I'm
it's
inclined
just a
to.
it's just a kind of halfway point as far as you know.
I prefer before third ascent personally, but okay, I'm gonna change channels for the rest of Pharaohs.
All right. So yeah, Freddy is coming up on just another walking area. He has to get through. It's pretty confusing if you don't know where you're going. Freddy's pretty experienced at this, though. I've actually lost the. Yeah, what?
You get to choose one ability to lose either magic, items,
techniques, or attack.
No, I think one of them's the minimap.
Yeah, minimap, items, or techniques. I don't know which one. And then magic and attack.
Well, there is items and there is magic, and there is a minimap.
So then, yeah, it must be attack as the last one. But yeah, that's the whole gimmick for this area. You're supposed to give up one, beat Fenrir, and then you get it back. We opt for the minimap, which in a speedrun makes sense, right? Because if you're a professional at this game, then you're probably not going to rely on the minimap. But it just so happens that giving up your minimap happens to be the fastest as well. So that's why we do that.
So does any of us get paid for this game? Sorry, Skate, just gotta say.
What?
We don't get paid for this.
Oh, I don't mean professional as in paid. I mean an expert, someone who knows.
I know, I'm just giving you crap.
So, I will gladly run FF12 as a job if there is an employer who would pay me. And yeah, Zero is coming up here on Tyrant.
So yeah, I mean, theoretically, you could give up items with no change to the route, or give up attack with minimal change.
Mm-hmm. Really, the only thing you can't give up is magic, but yeah, giving up the minimap just happens to be the fastest.
Yeah, giving up attack means would make Fenrir a bit slower, since you'd have to kill off Redis.
Mm-hmm.
He uses telekinesis if he can't attack.
Yeah. So yeah, Zero almost making the mistake of casting Decoy instead of Confuse there. Also, Bosch now has Sap, but that shouldn't be an issue at all. And as long as he gets the Confused loops good, then it should be okay.
And one thing we didn't actually mention for Tyrant is that you have to be really close. It takes a little bit of time for the spell to get to the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And that time is much less if you're standing right under it like that, and that tiny bit of difference is absolutely vital against Tyrant, because if it decides to use an instant, then it can just wreck you.
Mm-hmm. Also, just to kind of bring it up, since you all can see it right now, notice Sap isn't actually killing Bosch. Sap is designed in this game to continuously drain your MP until you get to 1, and then it just stays there, which is really fortunate that Sap doesn't actually kill off a character. It's really good.
Poison does, however.
Yes, poison will kill you. It does degenerate your HP slower, but will kill you. Sap degenerates your HP faster, but doesn't kill you. Which is really, in my opinion, the only excuse to put Sap in the game, because there's not really a game that has that. I think it's actually the first Final Fantasy game
FF5.
to have it. Does FF5 have an opposite to Regin or whatever?
It has an equivalent, which is the
HP leak?
it does. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. It's not a very common status effect, though.
Doesn't Zeromus in FF4 also inflict it with Big Bang?
It's a field effect, I think.
No, it's status.
Is it? Okay. It's not very common, I guess, is the point. Especially in 7, 8, 9, 10, you don't really see it. You usually see poison. Note that Zero Scar also threw a float note, because there is a trap right in front of that chest he just grabbed. But he did grab the Black Mask, and the Black Mask is solely for selling, because he is going to want to buy X potions. So that's just to give him a little bit of a cushion on his guild count. for buying those X potions.
Alright, so Fenrir is coming up. So
yes.
And this is the reason Balthier wants to remain at level 12. If he's at level 13, this does not work because he has too much magic.
Absolutely. This is actually the only reason in the entire speedrun Balthier has to be this low level, but it is imperative. There's no other character in the speedrun that is going to be able to do what Balthier is going to do. Because as Nitrodon says, if he levels up at all, the run's over. Like, it's done. And I've actually had more than one run end because Balthier accidentally leveled up and I didn't even know it. So it's one of those rare cases where leveling up is actually a bad thing. And again, it's because of underflow. Balthier's underflow threshold for he's going to be casting Sleep is between 12 and 13. So the leading man will get one moment of glory in this run. But yeah, other than that, you have to get off Sleep as soon as the fight starts. So what he's going to do is he's going to have Ash and Penelo with their gambits on so they stay put. And he's going to have Balthier kite Fenrir around them so that he gets Sleep off. And notice as soon as he tries getting it off, he kind of just stops and then he gets Sleep. And just like with Pandemonium, you have to immobilize Redis because just like with Confuse, you lose Sleep by being hit with a physical attack. However, along with Confuse, magic doesn't alleviate that. So that's why we can hit him with magic, and we have to immobilize Redis so he doesn't attack. And we also do need to recast Sleep because it will run out.
And that tech at the beginning of the fight is actually vital.
Yes.
The two bios and Sleep prevent Wail from happening, so you need at least one of those spells to start triggering in order for Wail to not happen. And if Wail happens, then your party just gets wrecked.
Yep.
So that's why you have Balthier, because he's the first character, he's the one who's going to get targeted, run back into the left, which it gives the casters time to get bio off.
Yeah, bio has...
And that's a standard fight.
Yeah, bio has an effect number of 2, Sleep is 1, and Wail is 4. So those add up to 9, and you can't have all 4 of those at the same time.
Because as Alec mentioned earlier, the effect Q only goes up to 8.
So if you get both bios and Sleep before Wail gets off, and Sleep has a larger range than Wail, so that part's not a problem.
You can see Bosch got wrecked by Hellblaster there on Zero's side. It's a shame. Yeah, I think it does actually cast Disease. I didn't know that Hellblaster casts Disease. So yeah, I think it literally casts every negative status effect in the book. I think it does, which is...
Disease persists through death. So does Oil, and Bosch doesn't have that.
Okay. Just about them. It's nasty, though. It really is. And now, as you see, now that we've gotten through Second Ascent and past Fenrir, he's going to get the mini-map back. And then now we're on to Hashman. After
Third Ascent.
Third Ascent, right.
And the part where Freddy is right now is actually one of 2 places where a hostile N-type can spawn. I want to say it's an Undin N-type, the water type?
Yes, it is.
And it's a random chance, so it either happens or doesn't. It's doable. You might take some damage, you might have to res somebody, but it's not the end of the world. It's just a nuisance. So he's just going ahead and doing some of the Hashmal menu before he gets to it. Just because he happens to have to open the menu right now anyway. He's going to take care of some licenses. And then he has to go through Third Ascent. Third Ascent consists of 4 switches, then an Esper battle with Hashmal, and then a 4-part final battle for Pharaohs, which includes Gabranth 1, Sid 2 Part 1, Famfrit, and then Sid 2 Part 2, which is generally regarded as the hardest fight in the game. That's why Freddy has gone off of the server. He definitely needs to concentrate for all this stuff. It is stressful. And while Zero Scar is making his way to Shimazai, another Esper. Opting for no save here by Zero, I like it. And Freddy's just giving Bosch some buffs. This is another one of those areas where Bubble really helps out a lot. So he's just going to go all out. I don't know what he's doing with Fyra. Oh, he's using Fyra to crit down. Interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That actually works. He needs Cherry Staves on anyway. And Cherry Stave with a Fyra works just the same as a Fire Staff with Andara. So that's actually a good idea from him. Never seen that before. Alright. Here goes Zero with Shimazai.
Meanwhile, Freddy is going to be running through an area that's pretty dangerous because of the Purobolos enemies, primarily. They love to do lunge and deal a ton of damage to you. So,
okay, just a note, in Zero's run, he got hit by Siphon on the second attack. And that's why it's insanely important to make sure not only that Shimazai doesn't cast it first, but then if she casts it second, to run away. Because Ash and Pinello getting siphoned would either cost you the run or at least an elixir or something like that. And an Ether probably wouldn't be enough MP, and an elixir would take them out of Spellbreaker. So that's why it's so important to do this fight like we do.
Also, he needs this decoy to hit.
Right, so if decoy doesn't land here in time, which it's already gone now. Okay, he just got it off in time. Hopefully Shimazai still targets Bosch. It looks like it did.
It's also looking like that War Mage is giving the caster the net gain in the MP, so...
Yeah, as long as you can get a little bit in, yeah, I never thought of that. Regardless, though, it's a time waste and you don't want it to happen, of course.
Of course.
And then just a little bit of lore, I guess.
Shimazai started moving.
Yeah, so yeah, like Nitrodon was saying earlier, Shimazai will move like at the last second sometimes. Oh wow, just barely didn't kill Bosch, very good. So yeah, some of the lore for this story is that Freddy's hitting the third switch right now. On the next one, which is the last set of switches, depending on what you gave up, you know, the mini-map, attack, magic, or items, depends on which switch you have to hit. The first three are always the same, but on this one, he's going to have to pick the particular one that matches with whatever he gave up, which is the mini-map. And if you were to pick a different one, it would just send you to the same place again.
Yeah, they're pretty much the sigils you went through already.
Right.
And in this final area, if he had not picked up Bubble, there's a trap he would hit intentionally in order to get the Petrify status.
Yes, it's there 100% of the time. And I don't know if it was Let's Get Pitted that thought of it, or Eminon, but I know Let's Get Pitted was the first person to do it in English. But Petrify is actually interesting in this game. It actually reduces the amount of damage you take, which, once again, I don't know if that's really the same it is in other Final Fantasy games. Also, you're going to be seeing Freddy here doing a pretty substantial amount of setup for this fight. There's a lot that needs to be ready before this fight happens. He might... No, he's not going to go for the Petrify trap. But yes, he wants to have Vaughn at low HP. He wants Bosch to be bubbled, protected, and decoyed. He needs Ash and Pinello in critical HP. They need to have Ruby Rings on as well. Then he needs Redis to be in low HP and have Berserk on and Reflect on, and then on top of all that, he needs everyone to have a float mode, so that they don't get damaged by Earth magic, which is all that Hashima casts. So there's an insane amount of stuff going on right now.
And it looks like the tower did not make an appearance.
Yes, there's also a randomly spawning tower here that can it's a nuisance. It'll damage your enemies or your allies, and you pretty much have to, res them, do all that stuff. So yeah, he's going here for Fyra to damage Redis. He's probably going to kill Redis and then spawn him, or res him, so that, So he's now going to res Redis and then maybe hit him once, so he's at low enough HP. And the reason he wants Redis at low HP, in contrary to the girls, is because you have a higher chance of comboing the lower your HP is.
Also Adrenaline.
Yes, Adrenaline is a buff that makes you do more damage at low HP. Plus, he's going to get Berserk, which is going to make him do more damage faster and more chance of high combos. And the only real mistake he just made there is that he left Mirror Mail on off on Bosch, so Bosch kind of got hit by that Fyra or Fyraga that was used to kill Redis.
I think it was a Fyra.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So then he's going to have Bosch cast a Dark on Redis just to bring down his HP a little bit more, so now he's in critical. Now Redis has Reflect and Berserk on, so all he needs to do is throw a float note and he's good to go. And now Zero is going back to Balfenheim. And now everyone has float on. Both casters have Eroga with cherry staves on. And now we're good to go for Hashmal. So split keeper, that's going to be another split.
And one thing I'd like to note is that the Hashmal fight is not only more difficult in Bubbleless because of your low HP, which the Petrify status on Bosch helps alleviate, but Hashmal's attacks can cause the disease status, so in Bubbleless you would get a couple vaccines, and pretty much just hope that it doesn't happen at a particularly inopportune time.
Yeah, this bubble cancels out disease, so...
Yep. Alright, so here we go. Redis is just going to be doing some supplementary damage, where the main base of the damage is going to be the reflected Erogas. Also note the attack Roxor going on right now. Since everyone has float on, even if he were to not target Bosch, it wouldn't do any damage. And then, just in case Hashmal happens to get Quake Show off, which is the super AoE version of Quake, no one's still going to take any damage. So it looks like he's not going to get Quake Chillus. Yeah, okay, so Quake Chillus is going to go off, but it's no problem. He has the float modes on, and that's why we have it. So it's not a big deal if you don't get Quake Chillus. Plus, it takes such a nominal amount of time to throw a float mote that it doesn't really matter. And note that it all missed on everybody. And then he's going to turn Gambits off.
What?
And, ooh!
Lure ran out?
Yeah, and that's a split. So yeah, Pinella got pieced off there, but luckily LP doesn't matter too much now at this point in the run, so that's okay. He's just going to have to rebuff her. And since we're using Ruby Rings, it's not like all he really has to do is crit her down again.
Yeah, and he's probably going to save.
Yes.
The only other... Yeah, Pinella also has disease,
yeah.
Which means that she can't be critted at 1 HP.
He should use a Remedy here. Remedy should be able to take care of that, but he needs to use Bosch specifically because he's the only one who has a lure that will cure disease. So there you go. Now she's in critical HP with 1 HP, which is actually pretty cool now that I think about it. But yeah, this is Sid 2, also known as Famfrit. It is a 4-part string of bosses. Like I said, it is by far the most technical and difficult part of the run. I'll try to do a pretty good job of explaining everything. I know more of what Freddy's going to be doing, but I pretty much know what Zero's going to be doing too. This is one of the big fights where Bubble versus Bubbleless comes into play. But this is an insanely difficult fight. Oh, insanely unforgiving, I should say. Just like with the rest of this run. But this is really where, where it comes to the test. So, Sid 2 is a 4-part fight. Technically 5. You have Gabranth 1. You damage him down with reflected Firagas until you get to a cutscene. You skip the cutscene, or it's not skippable. But as soon as that cutscene ends... He's
going for it.
For a dark?
For not saving.
Oh wow, he's not saving before Sid 2. Oh my gosh, okay. So yeah, after Sid, or during the second part of Gabranth, you then just have Redis doing all the damage. Then after that, you have Sid 2 Part 1, where it's almost the same thing as Gabranth 1. And then you have Famfrit. Famfrit is where everything's going to get difficult. He has to precisely cast a certain amount of magic damage, so that he keeps Famfrit's HP at a certain value. And then he has to make sure every single Firaga hits Famfrit, along with casting Dispel and Oil. And then finally after that on Sid... Yeah. And then finally on Sid 2 Part 2, you're having to hide behind a pillar to delay Sid 2's attack, so then you can rebuff Bosch, debuff Sid 2, and then deal damage to Sid 2. Sid 2 also has the stakes of where if you deal damage to Sid 2, you also take damage, so you have to be pretty careful with that as well. So all of that put together, if you mess up any of that, you die. And Freddy has opted not to save. So this is going to be really exciting to see. I hope he makes it. I have faith in him, though. Freddy's one of the best runners of the game I know, so I trust him. But here we go, guys. Sid 2. I'll walk you all through it when it's happening. And Zero Scar is making his way to Hydro, going through the cataract. All right, here we go. So this is also another boss that can block magic. So that's 1 block, 2 blocks.
Also, it's random whether or not you get.
Oh, Freddy got trolled really hard here. All right,
it's
so
also,
this.
Oh, no,
okay,
no,
he got
fine.
it. He got it.
Because Redis got it. The thing there is you can have both Firagas trigger immediately before he tries to cast Protect, in which case it's done. Otherwise, he has a chance to get a move off, and then something unfortunate can happen.
Okay, he forgot to turn off Gambits because he thought he would have to do more fire damage, so it turns out Vaughn's going to get targeted here. That's not the end of the world. He's just not going to be able to get the DM skip on Sid 2, which is fine. He might be able to salvage that, but that's not the end of the world. Alright, so he's going to bring in Bosch. He couldn't bring in Bosch because Vaughn was targeted, so there's no point of it. So now we're going to have Bosch pretty much just distracting Gabranth here while Redis is dealing all the damage. He might have to throw an X potion. I would throw an X potion after one more attack if I were Freddy.
And Redis lost Berserk.
Yeah, because it took too long during Gabranth 1.
It's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world either.
Correct.
Because you do want Berserk to wear off.
The only thing you have to worry about is decoy, though.
Yeah. Against Sid.
Okay, there we go.
Against Sid and Famfrit, you do not want your damage plan to be messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also if he's berserked against Famfrit, he might keep targeting Sid too.
Okay, Bosch, he already took off his Mirror Mail, so now Ash is going to cast Decoy on Bosch. Bosch is going to throw an X Potion on Redis to get him back to full health, and Penel's going to go ahead and start dispelling Sid. As soon as that decoy lands, he's going to throw on the Mirror Mail again. And as you can see, he's having Ash cast Oil. I don't know why he hasn't put Mirror Mail. Oh, there he goes. Okay, that would have been bad. It's on Vaughn, so yeah, that was actually kind of lucky that he already had the Mirror Mail off. So got an Oil on now. Now he's just going to cast Firagas until it gets into the damage range where the next part of the fight starts, and that's where Famfrit's going to come in. That's where, like, the meat and the bones of the fight. So also got credit there.
Right
yeah,
the that's not ideal, but with Bubble, it's not too bad.
Hopefully it doesn't get Gatling gun off. Okay, good. That was really close. All right, so now this is Famfrit. He's going to start off by casting Dispel on Famfrit, waiting a couple seconds, and then casting Oil. He's going to also throw an X Potion on Bosch to make sure he's at full HP. Bosch is going to be taking a lot of damage during this. And now that Dispel's about halfway queued, now she'll cast Oil. Once Oil's on, note that only Penelo has her Gambits on. He is going to wait until exactly 2 Firagas have hit Famfrit. So that's... Okay, Firaga's being delayed. So 1, 2. Now he's going to go into the menu, ATB reset Penelo. Now he's going to turn on Ash's Gambit, so they're both casting Firaga. So now exactly 8 Firagas need to hit. If it misses any, he's going to die.
Redis.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, Redis' Reflect ran out because of the brand one taking too long, unfortunately.
Now he needs to take the casters out so they don't die to Waterja.
Yeah, I don't know why he's still going for this. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These big attacks have a radius of 25.
Mm-hmm. That's such a shame.
Also,
but like I said, if anything goes wrong, you know, that's what happens.
I think he was trying to get behind the pillar. I don't know if that works.
Okay, I'm curious how he's going to try to salvage this. Let's see what happens. Not to mention, Famfrit has haste on right now, and Bosch has no more decoy. This is going to be a really tough salvage here. He almost reset. So let's see what happens here. This is going to be a lot of menuing, a lot of ATB resetting, a lot of potion throwing. He has 16 X potions, though, which should be enough. This is going to be really tight, though. I want to see how this is going to happen. So imagine he's going to ATB reset that Phoenix down. Probably, like, if he should probably be trying to get decoy on him. Yeah, he's going to throw on the diamond armor. He's going to have Ash cast decoy while Bosch throws an X potion. As long as Ash doesn't get targeted here, he should be able to salvage this.
Oh, however, if this recovery takes too long, Sid and Famford can both do powerful attacks that will just end it.
Okay, so he got decoy off, that's good. I think he cast it with both people just to be sure. I don't know if that was a mistake or not.
It's probably just as he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, I probably wouldn't even bother, like, if this were me, I probably wouldn't even bother recritting the casters if Famford's at low enough HP, just because you really, really, really need to get to the, yeah, it's very low, so you'd be fine without recritting. You need to get to the final phase before attacks.
So, Bosch got silenced here, which might provide an issue with Sid 2 Part 2, because he does recast Protect, but it's not necessary. So we'll see if he that's going to be an issue. I don't know why it's having... Okay, he is going to try to recrit the casters. That's a pretty ballsy move, but it's going to pay off if it works.
Well, not really, because Sid 2 is... After this, you just need to heal the casters.
Yeah, that is true. He looks like he's going to be able to salvage this, though. Holy crap! Let's go, Freddy!
Yeah.
Let's go!
That was as close as we can possibly get.
Okay, so now he's going to try to attempt to take out as many people out of the party as he can. Okay, so all three of them got untargeted. That's really good. So he's going to have Bosch out now. Redis isn't out, unfortunately, so now he's going to get hit by Tokamak, which I think he's just now realizing.
Cyclotron.
Yeah, Cyclotron. It's going to be too late, though. Yep. All right.
Fortunately, Bosch can take it.
Yeah, he shouldn't, especially at full health, he shouldn't die.
Bosch has no trouble tanking it. I did it all the time in my own run. Old route.
What is he trying to license
He's
here?
giving Bosch Dispel.
Okay, that's probably a good move. Doesn't hurt. If he pulls this off, I don't even know. I don't even know.
Well, at this point, it's a done deal, really.
It's a done deal as long as he doesn't do something stupid like I did last time I fought Sid 2 and forget
And
oil.
it's happened to all of us. That's why I'm just holding he hopes it together. When so much of this stuff has been happening right now, like, you forget stuff.
Last time I beat Sid 2, I forgot oil.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to avoid hits longer.
Well, pretty much what it ends up being is...
Hold on, Alec. Let's finish this first. If that's cool. There's still a lot.
Fine, yeah. He actually needs to heal his casters here because at this point Sid gains the return damage ability. So the casters would just drop immediately if he didn't do that. So he's going to
First thing he's going to... he's going to re-equip Bosch's buffs, Decoy and Bubble. He's silenced, remember, so he's not going to be able to get Protect off. Now he's going to debuff Sid, Dispel, letting it run first, then Oil. And then after this, he's probably going to be... Yeah, he's going to try to... I don't know if he's going to try to do 2x potions with Bosch or both of them. Ooh, that crit!
Looks like he's not even trying to hide.
Yeah.
You don't actually need to hide, especially if you have enough X potions out.
Yeah.
Let's see if he remembers... yeah, he did. He's X-potioning everyone.
Yep, that's a good call. And putting Mirror Mail back on, because it gives you, obviously, better defense, and he's going to need to reflect. So now he's going to probably kite around the pillar. Or no, he's just going to take the damage, I think. Okay, looks like he's got this. Oh, okay, no, that's good. If he pulls this off...
Yeah, it's over at this point.
I can't believe this. No,
and Ash falling is perfectly fine there.
Holy crap, Freddy! You are fucking kidding!
So yeah,
Excuse my language. Oh my gosh, that was...
Yeah,
you got guts.
That was insane, Freddy. Holy crap.
Nice save, dude.
Thanks, Al. Appreciate it.
Please tell me you're at least saving before the Bahamut.
No, I think I'm gonna.
Oh my gosh! That just for you all in chat, I've seen a pretty phenomenal Sid 2 recovery, and that's by far the craziest one I've ever seen in my life. So, absolutely insane job, Freddy. Great job. We have, by the way, Split Keeper. We have 0 going into Pandemonium here. It's gonna be a split. That's insane, though. Congratulations, Freddy. That was an amazing save, especially without saving right beforehand. I saw you kind of almost instinctively go to reload the save, but you...
I thought about it, but I realized Bosch was alive.
That was the only reason I kept going. I'm like, if Bosch is alive, I could maybe save this.
Yeah.
And critting the casters when you did really made things tight before the Gatling gun.
Oh yeah, that was coming up too. I forgot about that.
I personally would have taken out the casters before Waterja started.
Same here, ideally.
Yeah, I didn't think of it.
Even with 8 hits of 6999, I think it still triggers Waterja.
And Zero Scar here almost forgot to switch a Rogo to Arrow, so that's a very good catch on his part.
Yeah, recoveries are very much possible in this run.
Okay, he almost lost it there because of Flatten, but fortunately he got out of the way just in time. That actually does deal area damage, so he had to get Bosch away from the casters or else they would have gotten dropped.
Yeah.
Was a nice save, actually.
Yeah, that was very, I've said this before, Zero is very good with that kind of stuff, as we all are, but he's just, I love seeing him be able to recover stuff like that, which Freddy did. What the heck, man? That was insane.
So split.
Yep, that's a split. Alright, and then Freddy's going to do some last-minute preparations for the final dungeon. He's pretty much going to get rid of absolutely everything he doesn't need. Hopefully he doesn't sell anything he doesn't, that's important, but just about everything is taken care of.
He's going to obviously use all that money to buy curatives. X potions and Phoenix Downs basically are pretty much all you need, although you want to still have a couple remedies just in case.
Yep. Yep, and he was actually menuing there for everything that he's gonna need. Like, he actually took off ruby rings because he's gonna need to crit down the casters, so there's no point of having them on. He just needs to make sure not to sell the ruby rings, of course. And then he has enough here to buy a few X potions, and that really should be all he needs. He has 11 Phoenix Downs and 16 X potions. That should be plenty. And now he's on to the last dungeon, which is the airship Bahamut. Another example of a normal summon being named like one of the airships in this game is a pretty common theme. There's at least 4 or 5 airships that I can name off the top of my head that are named after the previous summons in the Final Fantasy. But yeah, I'm so impressed with the performance from these two guys today so far. Like, I can't begin to emphasize that enough. I'm so proud of them. And Freddy's going to go ahead and opt. This is actually the last possible save in the run, so he's going to go ahead and take that opportunity to use it.
I think I'm going to jump on the other one just so I can calm down and focus.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You got it.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of moving parts in the fights on the Bahamut. One of the main ones is obviously Mirror Mail, because there are a couple points where you're going to have to recast buffs. You have to pay attention in a couple instances to what the boss is doing, and there are a few instances where they can just decide to troll you, and you can't really do much except try your best to recover.
One of the worst trolls, unfortunately, is on the very last boss too, which is kind of a shame. I'm just not even gonna, I'm just not even gonna mention that. I just don't even want it to happen. It's such a bad thing that it happens. It's recoverable, but it's just bad. The other thing is something that we still
I actually plan on that opening. I plan on it.
You should, honestly.
So, yeah, recovery from things is
he's actually switching to Vaughn here. That's a new one. I've never seen that. And he forgot to turn off Ash and Penelo's Gambits here. So wow, he's actually going to set up for Gabronth 2 now. That's pretty cool. And Protect. That's pretty cool.
I usually like to cast either Protect or Bubble on Vaughn, because if he combos, it's much less likely for Vaughn to drop, and Vaughn dropping in that fight is actually pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. And hopefully he remembers to switch the battle speed to 1 here. I don't think he's done that yet.
He did that now.
There you go. Perfect. And we got 0 scar on brain pans. Yeah, really the only reason for battle speed 1 here is these enemies like to cast lunge, and even though the battle speed is on 1, you can just see he got hit by now 2. And make that 3. That is so unlucky! Oh
and
my
more
gosh.
lunges queued, so fortunately, you're usually able to, after switching out like that, get a decent amount of distance between yourself and an enemy. So Baltier was able to get to the next zone. And he shouldn't get attacked in this next one at low
There's only that
speed.
Helm Rook that casts magic. That's really the only thing he has to worry about. That and if he's going the correct direction as soon as the cutscene, or as soon as you get control of the character again, he should be good to go.
You know what they say about the leading man? He never dies.
At least, I hope he doesn't either.
Except when we use him to skip phases of bosses.
Okay, so the Helm Rook actually didn't spawn, so he should be good to go. He's just gonna have to res Bosch, which is, you know, in reality not a big deal, considering what could have happened.
Alright, I should mention, and the reason he used Vaughn against Gabronth 1, and he's doing it again against Gabronth 2, if you have Bosch in your party, the scene is longer. Especially against Gabronth 1.
Right, there's that little cutscene that you saw after the first part of Gabronth 1. You're gonna get another one of those for Gabronth 2 as well. And whoever is in your party between Vaughn and anyone else, you're gonna get a longer cutscene. He also forgot to turn his battle speed up. There you go.
Well, it's Bosch in your party versus Bosch not in your party.
Okay, so it's Bosch then. That's right.
Yeah, he's kind of Gabronth's twin brother. So.
Yeah, something like that. Alright, so what he's gonna have to do here is immediately cast Reflect. Hopefully he gets it in time. That should be okay. You need to cast Reflect on Gabronth, because he's about to prep a spell called Renew. Oh, no! Yep. Wait, no. Did he get it? I couldn't tell. Nope, he didn't get it. Okay. So yeah, you have a very, very, very small window to cast Reflect there, and I've told him that forever, but he never believed me. But, if he...
I actually... I'll be honest, I make sure to have my cursor on Gambit, so entering that fight, I can just be mashing X.
Absolutely.
And I won't exit the menu because I'll just be turning my Gambits on and off, and then I can immediately have Ash cast Reflect.
So, again, pretty much every single fight in this speedrun has a backup strat, and Freddy knows here that if he gets that Renew off, then he's going to do that DM attack you just saw. I don't know why he's bringing in Bosch.
Probably because he's a better... Right here. And
he expects Vaughn to die.
Pretty much.
Oh, he's gonna switch out Bosch for Vaughn. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's actually a really good move on Freddy's part there.
This is very similar to a recovery that I did in my completed run.
Wait, what? He does another?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does another AoE attack right after that, unfortunately.
So yeah, that's actually
really
really good move on Freddy's part there. By he actually recast Decoy in that little small time so that Bosch, the ladies would be safe. So now he's just going to try to deal with it normally, and hopefully it should be okay.
However, Bosch does not have bubble up, so that makes it a bit more perilous.
Correct. Notice he switched to the X potion there. Good call.
Yeah, especially because you can't potion with these things up.
Yeah.
At this point, it's over, though.
Yep,
nice.
Yep, very good recovery.
I never learned that recovery.
Yeah.
It's a bit tricky because you have to remember that you basically need a sacrifice in order to get it right.
something that I hope Freddy remembers is that he is going to need two suicide pawns, and he only has one at the moment. So that's, yeah, he's Phoenixing. Alright, good move. He's Phoenix downing Vaughn. Because there's going to be 2 more attacks like that where it's just going to be a huge move where you have to kind of just let somebody take the damage. So since he only has one person to do that right now, that would have been really bad. Also noting that, okay, I guess he's going to have time to heal. He's not going to cast Protect, maybe? Or is he going to ATB reset it? Yep. Okay, so he's going to cast Protect, Decoy, and Bubble again. But here's the thing about this setup here. You actually have to wait. If you cast everything too early, Decoy will actually run out. So you have to wait until a certain point on this lift. He may have done it a little early. Yeah, that's actually really early.
The alternative is you take Bosch out immediately, which is what I usually do.
Yeah, that was a little early. I hope that doesn't cost him.
Well, Bosch I usually just recast Decoy at the beginning of Vein Novus anyway.
Yeah, I've had it run out. I have a highlight somewhere where it ran out when I cast it around the same time as he did. Hopefully it's not a big deal. I really hope it's not. That would be a shame.
There is some light RNG in regards to status effect duration, so that does affect things a little bit. Closer to the transition is obviously safer, but depending on what the game decides, it could be perfectly fine.
Also, to note here, Larsa's in this fight, and she actually fights alongside you. But one thing... Yeah, I still do. But Freddy's going to try to avoid this troll that Larsa can have. Yeah. Oh, okay.
What?
I blocked one of them. Oh, no!
Pinello!
Oh, no. Well, anyway, Larsa, she can throw a high potion on somebody, and since Ash and Pinello are in low HP, they're obviously going to be the ones that get that potion. So you want to try to kill off Larsa, but unfortunately, by him trying to do that, he missed one of the Firaga reflex you need to get Vayne into the next phase. So ended up killing off Pinello there, which is a shame.
No, the problem is that Vayne somehow targeted Pinello.
Well, it's because Bosch was too far away.
Actually, it's line of sight, I believe, not so much raw distance in this case.
Well, that's what I meant. Alright, so we got phase 1 down here. This is one of the 2 trolls that can happen now. For whatever reason, Vayne here will just randomly target not Bosch here after this big attack, and I really hope that doesn't happen. It's recoverable, but not fun. He also needs to watch out for his decoy now, too, since this fight has gone a little bit longer than planned, so I hope, that, again, that's not a problem. This is going to be really close.
I recast decoy when something like that happens, I'll be honest. I don't trust it.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that's what's going to happen to Freddy. Okay, so Bosch did get targeted, that's good. Now he needs to clear out Vayne on this wave or he's gonna die. I just really hope Decoy doesn't run out.
It ran out. So he has to get lucky here, or do another recovery, which is harder against Vayne Novus by a good deal.
Yep, here we go. This is gonna be really close.
Vayne himself just walks really slowly, so even if Bosch is the only one alive with 1 HP, recovery's easy.
Right. Alright, turning off Gambits just to reset their actions.
I believe, he's taking them out to make sure Bosch gets targeted here, which is smart.
Mm-hmm. Well, very good move.
And then decoying himself? Yep.
Yeah.
Man,
that is such a, Freddy is such a pro, man. And it missed, yeah. That's the problem. He's gonna have to, it's gonna take a couple hits. But,
there it goes.
Perfect. He needs to re-equip Mirror Mail.
But he's going...
He also is probably going to ATB reset after a potion or something, I'm guessing.
Well, he's recasting Bubble.
Oh, okay. Good move.
So it'll take 4 hits from this Firaga to kill Vayne Novus, or
so
first half.
Go into the next section.
And
again, no. Okay, so some of those Firagas didn't hit Vayne.
Yeah, they hit the Sephiras.
Yeah, you really have to make sure everyone basically hugs Vayne Novus.
And just as a little shout out to someone from the Japanese Final Fantasy community being here, Mush Mush Kotombi.
And Zero's doing pretty well in the brain pans.
Yeah, I've been keeping a good eye on him. He's been doing pretty well.
So here's the second half of Vein Novus. The fight kind of restarts or something, so...
Yeah, you have to recast all the debuffs you did the first time, but it's necessary to do it both times for sure.
Yeah, and at this point, Vein Novus is just about to start up. You see that Azure Vortis move? This is essentially your ticket to get your party out of there and the person you're going to use to
this is actually
tank
something,
the hit or suicide here.
Yeah, this is something that we didn't get to show in Sid 2 because Freddy had a little bit of a blip. But what he's going to do here, if you kill somebody when a boss is trying to prep a DM like that, he still got it.
Have decoy, but it doesn't matter because what we really need to skip is Magic Barrier.
Mm-hmm.
And this still works.
Yeah.
Yeah. The important thing is that the you don't have anyone in your party message didn't pop up before the move happened. So here it's popping up and it's going to cancel the Magic Barrier.
Yeah, we think it's sort of like what happens in the Necron battle in FF9. I think that.
That's a good way to compare it, I would say. So yeah, luckily these spells that Vein Novus is casting are not piercing, so they're not going to hurt, and in fact will damage Vein Novus. In fact, it actually kind of sucks, because the amount of damage we're doing is way more than the damage that he's doing to himself, and since it clogs up the ATB, it kind of actually hurts you, but it's not a big deal. It's just, you know, how it goes.
It could be worse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here he's reapplying decoy just to be safe. I cannot blame him.
No, I would do the exact same. It's a very good move. Then yeah, Fire Agus finish him off here.
I usually recast decoy against the Undying.
Mm-hmm.
This probably works.
It's definitely a preference thing. I do it the way that Freddy was trying to do it, where you cast decoy at the beginning of both battles, but because of what happened, definitely the best choice.
You know what? I'm done.
Why?
What?
Just wait for the next runner.
Oh, you're almost
done.
Oh, okay, I heard you say I'm done. I'm like, what?
Yeah, he's ready and waiting.
All right, so we're on the final boss now. The Undying. The only thing that can really happen here is he can get trolled. Undying can randomly start casting piercing X Aga magic, that being, you know, Fire Aga, Thundaga, Blazaga. And as what piercing means, it pierces through reflect, so it is going to hit everyone if they are in range. So hopefully that doesn't happen. If it doesn't happen at the start, it usually doesn't. So yeah, 2 Divine Swords, that looks good.
Yeah, and Undying is immune to oil, and so you're not going to recast it. And it's important that you get a lot of the reflects here, because you need to deal a certain amount of damage quickly, so that when... okay, here you see him prepping Mega Flare. That's less than ideal.
To run away.
Yeah, there are a few attacks that have very wide range here. Yeah, he has plenty of damage here, I can tell already.
He's in really good shape.
Mm-hmm.
If you cast Chain Magic and you're not, like, dead or anything.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's going to be a certain indicator that we use to start bringing everyone out of the party. He's also going to try to get a DM cancel here. So yeah, Magic Barrier is what he's looking for. So he's going to turn off the Gambits, ATB reset them so that they're, well, not it, I guess he's going to go ahead and ATB reset them so that no one's targeted, and then he's going to bring in Balthier just to eat the damage. I don't know if he's going to try to kill himself or not. While Zero Scar's on Slip, very clean fight.
Yeah, if you don't deal enough damage here, then after Ascension, the Magic Barrier will still be up, and so you won't be able to do anything really.
And he's going to spam Piercing Magic.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Freddy's about to kill it. So Lude, go ahead and get ready. Yeah. So you see how it says magic barrier is no longer up? That's because we did enough damage.
Go.
Yep, that is time.
Great job, Freddy. I'm
Nicely
so proud
done.
of you, man. I am so proud of you.
Very good.
Can we get a final time
Well,
from anybody?
Gaining so much time on me from all that, but hey.
7:14:06.
Oof.
Acceptable.
Not terrible.
Yeah, it's acceptable by all means.
Considering the RNG I had this run.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Congrats, Freddy. Apparently that one segment. That one.
Which one? I don't know. There's a lot of them. All of the
Apparently
last
you did
3
something
fights were
without saving it. It was scary.
Oh, Sid 2, yeah. He clutched Sid 2 out.
I clutched Sid 2, I clutched Brand, I clutched Vayne Phase 1. Well, Phase 1 wasn't as much of one, but...
That was...
Backup strat.
I haven't even played 12, and I was getting pretty hyped watching that.
Yeah, I don't know about anyone else, but I like about 7 or 8 months ago, I was randomly watching an FF12 run on Nico Nico, which is the Japanese version of Twitch, and I saw this random FF12 runner make this like just really, really nice recovery on Sid 2. But what Freddy did, that's by far the most insane recovery, one of the most, if not the most insane recovery I've ever seen in a FF run. So that was absolutely phenomenal. So congratulations, Freddy. You definitely earned that, dude.
Yeah. Congrats.
Yeah, and not to step on anyone's toes here, but FF13 is getting started. Chapter 1 doesn't have a whole lot to it. It's basically just trying to get through it as fast as possible, dodging as many encounters as possible. But it's generally...
you don't even get to advance at all. You don't get any sort of stat advancement until Chapter 3.
But if you get an encounter, it's generally faster to just beat it than try to retry and dodge it.
No.
We've recently determined it's actually faster to retry and get the dodge on the second try than to fight it.
Yeah, for almost any dodge, it's pretty much faster. But I mean, that's assuming you get it the second time. And
right.
as you'll see later on, probably there are some dodges.
Impossible snow dodge.
Well, yeah, one mostly where it's just not worth retrying it because it's so damn hard.
But yeah, you guys should feel free to keep talking about 12 when necessary.
Yeah, we'll definitely spoil it up for sure.
But yeah, if you guys want to start talking about 13, go ahead. Otherwise,
well, he just did an immediate thing at the start there called camera tricking, which is something we don't really understand, but we still use it quite a bit. It's you point the camera at the floor, and for whatever reason it sometimes manipulates enemies' behavior. It's kind of a thing like, if they're not on screen, they don't move the way that they're supposed to, so it kind of makes some dodges easier.
My theory is that when they're not on screen, the game doesn't prioritize them as they should be, so they don't run as they are intended to.
Yeah, that's the first pretty tricky dodge that Lou just tried to do. You have these enemies called Pantherons. You'll see them and their ilk quite a lot throughout this game, and they're always pretty annoying because they're quite fast. They can also chase you down, which they didn't do here, but you have to kind of pay attention to the mini-map to see when they're chasing you and dodge at an appropriate time.
And they also get faster through the game.
Yeah, the ones later on are much faster still than these.
And then I guess one more time, at least for FF12, and now that we have FF3 started, do you want to get one more time, at least everybody that's talking right now, commentating or running otherwise?
Yeah, sure.
I guess just one more time for FF12. Freddy is the guy who just finished for Team Mog. I guess he's still in here. You can say hi if you want, Freddy.
Go Lude! Lude, got this.
We have Zero Scar. He's still deep in it in FF12 right now. He's approaching Fenrir. I'll let him stick with that. And then we have Alec K47 on commentary for FF12.
Yeah, I'm going to be crashing hard as soon as Zero finishes.
I'm sure so many people will be.
I can't at this point. I'm on adrenaline right now. I can't do anything but be adrenaline.
We have Nitrodon on commentary for FF12 as well.
Yeah, I'm also too adrenaline to sleep. I've only been up for 21 hours anyway. That's nothing.
Poor people.
I've been up 22. Ha.
I'm Skate for 11. I ran earlier in the marathon for FF3. I've also been doing commentary as well. And then for FF3, just getting started right now for Team Mog. 13. Put the 1 in front of it, and that's what I meant.
Sure.
We have
FF3, you should be playing Skate.
FF3 HD remaster. What?
So right now for FF13, on Team Mog we have Lou Dolphin starting right now. Current record holder for 13 on console. Really good runner. And then on Team Choco, I don't know if he's in here right now, we have Maelstrom. Pretty much the biggest person, if not one of the biggest people in charge of this marathon. I definitely encourage y'all to, at any point in time, definitely give him and everyone else who's been involved, even the runners, commentators, anything, a big thank you when you see them. And then finally, on commentary, at the moment anyway, we have Mr. Zwanzig, who also runs FF9. Second.
I did at one point,
yeah. Third place in the world for that right now, but still a phenomenal run. I loved watching that run when that happened. But yeah, we have Mr. Zwanzig on commentary for FF13. And then we should, I believe, Leave the Coffee is in here as well. Is that correct?
Yep, that's me.
Hi. We have him on commentary for FF13 as well.
And me.
And yes, I forgot. Maelstrom does have. I think. Is there one more PC runner, Maelstrom, for FF13?
Slight. I hate to interrupt, but this is the legendary dodge that I just failed.
Oh.
So we should probably discuss that to interrupt this whole introduction thing.
No, it's all good.
It's the only interesting part of Chapter 1.
Last part for FF12 runners, first part for FF15. So figured I'd introduce everybody again. But yeah, Zero Scars on a pretty standard Fenrir fight. Well done for him.
Yep, it was textbook.
So yes, this dodge is incredibly difficult and random because there's just almost no room to dodge enemies, and there's 4 enemies. And it's just all around horrible, and that's why we call it the legendary dodge. I've had it all of once ever, which was in my PB miraculously.
And Dolphin actually almost got it blindfolded once. Not even kidding.
That was pretty funny.
And I haven't gotten it since, that blindfolded near miss.
Maybe you need to stop looking at it.
Use the Force, Lude.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that dodge is kind of annoying
so by
sometimes.
camera tricking that dodge, it forces the second set of Pantheron and Soldier to come out later, making it much easier. And by retrying, they're now all in front, which makes it a bit tougher.
Yeah, I never try to do this on a retry because it gets really hard. I just fight the encounter, or I reset. In my case, I usually reset. I'm a terrible person. But he got it there, so nice.
Yeah, you get pretty much no rewards for winning battles in Chapter 1.
You get items.
Yeah,
and the only ones that are currently relevant are Phoenix Downs because they sell for 500 gil. There's a shop in Chapter 6 where gil is semi-tight, and extra Phoenix Down drops help guarantee that we can afford it. But it's not, like, super vital that we get that many Phoenix Downs.
There's a little bit of timing subtlety with this fight. It's fairly minor, but you want to try to space your attacks out such that Snow jumps backward just as he does his swipe, so you won't get hit by them. He's doing that beautifully here. And that way LeBro won't throw potions, which just make her not attack. So it's kind of a little bit slower. It's only a couple seconds.
That was a perfect fight.
It's a small optimization, but it's still pretty nifty.
Nice.
Yeah, I timed all of my things to make sure that I wouldn't get hit by swipes. One of the things that many people don't realize is that you can partially execute your command strings by pressing the triangle button or I think the Y button on the 360.
Yeah.
And PC.
and we'll use that a lot.
It's also vital in
this
this
fight is pretty similar as well, except we more so time the attacks, so we're actually more likely to hit the Myrmidon because it tends to move about quite frequently.
Yeah, this enemy basically does what Snow was doing in the previous fight. It's trying to dodge your attacks, kind of. It keeps jumping back and forth.
It's also the first time you see stagger happen.
No.
Yeah, stagger is a very interesting mechanic that was introduced in Final Fantasy XIII. Basically, by chaining up enough damage, we're able to put them into stagger, which multiplies the amount of damage that we do to them. It also means that they're vulnerable to be interrupted, which we're going to be using and abusing very much throughout the run.
Not to mention more vulnerable to status effects sticking.
Yeah.
Yeah, debuffs will be easier to inflict, they'll last for longer, and also enemies that are staggered have lower chain resistance, so you can increase the chain gauge even faster when staggered.
Yeah, the chain gauge actually has a calculable effect on how long status effects last. So when it's applied, that matters.
I see. Oh no.
Oh no.
It's important to point out
Was that
that
outside the battle zone?
I don't think I was. It's
Don't
important
think
to
it
point
was
out,
either.
though,
it would have been right on the edge.
a lot of these things that have been said are actually more based off of chain percentage as opposed to the actual act of being staggered. Being staggered adds 100 percentage points to chain. It reduces enemies' keep to 0, which basically means they're more able to get interrupted. And it also makes some special stagger effects, like being able to be launched by a commando, or also some gaining conditional mods, which is somewhat important in some fights. But the chain percentage is actually the thing that determines like the damage multiplier. So when you have 200% chain, you're doing 2 times base damage, and you also have 2 times the chance of inflicting a debuff, and your debuffs, when inflicted, last for twice as long.
We have a Zero Scar coming up on 2 of the hardest fights, if we don't mind switching it over there for a few minutes.
Yeah, you saw that he intentionally triggered the Petrify trap in the hallway corridor. This is so, this is because when you're petrifying, your damage taken is multiplied by 10 minus your count timer. No, it's multiplied by your timer divided by 10. So it's at 10.
So you know the earlier you have it on, the less damage you're going to take. Yeah, so note that he throws the Golden Needle on Redis just because it doesn't really benefit him so much to have Petrify on, but mainly just Bosch since he's the one that's going to be taking damage. But yeah, this is going to be a little bit different of a fight. Might not be able to tell too much of a difference as a viewer, but like the risk, the setup, what can happen is all going to be a little bit different because Zero is doing Bubbleless. So no, like Freddy had around 4.7k health around this time. Bosch for Zero has half that. Not only that, but Hashmole can also inflict disease, which, just to remind you all, is probably one of the nastiest status effects in the game. It makes your current HP your max HP. And because we're not using Bubble, Hashmole is eligible to cast that. So that's why at some point in the run, if you're doing Bubbleless, you do buy a vaccine or 2, which alleviates disease. But other than that, it's pretty much going to be the same fight. Everyone has float motes on, so no one takes earth damage. So yeah, really it's just about not getting diseased, which if you do, as long as you have that vaccine, it's usually okay.
Pretty much the worst thing that can happen is a disease combo at some point where you can't really deal.
Yeah, here we go. By vaccines, I'm going to use remedies.
Yeah.
Bosch's remedies are good enough, so...
Yeah, also Zero managed to remember to put on Cherry Staves at the last minute. That's a good catch, and putting on his Gambits and switching Arrow back to Aroga. And then, yeah, here we go. Also, this is going to be a split for the Split Keeper. Okay, so Redis got downed there. That's kind of unfortunate. Almost most definitely not getting Quake Chalice at this point. Not a big deal. And since this fight is going to take longer, Zero notes to put that golden needle on to get rid of Petrify. Since it's going to take a little longer, probably would have petrified Bosch, so that's a good move.
Yeah, there's no way this is going to be quick drillist now.
Right. Luckily with those float motes on, that's what they're for, though, you know, just in case you do get that quick drillist, and for the rock sword, of course. Okay, so yeah, he got it close. Should be good in another round.
Why Redus? Yeah, and the reason Redus died is because Cosmo sometimes counter-attacks his attacks, so...
Yeah. Yeah, and then notice all of those missed. Turning off gambits, and then they should kill. Yep, that's a split. Alright, so now we're coming up on Sid 2 for Zero. And like I said, now that we have a bubble-less run going on right now, this is going to be a little bit different, a lot more riskier, a little bit more tech going on. We do also have the different equipment, like the Viking coat. If you saw in Freddy's run when he had the little bit of a slip-up, Famfrit casts 2 moves, Brenny Cannonade, which is a water move, and Waterja, so it's like the water Esper. It's gonna help in case he like were to mess up and not get Waterja-less, which pretty much means death unless you're Freddy, or Zero is really good at backup strats too. But it's mainly for that Brenny Cannonade. It does an insane amount of damage. I think it one-shots you at full health.
Brenny Cannonade does not quite one-shot you all the time. It can, depending on health. I think its damage cap is right around 2,400 actually, but it can do significantly less. That said, without the Viking coat, it's going to deal so much damage that any hit from Sid is going to drop Bosch.
Mm-hmm.
So
if Brenny Cannonade doesn't kill you, then you know the next hit will.
Just real quickly, if you're wondering why I'm not finishing this fight straight away or attacking with lightning until right now, it's because I'm trying to get 0 stars in this fight to get the 96% Deceptus Ultra.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yes.
So I'm not intentionally being slow in this, or I am being intentionally slow, but I'm doing it to make something faster later.
Mm-hmm. And unlike Freddy, Zero is opting to save here, and he's actually using my setup that I came up with for this fight. If you save, I love this setup. So he's gonna cast Bio on Redis and Berserk, which is a little bit different than what Freddy did. He just kept the Berserk on from the previous fight, I believe. But he casts Sap, which does 2 cool things. The first thing is that it does a significant amount of damage to Redis, but doesn't kill him. But it actually puts the Sap debuff on, which, if you remember, it takes your HP down at a steady rate until it gets to 1 and then just leaves it there. And since we're trying to get Redis's HP as low as possible, it's really cool.
It usually sticks as well from Bio. And also, Freddy actually cast Berserk right around when he reached the save crystal.
Okay,
the timing
so he just
timing just generally works out about right if you do it there, one way or the other.
Yeah. What I made a mistake of and what messed up my Sid fight.
Can't miss though if you're not in Spellbreaker?
In Spellbreaker, that's correct. That if you definitely take the loss if Berserk doesn't land, you just cast it again. That's the only thing. I mean, you could. It's in terms of like setting up equipment, it's a bit slower, I think, to do Berserk and Bio second, because you have to unequip rings and equip rings and something like that. I remember testing it. I'm not sure if what the reason is, but that's how I've always done it, I guess.
Yeah, what I shouldn't have done is cast Decoy on Vaughn, even though I did get a bad first part.
Alright, here we go for Sid 2 on...
Cool, first Gabrantz
1. Yeah, I consider it all the same thing.
Well, Gabrantz 1 is going to be pretty much exactly the same for the first half.
Mm-hmm.
Second half, you need to do a bit more explosioning. And that's pretty much it. There's no real danger. Sid is where it gets interesting.
I wish you the best of luck, Zero.
Thanks.
Right. So it's going to start off with the 2 Firagas. Ash has got delayed a little bit, so he's going to need to kite with... Oh, wow. Got it. Very nice.
That's combo.
Yeah.
That's something that can happen, especially at really low hit points. You can get insanely long combos. It's generally a good thing, but not always. That's why we heal Redis when we do, because he can at times deal too much damage and trigger attacks sooner, and that will wreck you.
So yeah, Zero Scar made a little mistake here of forgetting to turn off Gambits. So I think Redis is probably going to get targeted here. He also needs to get Mirror Mail back on, which he just did. So yeah, Bosch might get... Oh no, he got it just in time. That's good. That's very lucky. So that could have been a problem. Redis could have died. And he would have had to revive Redis. Not only that, but then he would have had Decoy still running, and it was just not good. So that's a nice save. Or a lucky save, I should say. Also, Circle of Judgment's AoE, that's why he's making sure he's far away from Redis so he doesn't get hit by it as well.
There is some sort of balancing act. If you are too far away from Gabranth, then he runs toward you, and Redis has to run toward him to actually hit.
Yeah. Wait, so you can bring in Ashen. What's up?
I was just gonna say, so long as you get the distance right, it's okay. Now, this fight ends up... this part of the fight is much the same, but he needs to be more aggressive on X-potioning Bosch, simply because he has that much less health to burn through. And if Sid crits, I've seen back-to-back crits more than once. That's bad news.
Yeah, just resetting Penelo there because she was starting to cast Firaga. So he's going to go ahead and get oil off, and then have him go ahead and start casting Firaga. And also notice
going to wear off because...
yeah. He opts to do Decoy on Famfrit rather than Sid 1, which is fine.
I usually refresh it here as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a strat, a runner's preference kind of thing. I know Pitted does it here as well.
Actually, I do it here both ways anyway.
And note also that he lowers the battle speed here. It's really the only time in the game where you intentionally do that.
Oh
no!
A critical when Famfrit is damaging him, that is worst case scenario for the start of this fight.
And
basically.
I remember Alex saying it earlier, there's just nothing you can do about that, but I have faith in Zero. This is going to be insanely difficult to do. And luckily he saved beforehand, so it's not the end of the world if it goes wrong, but he can do it, I believe.
You honestly hope Sid targets Redis here.
Which is still a problem, but yeah, that's not going to happen.
Basically, you can do setups slightly differently and kind of muddle your way through a Famfrit fight by dealing more damage at first, bringing the casters out of the party for Waterja, and having the Viking coat back on. But it's a bit of a scramble, and with only 3 reflects, it's still a very tight fight.
Yeah. I've seen Pitta do crazy stuff in terms of comebacks, so I have faith in him. He's gonna have to get Decoy back on, though.
Zero, you mean?
And also, in terms of the Famfrit fight, this is probably the best time this could have happened, because if this started happening once he started needing to do damage for Famfrit, then this would be a lot harder of a comeback. So, in a way, it's good that this happened early. Never good that it happens, we know. Better now than later, so hopefully he can recover this. It's looking pretty decent so far. Also very lucky that Penelo didn't get targeted here before Decoy got off, so that's another good thing that's going to be in his favor.
Miss.
No,
yeah,
no.
Honestly,
yeah,
at this point, I would just try to get buffs and such, and then try to get someone in to tank the inevitable Gatling gun or whatever happens.
Yeah. He can get someone with Decoy on, that's what's going to be most important. Hope this hits. Okay, yeah. Very good. So now he's going to try to res Ash, put Penelo in crit, and just kind of start all over. Again, this is like very much an expertise kind of thing. Like, you have to really know what you're doing. And now Redis is down. Yeah, it's just this is such a hard thing to recover from.
And like I said, you don't technically need Redis, but it's really hard to do the fight without him.
Yeah.
Hey, if I can recover from Mirror Mail against the Undying, Zero can recover from this.
Yeah.
The main thing I'm worried about now is
okay,
the damage Redis dealt to Famke before he died.
Yeah. That, and he's going to need that 4th Reflect, too. I don't know if he's going to try to res him or not.
So, Lude's fighting the first real boss, Anima. And
this is probably the first instance where we see Lude using the attack or ability menu to get the other party members to attack someone he wants them to attack while still not attacking them himself. Because when the party members' ATBs are filled and they, you know, use their queue of attacks or abilities or whatever it is they have queued up, the target is based off of who the leader is currently targeting. So if you hover over a specific target until they start their ATB up, then you can switch to a different target and they'll still continue attacking that target.
Yeah, so you do that there to just kind of let your AR party members take out one of the arms. That was also the first use of a Shroud. We haven't really explained Shrouds, even though we would have, but there's 12 stuff going on.
More interesting at the time.
Okay, so look, Zero
we'll
has...
explain it again.
Yeah, Zero has...
He has a decent setup, but Sid is shelling Famford here.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see how this goes. I hope he can do it. This is a phenomenal recovery though so far. Like, I just can't emphasize that enough.
All these clutch fights today.
He has the
He's already
mirror mail
using
on for the
Brighton
beginning of the he has the mirror mail on for the beginning of the Fyragas, so it's going to reflect off of Bosch, and he then switched to Viking Coat for Briny Cannonade.
Okay, he's
while it was still technically reflecting.
Yeah. Now he's gonna get Mirror Mail back on. He got that X potion off, which is good. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
And yeah, there he got it.
Nice.
Unbelievable!
Very nice, Zero.
That is very, very hard to do. I've managed that kind of thing a couple times, but it is really freaking hard.
I would say that's on this pretty much close to the same caliber as what kind of recovery Freddy had. That's just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it really is.
Not trying to diminish what Freddy did, but I think that's actually more impressive.
Yeah, I would almost say so. Like, that is...
Definitely.
I would say so. I would say so, because without Bubble, any recovery is so much more fragile.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I completely even forgot about that. He doesn't even have Bubble on. That's insane. So yeah, he got, he switched to Vaughn there at the beginning. Tried to do the, DM skip, didn't get that, so that's fine. He's also gonna have to worry about Decoy now, since that, part took a long time.
Well, you pretty much always have to recast Decoy in this part.
There's no way you don't want to refresh Decoy here.
Good call there, remembering to take off Mirror Mail. That was a little early. Too early.
Yeah, and
no,
as soon as the action
already happened.
As soon as the action word appears, you can re-equip Mirror Mail.
No, you're all right. I was thinking he was ATB resetting himself, casting Decoy.
I don't know why he's using an elixir. Oh, he must be using it on Bosch to full heal him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Oh wait, no. What am I thinking? Elixir is fine because you want full HP here anyway.
Mm-hmm. There's no real difference between Elixir and X Potion. I guess he just felt like using Elixir.
I think he's running low on X Potions actually. He was fairly low going into the fight and used a lot to recover.
Yeah, he's gonna make this recovery.
He's got it.
I cannot emphasize how hard that is, there's unbelievable Zero Scar. You were, man, great job.
Yeah, and the one thing to mention about what he did,
thanks.
you have to, if Sid hits you through the pillar, you have around the pillar, you have to stay in his line of sight so he can target you again. Otherwise, he'll target Ash or Pinello.
Correct.
Anyway, we're going to have a little bit of time for FF13 talk if you want to chime in.
Well, the paradigm system has been unlocked.
The paradigm
That's the
system
major
is...
development.
Are we almost Manasveen Warmech too?
Yeah.
We're almost there, yeah. Manasveen Warmech 2 is the first... I'd say it's the first fight that anyone who has never played 13 before will struggle with. Because the easiest way to deal with it is to be really good at controlling which paradigm you're using. This is probably also the first fight where we will see the use of
stagger canceling,
ATB refreshing, and using roll bonuses to our advantage for things.
So I'll try to go through it as we go. So he has this paradigm system which allows him to switch between different sets of roles for his party member. So he starts the battle off with a Libra, which makes everyone do attacks, or well, besides Vanille. Then he starts chaining it up and waits for the Crystal Rain attack. As soon as he sees that, he's going to do attacks to stagger, and that actually cancels the attack as soon as it happens. You can't stagger too early or you won't get that cancel. And he shifts into a paradigm that includes Snow as a sentinel to let him provoke, which which draws all of the future attacks for the rest of this battle towards Snow. So normally Lightning is very low HP here. He actually played it safe and threw a potion because she was probably
I wasn't
a little
playing safe. I needed to do that because I was down to 80 HP.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, from this point on, only Snow gets hit, and the rest of the fight is just wail on him till he dies.
Yeah, Lightning positioned herself poorly for that opening laser attack and took more hits than she's supposed to.
Yeah.
So she was down to 80, and I want her to be at least 120 so I don't have to throw a potion, but she wasn't. But it's fine, you just throw a potion and it's all good.
The other thing he was doing near the end is something you will be seeing a lot throughout this run, which is called ATB refreshing. So when you do your first paradigm shift in a battle, you get this whole long animation, but it also resets your ATB to full if it was previously empty. So you can do that to do a string of attacks and then shift paradigms, and then you will immediately be able to execute another set of attacks. And there's a timer on that. Every 12 seconds you can shift paradigms and you will get an ATB refresh. So usually in this game that will work out to 2 rounds of attacks. So a general pattern you'll see a lot of the time is they'll do 2 strings of attacks in a paradigm, then shift to another one, which it also works if it's the same paradigm just in a different slot. So a lot of the time you'll see 2 com-com ravs or something like that. This is another one of those dodges that's...
I think I accidentally...
Sorry?
I think I accidentally went to Ravenastor.
Oh no, he flew to Ravenastor on the airship instead of
Yeah, that's not a problem, it's just
yeah.
They are right next to each other.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah, it's what, down, left, down, down.
Yeah.
Not down, left, down, down, down.
Frogs are trolly.
They are. This game adheres completely to the well-known lore that birds are jerks, but also frogs are jerks, and ghasts are jerks, and a lot of enemies in this game are jerks.
And 95% of the time, the frog on the left moves forward just enough that you can run on the left, but 5% of the time they see you early and he doesn't charge forward, which is why I failed that right there. Each dodge is like dodging in 13 is an art, not a science. You just like figure out what works well and you run with it. Each dodge is its own problem.
One thing about the ATV refresh as well, that most people might not even notice, but is very important in the speedrun, is the fact that if you time it correctly, the two non-leader characters in your party will actually not go through the animation that they do that they have whenever they change between roles. So it means that they can have a constant stream of attacks rather than stopping to just stand there and watch Snow flex his muscles, you know.
Yeah, pay attention to Saz in this fight. I do it frequently in this one.
Yeah. Not only does it save time because you don't have to keep on watching the animations every time you change roles, but also it might some fights is actually imperative that it goes off correctly, because if you it might be during a stagger cancel or during stagger and you're trying to stop your enemy from actually doing any moves. So if you end up like stopping for a second or two to change roles and the animation goes off rather than them actually doing a move, then it might allow them an opportunity to attack, and in some cases it could be devastating. And that fight was a very good example of how the how skipping the small animation not only makes the fight faster, but also in some cases makes it a lot safer.
There are some fights that rely on us getting ATB refreshes because we have to kill in the first stagger. So if you're slow or you don't get the refreshes, you could end up not killing in the stagger, which would mean either the fight being a lot longer or having to reset because you're going to die.
Yeah, there are very few enemies in this game that we have to stagger more than once to kill. I think it's only like 4 or 5 in the entire game.
I think it's Bart 3.
No, Bart 3 is one
Proudclad
stagger.
2, I think.
Bart 3 is one stagger.
As Bart 3 one stagger?
Bart 2 is 2 staggers.
Proudclad 2 is the one that comes to mind.
Yeah, that one.
Bart 2, issue 2, Proudclad 2.
It's mostly the ones with 2 in their name.
Pretty much.
So what I'm doing here is using a Deceptisol to get past difficult dodges, and normally you would activate the Deceptisol and enemies wouldn't see you, and 30 seconds later the Deceptisol would expire, or you would run into a fight and get an immediate preemptive strike. But if you run into a fight and immediately retry while the Deceptisol is still active, it returns to your inventory, and we call that Deceptisol canceling, because it allows us to bypass difficult dodges without them seeing us, while still holding on to that Deceptisol that we will use much later.
It also means that we do a lot less grinding for Deceptisols. I believe when... Lou, I think you said that when you started running, the amount of shrouds that you required from Chapter 2 was... there was... I think the total amount of them would hit the double digits, didn't it?
No.
Alright, so Zero's about to fight Gabrance.
Yeah.
And hopefully Reflect is going to work correctly this time, so we'll see how the battles... Oh, that's not good.
He got under-damaged. I think all those... Oh, maybe one of those didn't hit, but that was the... kind of made a mistake there by letting Vaughn get too far away from Gabranth. So hopefully he can pull this off. Shouldn't be a problem though. Yeah, no problem. So he's just going to lose a few seconds here by having to bring in Bosch, and then also the little bit longer cutscene, which
it's only
I
like
still
4 seconds longer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even bother using Vaughn, to be honest. I still use Bosch. I'll take the 4 seconds. So I don't have to bring him in and
Here,
out.
let's see if it works how Freddy was intending to do it.
Yeah, so what's supposed to happen here is you're supposed to get Reflect off as soon as you come onto the screen.
Oh, you
and he
use the
actually is
reflect
using a
emote.
reflect emote. So notice what happens here. He brings Bosch closest to Gabranth, and what's going to happen is Gabranth is going to cast Renew on himself, but it ends up getting reflected on the closest person, which is Bosch. And you can't be Asher Pinello because you don't want them to be out of critical HP. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong there if you don't do that right. You can be like Freddy and not get it in time, or you can be like me one time where you don't have Bosch as the closest person.
Yeah.
So
and even one-time mashing X, like my life depended on it going into that fight to get the menu open, and like I said, hovering over gambits on and off so that I would stay in the menu and not queue up something I didn't want in order to reflect him as fast as possible. He still got renew off that time, so using a reflectica mode there is a very legitimate use because it guarantees that you'll get the reflect off before he can use renew.
Yeah. Interesting casting decoy on Vaughn there.
It's for the DM skip of
Yeah.
Will.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he might target Gerbrants.
Mm-hmm. I hope Bosch's buffs last long enough. I usually recast Bosch's buffs there, but Zero opted not to, so hopefully that doesn't come to hurt him. But as long as he casts it, like as soon as Vayne Nova starts, he should be okay, I'd like to think. And that's also assuming that nothing goes wrong on Vayne.
Yeah, anything to say about, what is it, Garuda Interceptor? What is this boss coming up?
And
it's
Garuda.
Pretty easy. He has 2 phases and they're both easy.
So currently we only have really Commando and Ravager at our disposal, so our strategy is to stagger and then deal damage and win. But many fights after this one aren't quite that way.
Yeah,
Alright, so Larsa died this time, which is good because it means he won't, hey, what? Gambits are off? That's new. What's he doing?
Yeah, it might be, the only reason I can think of to do it is that I have had one time where they get Firagas off before Mockwave goes, and that actually messes up his AI, so...
No, I'm fine. I don't, he doesn't mess up for me.
I'm just saying it's happened to me before. But there's really nothing wrong with turning off the gambits, it doesn't hurt anything. Oh, wow! That's cool! So the reason he took off his gambits there is he actually turned them off while Mockwave was... Oh! He got comboed! That's so unlucky!
That's another of the places where not having bubble can bite you.
Absolutely.
You get trolled here, and there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, best thing to do is just let Force of Will happen and then recover.
Yeah. And he got the Phoenix down off to Brez Bosch. Just phenomenal recovery. Like, I can't emphasize that enough.
No, recovering against Vayne 1 is very easy because he walks so slow.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not hard to recover against him. The important thing is that you know when Force of Will is coming, you anticipate it. There are more AoEs that come later, but you have a little bit of time in between. And otherwise, you want to make sure you're set up for Novus in such a way that you can actually do something.
So there's a couple issues here that he's going to have to address. The first one is that he needed to heal Bosch. He's going to probably be able to kite him away and not get hit, but then he also needs to get Decoy back on. Hopefully he can do that without any issues. I probably would have just had to try to cast it on myself. He's going to go for it, though, with the ladies.
Well, at this
hopefully
point,
this works out.
Honestly, he can probably do Protect, Decoy, and then have a 2-part cast. I might even go for that, Reflect Firaga, but he's playing it safe here, which is probably wise because of the damage you see there.
Oh, is this AoE?
Hummel is a single target.
Okay, good.
But there he's kicking Ash.
Uh-huh.
Kicking Ash.
Because he picked... Pummel has range.
I feel you, dude.
He's kicking Ash and taking James.
So, this is the first Eidolon fight in 13. It's one of 6, and the goal in this fight is to max out the Gestalt bar. And with the Shiva fight, there's 2 ways that you can do this. One is with increasing the chain with Commando and Ravager, and the other is to sort of tank attacks as a Sentinel. You don't even have to use Steel Guard. You just have to be in the Sentinel role as Shiva uses like a named attack. And that gives a big boost to the Gestalt bar. This fight is all about like trying to optimize, get the Gestalt maxed as fast as you can.
Once again, just a phenomenal recovery by Zero there. Like,
and now the main concern actually is that Pinello has a little bit lower MP than you would like. It's just something to monitor going forward.
Right. I would definitely be throwing ethers with Bosch if he has any more, if it were me. And any of the spare time, of course. You wouldn't be going out of your way to do that, hopefully.
What was that Shiva time? I missed it.
It was 1-0 something. It was bad.
Oh, wait. Oh, we were starting to talk about paradigms and the roles and everything before, but I don't think we've taken a second to explain what each role actually does. There's 6 roles in total. There's Commando, Ravager, Sentinel, Medic, Saboteur, and Synergist. The main ones that we're going to be using throughout the run are Commando, Ravager, Saboteur, and Synergist. We don't really use Medic that much because potions are just overly powerful for the majority of the run.
How about we put a cork in that, Rory? There's like 12 going on.
Yeah, we're just finishing up FF12 right now.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tyranny of the gods is ending. Come on, guys.
We are their puppets no more.
Dalmasco will know a new Dynast king.
I don't know any quotes from FF12.
Something on
I
those
think
lies.
we all quoted the same scene that just happened.
Done.
I don't know what. Okay, yeah, he's trying to bring in a suicide character. Opting to choose Vaughn here. Hopefully he can kill himself in time.
Should be
yeah,
able to.
It's a bit early. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh nope, he got it. That's good.
No, and Azure Vortis has a full effect thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter when you cast it for that one.
So yeah, notice what happened there. Vaughn, he ended up getting Vaughn to cast Arrow on himself to kill himself. And what that does is if, on that big attack that Vayne Novus was about to do, if you can kill yourself while he is targeting somebody, it triggers the game into thinking that it already happened. So you don't have to go through that huge long cutscene, which actually is quite a bit of time, about 15 to 20 seconds long. So that's going to help out with that a lot. And now he's just going to go ahead and finish him off with oiling him. So you get the triple multiplier on fire damage and then just finishing him off. And then we'll... Good.
It's not only faster to have Vaughn kill himself, it's also safer because if Inviolable Will has a 80% chance of hitting, and if it misses, you're relying on the death thing to skip a magic barrier.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Actually, it's a 95% chance.
Oh, I thought I might have seen for the first time ever Vayne Novus killing himself. That was really close.
He doesn't even give LP, so.
Yeah, that's not. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, the last enemy that gives LP is Gabrantz 2.
Alright, so final boss coming in for Zero, the Undying. Again, we're just hoping that he doesn't do Blizzing XII. And it's just totally random, so you know how to deal with it if it happens, but it's just not good. See what happens here. So yeah, starts with X potioning himself. This is also somewhat of a dangerous fight without bubble, as if you can't, if you have a tough time managing your HP.
And the Dispel here is extra important because the Undying starts with haste.
Yeah.
You do not want it to be hasted, especially if you don't have bubble.
Right. And that also helps with avoiding Mega Flare getting hit with the girls and all that stuff when you're having to react on or rely on reaction time. So yep, he's got the spell off. He's gonna go ahead and try to get Decoy on just for a little bit of safety. and then just go ahead and start wailing on with fire agas. Got the decoy and the potion tick at the same time so we could ATB reset safely.
And he just barely got the mirror mail on before fire.
No, not quite, because you can't have decoy, X potion, and fire at the same time. It's too much effect capacity.
I know, but you still have to hit the window between them.
So, Fire Gun was literally waiting for that ATB refresh to happen.
Yep, that should be pretty much it now. It's really hard to lose the fight at this point.
Yeah. Rest of the formality. Once he gets down to 60% HP, he does this chain magic, and that chain leading up to Ascension. And that triggers bravery, enrage, whatever the other stuff was. And
are you ready to go?
Maelstrom, are you ready? Okay.
Yeah,
Alright, and then finally just having Fran out here to take the damage here from Ascension.
Yeah, be ready to start in less than 30 seconds.
Right. And he's just going to bring him in, get Bosch close to the Undying, and then bring in Ash and Penel and Seving, having to move them individually. Going to pop on the gambits and go ahead and kill.
I'm done.
And that's a split, I guess.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you can go now.
That's Zero. Good job.
I'm so proud of you both. Like, absolutely phenomenal job.